Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing okay, and welcome to a different layout for a start. We've gone a bit orange today, so you're going to have to put up with the orange look. We're changing. We're trying out some different changes for this broadcast, so you'll have to bear with us until we get it perfected. It's so good. You're going to be like, this is just like Mars or somewhere. So we're just trying out, and we're going for an orange theme. So what are we doing today? Well, we are commentating on this fantastic event, which is Magnus Carlsen's like Champions Tour, and it's day 2 today of that tour. So it's heating up a little bit, and the way that this tour works is that it's 3 days of qualifying. Hopefully I will be able to get them. Let's have a look from the first day. So it's 3 days. Every player, it's an all-play-all, plays 15 rounds, and there's 16 players at the start. 16. So that's quite a lot of players, and only half of those players after 3 days goes through to the knockout stage. So it's going to get much more exciting as time goes on. And the leader at this moment in time, after winning a bishop and rook versus rook ending against his good friend Vidit, is Anish Giri. Now, I thought this was quite funny, actually. I was looking at some of the comments, on the internet, and I saw one thread. I don't know what you guys think of this. So, of course, I'm following the chat on Twitch, so I'll say hello to everyone on Twitch very soon. So there was a little thread going on that people were saying, oh, Giri should never have beaten. Should have just taken a draw to give Vidit a better chance of qualifying. What do you guys think about that? Should Anish not have won his game, and should he have just said, okay, Vidit, you're a good friend, have a draw on me because you have a better chance of qualifying? Well, my personal opinion is rubbish. When you're on the chessboard, they're all enemies. There's no such thing as friends over on the chessboard. You can take the friendship, suddenly have a draw with your friend, and then you try to beat everyone else. Is the kind of thing that Bobby Fischer used to complain that the Soviets did. So that's crazy. Play to win. So you're all agreeing with me. Good. I'm glad you are agreeing with me. Okay, well, if there is some slight audio things, I'm sure we'll get that a little bit back on track. Don't worry about that. It's just teething problems at the moment. So, as I say, we're still building. Anyway, talking about the results. So we have Anish in first place on 4 out of 5. Magnus Carlsen and the surprise of the tournament, David Anton, 3.5 out of 5. Wesley So, Nepo, Aronian, Hikaru, 3 out of 5. So they're all the people who are going to qualify at this moment in time. And then if you go down, people are struggling. Well, Vidit's really struggling, 1.5. Rajabov quite well here. Is only on 2 out of 5. Peter Svidler, 2 out of 5. Liem Duda, Ding Liren, and Alireza on 2.5. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Audio drops out when you turn your head. I better not turn my head then, right? So it's a bit strange, very low. Well, you can turn the volume up at your end. It shouldn't drop when I turn my head. We'll get there. You know, it's a Monday morning. It's not really morning. Just chill with us. We'll get there eventually. We will get there eventually. Don't you worry. So who's in the chat? So hello, everyone. I'm just going to throw out some names. Hello, Anna No KG. If I forget your name, don't get offended. It's just because I don't like you. No, I'm only joking. It's because I can't literally call out every name in the world. That would take a long time. Chess Guy, Twitchy, Fun Attack YouTube, Kokichi, and I'm also going to only call out the names I can actually pronounce. Robert, Esther Case, Podge Keeley, Mark Huddy. Hello to you all. I'm going to be keeping more of an eye on the chat today. I'm going to take it a little bit more chilled out. Robert 1000. Gadzinsko. Neil Haas Vus. Don't go Exorcist on us, Simon. If you spin it right round, it might start playing the sound. Well, that would be quite interesting. We could try a little bit of Exorcist sort of stuff. And yes, so okay, so the game's gonna start soon, and we'll have a look at that in a minute. We'll get cracking with the games. Hello, everyone else. Now we should have some guests coming on later on, so you're gonna have to cope with me for most of the day, looking at the games, but we'll get through it. And the idea of this stream, I think it was a little bit too serious yesterday. I still want to have a serious look at the games going on, but we also want to like do it a little bit more lightheartedly, because there's other professional streams out there. So we're going to have a proper look at the games. I'm going to analyze like I normally do and show you what's going on, certainly. But let's enjoy it as well. Go and get yourself a beer. I'm actually on the green tea still, which is it's not so fun, but it's a little bit. Weren't you wearing a suit yesterday? Well, I wasn't really wearing a suit. It's called a jacket. I had the jacket on, LC Dirt. That's what it was. It was just the jacket. If it makes you feel more comfortable, I can, of course, put the jacket back on. I mean, all you have to say is the magic word, put the jacket back on. Just don't ask me to take the t-shirt off, because that would be a bit scary. You don't want to do that, do you? Do I have any shorts on today? Now that would be saying, wouldn't it? That would be giving the game away. I just got to remember not to stand up too quickly, because they have rules in Twitch for that. If I stand up too quickly, I'll be in a lot of trouble. So I won't be standing up quickly. Let's put it that way. Now, Simon, biological manifold. When are you going to take revenge and smack that fat guy's ass? I guess I'm allowed to say that. Too late. Well, I expect I know who you're talking about, and I want to have a rematch of Ben at some point. If you did meet Ben, I'm assuming. So hopefully at some point we'll get a rematch, and we'll have a chance to do that, of course. People saying, Simon, turn the volume up a little bit. Well, another thing you could do is turn the volume up at your end. Did you think about that, hey? Did you think about turning the volume up at your end? Give it a go. If it's at maximum, then, hey ho. Now, right, so let's just remind everyone, the games have started, and I think we're going to start with Aronian versus Carlsen. We all like a bit of Aronian versus Carlsen. Now, the big board is the board I'll be analyzing on. The small board is the actual moves in the game. So if I start going deep into variations, then don't freak out. But if it's a very interesting position, I like to show stuff that's happening. So we're gonna do that. So I don't know. We maybe have to have a vote if you want the jacket or not. Maybe this is a poll: to jacket or not to jacket. That is the question. H6 from Magnus Carlsen. Oh my words! This is, oh dear. Put that away. Put that picture away. Put that picture away. Oh dear! Don't scare me. Don't scare me. I was feeling a little bit nauseous earlier on, and that's not making me feel good. So yeah, so we're gonna have some guests coming along later on. I think summed up very well there. What on earth was that? It wasn't a pleasant sight. But we all love a bit of Ben. I mean, I think our beef is over now. I mean, come on. Let's maybe. I've lost to him twice. I need to beat him at least once to get rolling. Okay. Well, anyway, let's go to the game. So, it's 5 games today, 5 games tomorrow, as I said, and the top half will go through. We're trying to find a way at some point of showing you the scores in the tournament. So maybe we can get that going. We'll definitely have that for tomorrow, so we can flip up the scores and you can see them. But as the games are there's a game every hour. It's really intense. That's not going to be easy to show. Now, this is a really fun position already. Thank you for the raid, Musarraf. And this is Aronian with white going d4. And Magnus plays the Queen's Gambit. This is after d5, the Queen's Gambit. And after knight c3, we have a main position. And now Magnus does a little bit of trolling. He does a little bit of trolling. And he plays h6. Now, what on earth is this move? This move is a bit of a joke move in some way. And it's quite funny he played this, because yesterday we had Erwin Lemmy on the show, and he had white against Fabiano Caruana, and Caruana played h6 against Erwin, and Erwin beat him. And then Magnus repeated after that. He said, I'm h6, I'm going to play it. I'm just going to play h6. I'm going to play that move. And it can't be a good move. How can that be a good move? I just don't understand it. And Magnus is like one of the biggest chess trolls around. You know, he really is a bit of a troll. It reminds me of another story. You can see the live moves coming on, and it's another story where it was the London Chess Classic. He was at the meal before. He was at the big meal before the tournament started. And at the big meal before the tournament started, he was sitting next to Kramnik, for those of you who don't know. I don't know, but I call them Crammers anyway. And he was sitting next to, of course, it was at the Ritz Hotel, Elsie Dirt, free champagne, only the best, only Bollinger, 68, and caviar. And basically, the way the story goes was that Kramnik turned around to Magnus, and for some reason they were talking about the birds opening. And the birds opening is where you go f4 and move 1, the reverse Dutch. And Kramnik said, the birds is just a terrible opening. You know, this Henry Bird guy, I can't do a Kramnik accent. This Henry Bird guy who played f5, f4, he knew nothing. Such a weak player, such a bad opening, really bad. So in round 1, Magnus was white against Kramnik, and you can guess what he played. So what did Magnus play in move 1? He played the birds. He played 1f4. And he crushed Kramnik. So he was trolling him. He is a troll. He's a troll. Magnus Carlsen is a troll. I'm not saying he looks like a troll, because he is from Norway. And if anyone's seen the film Troll Hunter, you might think that he might be related to a troll, but I didn't say that. I just said it's a good film. Getting myself in more and more trouble as the show goes on. Brilliant. Hello, Anit in the chest. Haven't seen you for a while. I know the main broadcast is going on quite well, so that's all cool. But anyway, h6 seems to be, to me, a bit of a waste of move. But let's go on. Now, Lev plays a normal move, g3, because he's basically saying, okay, if I play like the Catalan system, then h6 is kind of wasted. I mean, let's see. So knight c6 now played. Magnus obviously has some ideas about this opening. I mean, the only good thing about this move is stop sign comes to g5, right? Bishop g2. From Aronian, bishop d6, both sides castle, and now b3. And this is the position we're at. And the question we have to ask is, what is the... I don't really get black setup, but I'm not Magnus Carlsen. I mean, to me, white setup looks very pleasant. You've got 2 pawns in the center. The knight on f6 is a little bit odd. It does block the c pawn. I mean, again, Magnus Carlsen, one of the reasons he's world champion and such a great player, because he thinks in his own way. He's a very unique character. He's a guy who can think about things for himself. He doesn't follow what everyone else does. He's happy to create new ideas. So, but trying to get into Magnus's mind and work out what he's trying to do is very, very tough. Because what is he trying to do here with black? The only idea I can see him trying to do is maybe some e5 break. This is the only pawn break he's got. And if we look at the pieces, the bishop on c8 is quite bad because it's blocked in by the pawns here. So the only other thing you can try to do is get the bishop to b7. Something like this would be normal. But I don't know. There's something suspicious about that because the knight's in the way. So and Lev, I think Lev is playing... very sensible chess at the moment. He's basically just playing normal moves as we go, and he's going to develop with bishop b2. So he's got these bishops in a nice situation, pressurizing the center. I think he will then maybe play a3 to stop knight b4. He maybe then will go queen c2 and just try to put a rook on d1. So Magnus now has played b6 because he's got to do something with his bishop. He's got to put that bishop somewhere. I mean, maybe that bishop could come to a6. Maybe it comes to a6. Potentially that bishop comes to a6. You know, that is possible. But I think white must be slightly better. I mean, one thing I would say, if you're thinking about trying to copy Magnus Carlsen's openings, don't. I mean, you have to be a genius in order to get away with them. It's as simple as that. I mean, you can't, only Magnus can play like Magnus. I mean, anyone who's trying to improve at chess, I would not recommend, I just wouldn't recommend copying his openings because they're really hard to play and they're really confusing. They're not easy to explain. I mean, this setup that he's doing is breaking so many opening rules. I mean, I love Magnus and the way he plays, but in some ways, I kind of hope Aronian wins because then it'll restore a little bit of faith in my knowledge of chess openings. And it'll be like, yes, that opening was bad. I was right. I don't want anyone to lose, of course, but you kind of see what I mean. I mean, the reason he's breaking rules, he's wasted a tempo. He's put his knight on c6, which to me looks odd because you can never move your c pawn. And the bishop here is okay, but it just seems all a little bit odd. Okay, so Aronian is now just trying to win the bishop pair. So far, very peculiar stuff going on there. Now, I'm going to go over and see if we can find another interesting game. Now, one thing I would like to say, guys, in the chat, I'm going to try to keep an eye on the chat a lot more today. Hello, Plocrux, podcast engineer, chess dude guy, Minir Sliff, Muckaluck. Hello to you all. If there's a game you want me to look at, particularly, you can view the games on various sites, what games are available as we go. As we go on. But if there's a particular game you want to look at, then do let me know. I mean, okay, we'll stick with this one as there's a couple of moves. So now Magnus has given up his bishop and he's doubled his pawns. And in actual fact, okay, knight takes d5. We're going to get a very symmetrical position. I mean, I don't think you can take with a pawn here, because if you took with a pawn, maybe he will. But these two pawns, they look like there could be weaknesses. And if you take with a knight in this position, where you at some point, you might get hit by e4, and white's going to build a big center. So I think Aronian must be a little bit better. Look at Blair's game. You don't want to look at any of Blair's games. It's far too scary. Anyway, let's go on to the tournament leader, I think. And we're going to now have a look at, we'll come back to the games. Do remind me if there's a game you want to look at. So you can make as many jokes about me as you can. Whatever you joke about me, I've heard worse. Oh dear, that's a bit of a challenge I'm throwing out there now, isn't it? Oh dear, I'm worried now. I'm worried what you're going to say, but okay. Now, talking about Blair, a lot of you guys might remember Blair, and I'm going to try to get Blair on the show. I'm going to try to get Blair on the show. I think it would be great, and Fiona as well. So we're going to see if they can come on. If you guys have got anyone else that I want to get on, that I can get on, then let me know. Don't say like Kasparov or someone like that. Because that's not going to happen. Anyway, Anish is playing Wesley So. Anish is leading the tournament, and we now had I mean, this is a solid kind of Reti system kind of setup, or King's Indian attack that Anish is playing. So Anish is playing the King's Indian attack. Now, Anish, as he mentioned, we interviewed him yesterday, could quite possibly have got 5 out of 5 yesterday, and he's going straight into an ending here with castles. And let's just get to the current position. Both sides developing very normally, and now quite a peculiar way that Anish is playing, I have to say. Bishop e2, and I'm looking at the clock times, and he has taken a lot of time here, and I don't like the way Anish has played this as white. I don't like the way Anish has played this. Why don't I like the way he's played it? Because he's given up a very strong central square, this square here on d4. He has the two bishops, but this knight is really strong. I mean, it's probably okay for Anish. It's probably okay, but I'm still not a big fan of it. And I think a very clever move in this position, let's just go back here, was when Wesley So now played bishop f5, because he encourages white to play e4, and that makes the d4 square a big weakness. Because if you play, let's say, knight d4 at any stage, I can always go e3 and I kick that knight away. But he encourages the move e4. And again, if we just go forwards to where we are now, queen d7, this knight is fantastic. And with black now securing the knight there, if white ever takes that knight off, black gets a very dangerous pass pawn there. That pass pawn is extremely strong and well defended. So I don't really like the way Anish has gone about doing this. I think maybe his opening choice was, well, it certainly wouldn't be my way of playing, swapping queens off quite soon and going for a position where he can only be equal. It's a little bit weird, isn't it? A little bit weird. So how about Beth Harmon? Well, I'd love to get Beth Harmon on the show. Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome. Hello, Fiona. Fiona, thank you for the raid. We're just talking about you, Fiona. Only nice things, of course. I don't know if Fiona's joining us here, but hello, everyone who's come from Fiona's stream. We're commentating on the big events, the skilling. We're killing the skilling tournament, the next Magnus Carlsen £1.5 million tournament. And we're having a look at it, and we'll have a look at the games there, having a bit of a chat and doing that. No, we weren't saying anything bad, Fiona. No. So thank you for the raid. And yeah, basically, hello, Aldo. I see Aldo lurking there as well. Hopefully we're going to get Fiona on the show as well. So Fiona fans will be very pleased because Fiona can pronounce names much better than me. The one time we will. Okay, someone's asking to have a look. So this one, I think Wesley So's doing absolutely fine. Let's go to Alireza versus Rajabov. The one time me and Fiona fell out was we were commentating at the European Individual Championships in Reykjavik. Wow, that was good fun. That was that tournament. Love Reykjavik. Hello, Darren. Hope you're doing all right. And okay, I'm just going to play some moves. And Fiona got so annoyed with my pronunciation of Kostenyuk. Is that the right pronunciation? To pronounce them better than, yeah, I mean, oh yeah, you should be able to pronounce them better than me, the names. I don't know if I still don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. You know, the ex-women's world champion, Alexander, I think I can pronounce that, Kostenyuk. Is that right? Is how you were pronouncing it. Okay, so I can't pronounce it right. I'm going to pronounce it my way. And he got so annoyed with me. I got telling off. It was like I was a naughty school child and Fiona was the teacher. And that was all right, actually, you know. And I thought it was all right, my pronunciation, but obviously not. So that's the one time we had a falling off. So we need to get Fiona on to tell me about my pronunciation. Now, this position, hello, Captain Bumratty. How are you doing all right, Jerry? How are you doing all right? Best tournament in the world, Bumratty. And this position, now Alireza plays a very interesting move, h3. Now, in my forthcoming course that I'm working on, I do actually have a look at this position. And anyone know the Halloween gambit? Knight takes e5. Now, knight takes e5 is really pretty bad. It's not a great move, but it does have a little bit of surprise value. You give up a piece. It's called the Halloween gambit, I think. And after knight takes e5, you go d4. The knight generally moves. And then you go d5. The knight generally comes back. You go f4. And you get kind of like this weird position, right? And here, black goes knight g6. And you can get a little bit of compensation here, but it's not meant to be enough. Now, I know h3 is quite an interesting move. Why is this weird move? They're all playing weird. All these, you know, Alireza and Magnus are playing these weird moves. Why is this? Why is this a bit of a cheeky move? Because if Black plays g6, and Black often plays g6 here, because the bishop on here is not a bad square. This is actually, for some reason, a very common move. Now, knight takes e5 is not so stupid, believe it or not, because after knight takes e5, d4, the knight comes back here, and if you go here, after f4, the knight is actually trapped because g6 is a bad move. The knight can't come back there. It can't come to g4. So in actual fact, this idea, g6, knight takes e5, giving up a whole piece, is played. And we have Gawain, I think that's Gawain Jones, one of England's finest players, Grandmaster Gawain Jones, in the chat, Verdenaut. And Gawain Jones is about 2,700 strength. Maybe we can get Gawain on the show for a little bit. That would be cool. And he's never had the guts to play the pure Halloween. So Gawain is really adventurous with the openings. And he hasn't played this, which is the pure Halloween. But he has played it the other way around. And Gawain's even gone a3. And now after g6, knight takes e5. And he's saying, Agard was playing next to me and so unimpressed, he immediately offered a draw, saying he couldn't play next to such a ridiculous idea. I love that. That's such a great story. That the person next to you when you play a move is so disgusted that they have to offer a draw because they're like, what is this rubbish? And I've actually seen you play this in Bunratty, Gawain, I think, or in Ireland. I'm sure I've seen you play this in Ireland, but maybe you were drunk at the time. Because, well, I know, by the way, I do want to clarify, Gawain's not a drunk, but in Bunratty, everyone is a drunk because it's a fun tournament. So let me just clarify that, if that makes sense. So I like that. So it's a weird idea. But anyway, let's go on with the moves. Now, bishop b4 is a normal move, and now bishop d3, and this is transposing to a reverse color thing. Now this move looks ridiculous, but the idea is if you play a3 here, Black takes on this square, and you often want to take with this pawn so your bishop can get out. Maybe even Black can grab a pawn here. But after bishop d3, the normal idea, I thought, was to go a3 here to try and encourage this kind of position. But Alireza's playing another idea. I haven't seen this. Knight e2, and he's playing it very interestingly. Both sides castle, rook e8, c3, and now look at this next move. This is a really interesting move. So White's idea is becoming clear. He wants to go bishop c2 and d5. So you'd assume that Black has to move the bishop, right? No. He goes d5, and this is a lovely idea because you're trying to play in the center of the board. I don't know if it works, but it's a nice idea. And after pawn takes d5, queen takes d5, the bishop is attacked, bishop c2, and Rajabov playing super aggressive today, e4, and he is pushing White backwards, but now White is able to play d4. Without this move d4, White would be in a lot of trouble because look how cramped White's position is. So White needs to play d4, and now just taking on d3 is a very solid approach. Now, I would have been tempted to have left my pawn on e4 there and tried to build some kind of attack, but I don't think it's easy to do so. Maybe knight e7 and c5, I don't know. But okay, taking here is all right. And now bishop f5. And I have to say, after a couple more moves, to me, it looks like it should be fairly even. But look at the time. What's happened with Alireza? Is he falling asleep? It looks, I mean, actually, maybe Black's just a lot worse. You're right. Yeah, Gawain's pointing out that Black might just be a lot worse here. Now, Gawain, let's have a bit of respect for Gawain. Gawain is a very strong grandmaster. And actual fact, with the rook coming to d8, very simple moves from Rajabov. You know, that rook is going to be very strong there. And White's pieces, just look at the pieces. Black's bishop, very nicely placed. The bishop on f5, very nicely placed here. There might even be a threat of g5, because if you can get rid of this knight on f4, the knight on d3 drops. So that knight is in trouble. Black's knight's absolutely fine. And White's knights are clumsy. These two knights are really clumsy. They're clumsy knights. And look at the time. I think Gawain, you're absolutely right that White has just bluffed a new opening idea, and the opening idea is a load of rubbish. That's my opinion. This is the thing. When you experiment, it's like probably experimenting in life, right? I mean, can you remember the first time you had a beer? Um, quite it's too long ago for me now. Or the first time you experimented, it's a bit of a risk. Yeah, you might be sick if you have a beer, but it can be very enjoyable as well. Of course, but it can backfire, and this is a problem. This is what a lot of players, if they experiment, it can go horribly wrong. And I think now Alireza is trying to just give up a pawn, but Rajabov can simply take this, you know, either way and get a good position. So, what is the first time I had a beer? That's a good. I mean, I'm just wondering. What is the first time? Can anyone here have any good stories? But okay, well, this is going very well. I'm gonna have a look at the other games very quickly now because there's a lot going on, and we're just going to do current positions with the other games. We'll come back to Magnus Carlsen's in a minute. Now, Duda's game, very interesting. Duda versus Nepo, and Duda versus Nepo. Okay, we'll go to Nakamura next. Duda is played Queen C2. He's a pawn up, but his king is stuck in the middle of you, and this pawn can be recaptured back. Check played, and now king to f1, it's b3, and this seems to be the way to go. Not sure what happened there. Sometimes Twitch is okay. I will check, but I'm sure it'll be all okay. Just a little adjustment there. And this looks horrible for Duda because now Black has got the pawn back and Black's really attacking. Queen b1 check is a major move. And look at the time situation. Duda's having a pretty bad competition here. Pretty bad competition. And it looks like White is just in a lot of trouble. So I think Duda is in trouble there. And if we go back, let's have a look at some other games going on. Well, Anish Giri, I didn't like Anish Giri's position. How was that going? Well, we've got an ending now. Who is okay? It doesn't look that bad for Anish Giri now. This doesn't look that bad. Anish Giri is the sole leader of the tournament on 4 out of 5. I was told yesterday by his second that we're not allowed to do any Anish Giri jokes today. So we can't about him being a draw master. Those jokes are gone now. We're not allowed to do that anymore. They're banned. No more Anish Giri jokes are allowed about draws. Is that? Do you guys agree? And with this move, Bishop D3, I'm actually starting to like Anish's position. I don't know where it went wrong for. Let's go back around about here in this position. I still think Wesley So's doing okay because he's got this pawn here. I mean, it might not be amazing. It might not be amazing for Black, but this move F5 seems to be a mistake because after we have here, Wesley So, I don't know why he did this F5 move because he's simply weakened his pawn. This pawn here is now a real problem. It's weakened on this square. It can't be defended by another pawn, and it just seems to be a weakness. And if we go forwards to the current position, you're going to see why that's quite an issue, because now after bishop e2, Giri has a very clever idea going bishop d3 when his bishop is going to be fantastic and this pawn's going to be a target. So Wesley So thinks I have to try and give up that pawn. I'm going to lose it anyway. And he's gone f4 here. And he's going to try to at least create some problems. Now Anish must be better here because even if he doesn't take that pawn and he goes g4, he can try to go bishop d3, get the bishop on that diagonal, and then he can try to get the queen on that diagonal. This is kind of like a very good idea. Bishop coming to d3, bishop c2, and then queen d3. And you get double power on the b1, h7 diagonal. So I think g4 would be a tempting move to play, but the other question is, can you just take the pawn? If you can take the pawn, then you probably will. And you can still play the same idea, bishop d3, and then try to get in like this. So I think Anish is actually doing very well here. Now, someone said Hikaru's game. So let's go on to Hikaru's position. Hikaru has the white pieces against Liem Lequang. Liem Lequang was actually blitz champion at some point. Liem Lequang is on 2 out of 5, and Hikaru is on 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. So in this position, after knight to f3, what's going on? Well, my first thought is that I'm liking the position for white. A minute, 1 second. Because in this position, it looks to me like this bishop on b2. Oh, that's a funny diagonal. Has a great future, right? This bishop on b2 has a great future along this diagonal. There's no way that black can stop this bishop. White's got a nice central pawn mass. I like the aggressive placing of white's queen here, which is threatening the pawn on f5. And also the knight is ready to come in as well. I mean, I just like white's pieces and his pawns slightly better. We haven't got the evaluation bar working at the moment, I'm afraid. We need to download a bit of software, which we're going to try and do like at some point, definitely by tomorrow. Remember, I am gonna, we certainly don't need an engine, but if you want the evaluation bar, we can try to get that on. But this must be very good for Hikaru. And look at Liem Lequang's time as well. So Hikaru now, I think he's going to win the pawn on f5. And he's then going to be with 3 central pawns. He's going to have 1, 2, 3 big central pawns. So this, to me, looks really good for Hikaru. The bishop on g2 is very good as well. The bishop on b2, very good. And this is, and also the rook. I mean, look at the rook on a5. Gwen's pointed out the rook on a5 looks really bad. The rook on a5 can't get in the game. Actually, Gwen, it's good that you're in the chat. I've just finished a course of Richard Palliser, which you might be aware of, on the Botvinic English, available Chessable. If you want to get a great course on a great opening, you know where to go. And a lot of your games are coming up, Gwen, with this idea of f4 in the opening in this variation, which is pretty cool. So bishop f7 played. And I don't know why Hikaru is thinking, but this must be a great position for white. I think white's doing very well. He's taking a little bit of time here. Now, I'm just going to wait and see what Hikaru plays. Is this line covered? This particular line is not covered, but it's very similar to what happens. Well, we don't want to go bishop c3 quite yet, because we always have to look at black's last move. And if you want a clue what black's last move is, then it's that big arrow. The big arrow gives it away, and the big arrow is bishop here. So we got to keep an eye on our queen for this one. Yeah, I saw on the e3 knight e2 lines. Yeah, this stuff that you play, going, is very, very interesting. This opening idea that you often give a go. Okay, let's go back to Magnus Carlsen, right? So we're going to go back to Magnus Carlsen, and I'm just want to update with this weird opening. Now, Magnus actually did take with his pawn here. So he gives himself these horrible pawns in the center of the board. And I'm going to jump to the current position because the games are going so quick. We can go through the moves at the rate of knots here. But if anyone is better here, it must surely be white because of the pawn structure. I mean, I'm not saying white's got a big advantage, but these pawns can be attacked. They can't defend each other. And the difference is Aronian's pawns are all nicely defended. They're in a pawn chain. And a pawn chain is very important because they're all like, they're like a chain of arms. And they all defend each other. This pawn defends that one defends that one. So structural wise, white is better. So I'm just going to go through the moves. We have an ending now. And now in the ending, well, both players are exceptional endgame players. It seems to me, I don't know what everyone else thinks, but it seems to me that this ending should be fairly even. Should be fairly even. We're getting information that this idea of Alireza did not work. I don't know where that game's gone, actually. It's very peculiar. So Alireza's game, I don't know why it's not on my screen. We'll have to work that out in a second. But this position here, can black even be better here? I don't know. I'm just realizing that he does have the e4 square and his knight can move there. I don't think black can be better here. I mean, these pawns are not such a weakness now. Again, it always amazes me with Magnus Carlsen's play, how he can play these horrible looking moves, but actually it kind of often turns out okay for him. Hello to Chess Melissa. Hello, everyone else who's come along. And yeah, I mean, you know, if you are going to have double pawns, which are supposed to be bad, then have double pawns in the middle of the board, because it does control more central squares. So if you look at these two pawns, you're controlling a lot of central squares. I think, to be honest, this is just a draw. I think it's like a position where it's very hard for either side to make progress. This pawn is the only kind of weakness that black can attack. In order to win an ending or something like this, I mean, Magnus does play horrible moves, Connor, but he makes them look good. He plays, I mean, horrible looking moves sometimes, but the horrible looking moves actually look pretty, he makes them work. I don't know how he does it. He's a magician. But this is the only weakened pawn, right? And I think if white just moves his king backwards and forwards, how can black ever make progress here? I think this is just a draw. I don't see any winning plan here at all, unless you try to give up a pawn. But yeah, okay, he's gone knight c3, so he's trying everything to win. And this is typical Magnus. He's going to take some risks. And the point now, well, I mean, what happens if I take this pawn? I mean, I don't need to take this pawn on c3. But if I do take the pawn, Magnus really going for it. I think black's idea is to come in with a check, and then the king has to move, let's say here, and then the king can advance. And white's knight is very bad, because if the white knight ever comes in to f3, Magnus can attack that pawn again on g4, and the knight has to come back. But even here, I don't see how Magnus is going to win. Now, okay, so the game has gone a little bit like this. Let's have a look. And Aronian has taken that pawn on c3. And now knight here has not happened. He's gone king a5. God, is he going for, this is pretty amazing play, this idea, this knight c3, because what he's trying to do is use a technique called Zugzwang. Zugzwang, my friends, Zugzwang. And Zugzwang is German for something. Zugzwang is basically, you don't want to have the move. You want your opponent to have the move. And by playing king to, this is very clever, by playing king to a5, he's saying, well, if you move the knight here, I will take your pawn. If you move your pawn here, I will go king a4. And now you're properly in Zugzwang. Whatever move white plays here, black wins a pawn. So you have to, after king a5, move your king on c3 away. So king c2 is the best square. Now we're getting into endgame techniques. This is a better square than b2, because after king b4, king b2, Aronian keeps what is called the opposition, meaning that if we go back, this is a very interesting ending. If you went king b2 in this position, and now king b4, black has the opposition. And what that means is, it's basically, I mean, I don't know if anyone remember that game, British Bulldog, or maybe rugby, basically. Let's use rugby. Rugby, you have to run past your opposition, and they've got to stop you, basically. And that's what these two kings are doing. They want to get past each other. But now white is in Zugzwang, compulsion to move. That sounds like a much better definition of it. Thank you, Mary Hatman, for the definition there. Compulsion to move. That's much better. And he can't move the knight, because he'll lose this pawn. White can't move this pawn on e4 because he'll lose it. He has to move his king. And when he moves his king, black can come in this way. So he's got past the defender and he's getting into the position. And after king here, maybe now knight to e4. So it's quite interesting. So Aronian therefore played king c2. And here, And now knight e4 happens. And what Aronian's got to do, he doesn't want to move his king because he'll let the black king step forwards. He needs to keep his king on b2, stopping black's king from moving. So he moves his knight. And now, are they just going to agree a draw? It looks to me like they are agreeing a draw. Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, Magnus Carlsen tried everything he could there, but Aronian played the right idea. And maybe it wasn't winning in this position after king a5, but this is the kind of position where you can easily go wrong. And if you don't know about the opposition, you could put your king on the wrong square. Now, after king c2, king here, it's an easy draw because you have that opposition. The black king can't get in. But if you did, I mean, you're playing Magnus Carlsen. If you did play king b2, king b4, and now you have the move, and let's say you have to go here, all of a sudden, you're very close to losing here. The black king has entered into the position. So it's a little bit like these very small things make a big difference. And in the ending, the opposition is a key idea. Just look at the evaluation bar. It's a dead draw. Yeah, that's right. I might just randomly try to change that at times just to confuse you. So it's a draw. Okay, now other results. There's a lot of games to look at. It's very hard to look at every game, but let's go to Hikaru's game. Now, Hikaru he was doing very well. So what happened the last time we looked? I'm sure he was doing well. So after this position, I was assuming he'd take here, but I think as Gawain now pointed out, this is really weird. I didn't see this, but really weird. This rook on a5, which looks terrible. Look at this move, c5. Now, on the surface of this, I don't think I've ever seen a tactic like this. On the surface of this, there's no way the rook can take the queen, right? But if if you're playing this maybe after a couple of whiskeys or something, you'd think, well, I'll just take that on pass on, right? I'll go pawn takes pawn. And all of a sudden, you lose your queen. Where did that come from? That is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous idea. So maybe that was the idea. It's quite a nice geometrical pattern. But I think black, Liem Lequan, fights here quite hard, and he starts to get his pieces very active. And let's just go to the current position because it's very exciting. And they are now in a position where it should just be winning for black. I think Hikaru's going to lose this one. I mean, I see an extra queen and I call it, I like having an extra queen. It's always nice having an extra queen, right? But I mean, it's not just an extra queen. You can sometimes defend with like a knight and a rook against the queen, but only if your knight and rook can defend each other easily. And the problem in this position is that the knight and rook are really quite exposed. But also, look, black's just clearing up all the pawns and the h-pawn's just going to queen. This is a really, really easily winning position. The h-pawn's running down the board and it's going to queen. Now, one thing that I'm going to just have to ask my producer about is the boards are disappearing once the results are over. So we can't have a look at them in hindsight. Not a major problem, but I'll just check with him because we might want to have a look at some games that are finished. So let me just type that. But I think Hikaru's going down. Now you have to bear with me. It is a one-man show at the moment today. But I will do my best. We're going to have guests come on later on, but you're just going to have to cope with the ginger beard and knowledge today for a little bit. And yeah, Liem Lequan, he has been, let's remember, he has been Blitz World Champion. But I mean, there's no way that Hikaru is going to save this position. And I think he's just resigned. Well, he has resigned. Okay, now on to Anish Giri. And this is the tournament leader. Anish Giri had gained what I think is a very good position because here the bishop on d3 is very strong. If you compare it to the bishop on f6, can he win this? I'm not sure he can win it. But the bishop on d3, there are opposite kind of bishops. So the queen's ever come off. It's a draw, no doubt about it. But the bishop here has potential to get in somewhere like d5, threatening queen f7, checkmate. So if I was white here, I'd seriously be thinking bishop e4, bishop d5, and then my queen could come into this square. So we just keep an eye on this game while I pour myself a nice cup of green tea. So how's everyone doing in the chat? It's nice to have so many of you here today. Like I say, I'm going to be commentating every single day on the activity. We're going to have some fun guests come along. We're going to enjoy ourselves, and it's going to be, it's a great tournament. Anyway, hang a minute. Oh, this is interesting. So let's just point this out. The Harry pawn moves. Now, if I said Grandelius, if Wesley So takes here, Queen H6 check would have won the piece. So I think now Giri is just trying to use this pawn. So now F3, and the idea of this is Black needs to get counterplay, and he wants to get his queen into the position. But now Giri is getting ready to take the pawn on F3. This is a really, really hard position, I think, for Black to defend, unless Black can now play queen to the square. Can he get away with this move? This is one move that might be able to get the draw, because now he's even threatening queen G2, which should be a draw. By the way, very exciting news. We're going to have Swedish #1 and one of Magnus Carlsen's seconds, Nils Grandelius, just thought I'd throw that one at you. Nils Grandelius, who is a very strong player, join us on the show in about 20 minutes. So that's cool. It would be a pleasure to have Nils Grandelius on the show. But okay, so this is what I was wondering. I mean, he has gone Queen H2, and now after some more exchanges, I feel this has helped Black's position, because the more pawns that get exchanged, I think the closer to a draw you get. Now, I did also see someone in the chat saying it'd be great to have Richard Report in this tournament. I totally agree. I mean, I love to see Richard Report is now top 20 in the world, right? Why doesn't he get an invite? Why hasn't he got invited? Come on, someone answer me. I love Richard Report's chess. Throw Rajabov in there. Throw Gawain in there as well. Put Nils Grandelius. I think what they should do, personally, is have a qualifying tournament for this tournament. Maybe they keep the top 10 players, maybe even the 16 players in this. Let's remember, 16 players. You can go and Google the results if you know how to use Google. Yeah, just put skilling results in. And it's strange. I mean, I think you should have a lot of top players, maybe even 14 out of 16 players, but have 2 wild card places and just make a tournament where people can qualify. I think that'd be quite cool. I'd like to see some new faces. And it is also weird. I see my goulash. I love a good goulash. Charlie the Chess Cat has been cooking some amazing goulash recently. Oh, my words. Charlie is such a good cook. A bit too much fish in the goulash. You can follow Charlie's Twitter page by clicking below. Go on. If you're on Twitter, give it a little follow. But it's not an open, is it? It's really weird because it's a skilling open tournament. But can I play in it? I don't know. I can't play in it. So why is it open? It's a closed tournament. Very strange. So, well, I don't know. I mean, which players would you like to see playing? I'd like to see some. I mean, it's great that David Anton's playing, but one thing I mentioned yesterday, I do get a little bit upset. It's an invitational. It's an invitational tournament, of course. I get a little not upset, but I do feel some of these tournaments are a bit cliquey. Sometimes it's the same players, which is fine because you want the top players playing. Of course, you want the top players playing, but it's also, I think, important to give up-and-coming players a go. Maybe even like Nihal Sarin, Prague and Prague. Maybe someone like that. Just give them a go. Artemev, Mamajarov. There's loads of players. Jubov. The thing is, there's too many players, aren't there? There's too many players. Maybe they need a second tournament. I think they at least they have David Anton in this, so they got the right idea. But I think that's a really positive step to introduce some wild card players into the tournament. Now, back to the position. Now, Giri is now a pawn up, but I have to say, he's only got 23 seconds. And to me, this looks like a draw because there's no real way you can make progress. And this was a very clever pawn sacrifice that Black did. And I just want to go back to this because he sacrificed his pawn to get his bishop into the game. And by getting his bishop into the game, he's created threats on F2. So he's done that very, very nicely. And I think now Giri will just take a draw by checking the king. The Black king has to, there's no way Black can win this one because the king is too exposed to checks. There's always going to be a check in the position here. So I want to just go back to the moment here where the key move, and this is a really, really nice move. After Queen H3, now here white is trying to come into the position, and this move d3 is a super grandmaster move. This is certainly a grandmaster move. And the reason for this, sometimes you give up pawns to give your pieces better squares, and he just wants to get his bishop into this key square. Without this move d3, black has to struggle, but as soon as he plays d3, this bishop comes into d4 and it becomes a monster. And they're repeating moves. Okay, Giri's swapping off queens, but this is a dead draw in the position. I say a dead draw. It really is very drawn because it's opposite. The extra pawn doesn't really count with opposite colored bishops. They will shake hands very soon. Now, the other game that's still going on is Ding Liren versus Peter Svidler. And Peter Svidler has the black pieces. And this is not opposite colored bishops. This is same colored bishops. Now, why is that better? They have drawn that game we just said. Giri did draw. The reason this is better is because these bishops can react with each other. You know, when they're opposite colored bishops, they keep missing each other. You know, they keep flying past each other. They can never do anything to each other. I love Boris Spassky's quote about opposite colored bishops. Boris Spassky, I think when he was getting divorced from his wife, he basically said we were just like bishops of opposite color. We kept missing each other. So I thought that was a nice quote. But as Mary Hatman is saying, black is pushing. Okay, well, this is a way to take the draw, I think. He's just going for the draw. Okay, because now it's a dead draw. This bishop will give itself up for the pawn. This is the first round so far where we're actually going to finish early. There's normally a game going on until the next round, but we've actually finished early. Wow, I can't believe it. We finished early today. We have finished early. Now, it's a pity I can't look at the games, actually. What was the game and around there? What was the game and around there? The moment of the round there? I'm not sure, but let me check the results. Let me go and have a little look at the results there of that round. Just got to update it a little bit. So what were the results there, people? Okay, well, the only win, is that right? No, that's not right. Okay, I'm trying to find the results. Were they all draws? Were they all draws? Very strange. So Anish drew. Oh, Nepo won. Nepo won. That was probably one of the better games. So I have to make some notes about this. Round one, Nepo. Nepo won that one. Magnus Carlsen drew with Aronian, as we saw. Wesley So drew. Anton lost to MVL. So MVL needs a better day today. Oh, Rajabov won. Oh yeah, that was probably an interesting, a very interesting moment. Rajabov versus, who was Rajabov playing? He was playing Alireza, wasn't he? Alireza experimented and it went completely wrong there. So there was some quite critical results, but Anish Giri is still in the lead. Nepo and Carlsen are half a point behind him on 6 points. There's 4 rounds to go today, and Vidit's still clutching at the bottom of the list there. Hello, Ruland. Hope you're doing all right. Hello, Monkey Chess. Hope you're doing well there. Ruland Monkey Chess is a grandmaster. Go and check out. I don't know if he does much streaming anymore. But yeah, Tam Hass is saying, I once teamed up with Fiona to beat him. Well, you know, what kind of game was that? One of our streams, I guess. Why is Caruana not playing? Fabiano? He missed, I don't know. Maybe he's just having a break, you know. People are allowed to have a break. Gion, loveyourchess.com videos. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Can you show the Hikaru game? I just joined and saw he lost. I can't, because at the moment there's a little bug where we can't show old games. I would like to show that, but you shouldn't turn up late for the show, should you? There's me telling you. You're going to miss the action. You blink, you miss. Anna no KG. Reason for no newest champs is he was supposed to be in candidates, was not invited. That makes a lot of sense. Maybe Fabiano is just preparing a lot, you know. This online chess is great, but he's got a chance. He wants to become world champion, right? So maybe he's just deciding to have a little break. I think having a break from stuff is good. Refresh yourselves. You can get too into, even when you're playing chess, important to have a break now and again. If you get too into chess, you can get a bit bored of it, even, believe it or not. And these professionals, they need to keep hungry for the game. Who's my favorite player in this field, says Steezo. I don't know if I have a particular favorite player. I mean, I have to say, I always like watching the games of Magnus. I always like watching games which I don't really understand personally. And what I mean by that is Magnus Carlsen is a fantastic player. And I don't, like I said, in that last game, I didn't really understand what he was doing. So I want to try and learn. When I see something that, I think, oh, that's really interesting and different. When someone plays in a different way, Magnus Carlsen does that. So maybe Magnus Carlsen. Yes, we're waiting for the next round anyway. So I'll get a little bit more information when Nils will be joining us. Let's just have a look when he's coming on. Unclip. Oh, right. See, beginner's mistake. I've got it working again now. Okay. Thank you, String Dog. Well, I think there was a couple of great games there, but how did Hikaru lose? Well, we can have a look. Hikaru, this was a question asked. Around here, I thought Hikaru was doing incredibly well. I thought he was doing really, really well. But then he started to get pushed backwards, and Liem Lequang starts to activate. Maybe he's still doing okay here. I don't think Hikaru should be worse. I mean, this bishop looks very strong. Did he go rook b1? Why didn't he go rook b1 here? This is really weird. If I was white here, I'd go rook. Okay, is he just going to take? No, he can't take that one. I would go rook b1, defending my bishop here. So now my knight can move. Knight c6 is a threat. Let's say just some random move. I go knight c6, and I'm attacking his queen because my bishop's defended. I think rook c1 is a little bit wrong because now Liem Lequang played a very nice idea. Rook takes b5. And if I was defending the bishop, this tactic would not work. The reason this tactic works is knight takes b5, queen takes b2. And black's given up the exchange, but he's got rid of my favorite piece, which was that fantastic bishop, right? And he's also now threatening to win the pawn on a3, and he's attacking the knight. So this is getting much more complicated than it should be. Hikaru grabs a pawn here, so maybe he's still doing okay. But now this fantastic move. Whoa, look at that move. Brilliant game. Actually, this is a brilliant game. Liem Lequang game. Brilliant game. Versus Naka. That's lovely. I mean, the point of this tactic is if rook takes, we go queen takes c1 check, and we also win the knight. So we're winning. And in the end, if queen takes, we go queen g2 checkmate. Boom. Lovely move. It is a marvelous move, isn't it? A marvelous move. Tayyip. Marvelous. Marvelous. I like that word. Marvelous. A marvelous move. Lovely move. Bravo, old boy. Bravo. And in the actual game, well, Hikaru now is in a bit of trouble because his queen is defending against this queen g2. So he has to give up his queen. And of course, after you give up your queen, it's not very good. And it's the two rooks against the queen are normally okay, but black's queen is just so active, and the bishop is really good as well. So that was a really nice game from Liem Lequang, and he's thoroughly deserves the win. Okay, Sergei Karyakin. If you ever need a car, then ask Sergei. Carjacking. Yeah, that was poor, wasn't it? Yeah, that was poor. That was just a poor joke. I've said it too many times. It's not even original. Sergey did beat Vidit. So Vidit having a very bad tournament. And we saw Peter Svidler draw. We saw that one. Now, this was another crushing game. And Nepo just destroyed Duda. So where did this go wrong? So we're just going to go to a position. This is all theory. And we're just going to have a look where it goes wrong. Somehow White has just not managed to get his king safe. And now after queen b5, he can't castle. And this is like one of those first things that you can't do. You can't, you have to get your king castled. You have to get your king castled. And this king never manages to get safe. So the further we go in this one, you can see this energy, and black is just crushing. So, okay, we might have Nils okay, I'm told my mic is cutting out. I'm pretty sure it won't be the mic, but we can give it a go. Okay, I'm going to admit Nils to the room as well, I think. Let's have a look if we got Nils joining in now. Okay, I can plug it in, but it's been absolutely fine and nothing has changed. So I'm going to do that. When we get Nils on the call, I'm going to adjust my mic, see if it, oh, maybe that was an old message. Let's have a look. Mic okay? Okay, so I think we are going to be joined now by Nils Grandelius. Okay, that was probably an old message. I'm just catching up on messages. So we have got Swedish #1 and one of Magnus Carlsen's seconds, Nils Grandelius, joining us. And Nils is a fantastic player. He's I can't remember. I don't know what Nils's ELO grade is, but it's a lot higher than mine. So it would be great to get Nils join us. And Nils has his own Twitch channel, which he does a bit of work on. Excitingly, I can also mention that GingerGM have just signed up Nils to do a course for us. So I'm very excited about that. If you want to have a look at any courses that will help your chess, you can go and check out gingergm.com or Chessable. They're the two main sites really to get courses. 2663, cool. Now Fiona is calling him Gargame. Why Gargame? I'm interested now. Fiona's very good friends with Nils. So Gargame, why Gargame? Why Gargame? I'm interested now. Come on, Fiona. Let us know why Gargame. Okay, Gargame. Is it Gargame, not Gargame? Oh, hello, Yabjorn. Good to see you in the chat. World's #1 Bughouse player. Okay, cool. That's also good. Okay, is he here? I can't hear him. I can't hear Nils.
Simon, are you there?
I am there. Hello, how are you doing?
Good evening, Simon. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you doing, Nils? Are you good?
I'm doing well. I've been listening to what you were saying. Just to briefly explain this Gargamel. It comes from the Smurfs. Do you know the show The Smurfs?
Ah, of course.
There is this wizard there.
I do. So you're the wizard from the Smurfs, right?
Yeah, so the story goes that I played with our mutual friend Ivan Sokolov in a tournament many years ago.
Yeah.
And he was better, and he felt like he usually does, that he outplayed me. But then somehow he overstepped, and I managed to turn the game around and won.
Okay.
And then he said, I think in some interview to some newspaper, or even to some friends of his, that later told me that he lost to someone looking like Gargamel. so it comes from Ivan. It was in those days when I had the dreadlocks, of course.
Oh, the dreadlocks. Okay.
And there was some similarity, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, the only two guys I know who've rocked the dreadlocks are yourself and Grischuk, right? Is that I don't know anyone else who's got dreadlocks in the chess world at some point. But that's quite a cool story. I like that. I mean, Ivan is often like part of stories, right? For somehow.
Exactly.
I don't know how
he has twice against me set the record of how fast you can leave the playing hall after a game has finished.
And I expect they were both results that went your way, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. He literally got up and just zoomed out the door, right? So
yeah.
I'd imagine. Yeah. Well, if you don't know who we're talking about Ivan Sokolov, who's a bit of a legend, and I don't know, maybe one of the best ever chess clips I've seen, and it is on YouTube, is Ivan when he lost the game to Hikaru Nakamura at Weikenzi. Have you seen this clip, Nils, where he says, the interviewer said, he gets interviewed straight away after the game. And I want to give everyone a little bit of advice who's watching this. Never go up to someone after the game if they've just lost immediately, because they're very likely to be rude to you. I mean, it's just, don't do it. Give them a bit of space, Don't go up to them and start talking to them. It's not a good idea. And Ivan gets interviewed after the game, and the question was like something, Ivan, you lost today, how you feel? And he basically says, if I don't kill myself tonight, I will live 10,000 years. And then he just storms off. But it's just the way he says it. You must have seen this clip, Nils, yeah?
To tell you the truth, I was having dinner with Ivan after the game.
Oh, really? I bet
I was playing in Vaganze that year as well.
Oh, brilliant.
And he was very quiet the first bottle of wine. But starting from the second, he was already doing all right again, I think. And then towards the end of the meal, he was back to his normal self, actually. So
okay, he just needed a bit of wine to recover.
He needed a bit of wine to get over it. Yeah, he was completely winning in that game. So
okay,
it was a fun,
fun interview. It's that's quite a cool story. I mean, I'm actually quite similar with the wine when I lose, but I know a bit of wine goes a long way to get rid of the upsets, I think sometimes. So, but Nils, anyway, it's great to have you here. We have the next round starting, so I'll just whack those ones on the board, see if we've got any moves. But you've got a very exciting thing coming up, the boot camp, right? So do you want to tell us about this very special opportunity? And there's only limited numbers to this, and this is really a great opportunity to get quite individual coaching with one of the most up and coming strongest players, Magnus Carlsen II, Nils. So yeah, tell us a bit more information about this, Nils.
Yeah, so the boot camp will be about the Royal Opens opening, or the strategies there. But it will mainly consist of sort of classical content, like classical games by the great players of the past to a large extent. Because I'm really on. There is some debate whether you should study the classics or you should just study, modern stuff with engines and so on. And I'm really on the side of the classics, let's say. So we will go through some of these games, and I will try to highlight what it's all about and why they are doing what they do, not just what they are doing. And then, of course, it will be a lot of puzzles, a lot of interacting with the viewers, also a bit of playing to get this feel for the positions, and then, of course, analyzing all the games and so on. But in general, it will focus a lot about strategy and maneuvering and how to build a plan and so on.
Okay, great. So this is on CoChess, and how do people sign up for your boot camp then? So
I think they just go to the CoChess main page, and it's sort of there on the first.
Okay, so
on the front page. I think I'm not actually sure.
Okay, they will find it if they search hard enough, right?
CoChess.com, I think should be enough.
Okay, there you go, guys. CoChess.com, and this does sound a great opportunity. I think I'm going to be doing one of these later on in December, so I'm kind of interested to see how it goes. And it's 4 sessions of 1.5 hours of coaching each? So you've got 6 hours in total, right?
Yeah. So 3 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday.
Okay.
So there is really I like this much more than when only having 1 hour or 1.5. Like when you actually have 6 hours, you can really investigate the subject a lot, and you really have time to sort of. If everyone has time to answer, to get all their questions in that they are wondering about and so on, and
it's great.
Also giving some time for to try it out in practice a bit rather than just listening, because I think just listening, okay, it's always nice, it's comfortable, but you actually have to do something yourself in order to improve.
I totally agree. I mean, if you want to get better at chess, it's one thing just listening to me, talking and plodding on, which of course is going to help you improve. But if you really want to improve, it's actually you've got to play the moves yourself. It's one thing hearing knowledge, but you're really only going to learn the knowledge if you get to practice it and ask questions about it. And am I right in thinking, Nils, your boot camp, it's only like 12 players maximum, 12 people maximum? So people
I think so, yeah. So it will be quite a personal experience.
Personal. Brilliant. And people can ask you questions about as you go on, which is I think the key thing.
I mean, the only one who will ask more questions than them is me. I mean, I will ask them questions all the time, but
okay, brilliant.
But for sure, yeah, there will be plenty of time for all questions.
Brilliant. So it's a great opportunity for you guys if you're serious about learning E4, E5 and having a great chess weekend. Go and sign up to Nils's camp there. Which is going to be I think it'll be really, really good, and you'll learn a lot. So go and check it out now. obviously don't leave the stream too much to check it out, or maybe just go and sign up and come back quickly, right?
Exactly.
So, Nils, we have the games going on. I hope you can see. Can you
Sure.
see the boards? And
I see it well.
Okay, great. And now, obviously, there's lots of interesting games. It's very hard to look at all the games, so I'm just going to look at one of them. I think more exciting positions I can see, and this is David Anton. And David Anton is maybe the shock of the tournament. No one's actually told David Anton that he's actually the underdog in the tournament. He's come out fighting and he's done really, really well. Very impressive. And he's playing white against Alireza Firouzja, who, everyone is hyping up. I mean, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, Alireza, because everyone's just saying this guy's going to be world champion. It's a lot of pressure, isn't it, actually, for some guy anyone to handle.
I think so, yeah, but he just plays chess, I think he's one of these guys who he doesn't think at all about anything. He just wants to play, and when he's allowed to play, he's happy. So I don't think it bothers him that much in general, especially not online.
Good. Okay, that's great. And what do you think of the position here? I mean, my first thought here is that Black's doing very nicely in this King's Indian defense. And the reason I picked this game, this is the King's Indian defense. I'll go through the open moves very quickly. And this opening was a favorite of Bobby Fischer and Gary Kasparov's, and also Hikaru Nakamura's nowadays, Rajabov. And I like this opening a lot because I remember those old classical games where Black starts attacking quickly, and you get some exciting positions, as we're going to get here, with Black now already starting to have ideas of Queen H4 coming to attack the King. And one of the main breaks you have to play in the King's Indian defense is this F5 move. F5 is the way that Black gets that attack going. And after the capture on F5, White's now gone G4. Interesting stuff, right?
It's very interesting because, as you say, normally in the King's Indian, White is attacking on the Queen side and Black is attacking on the King side. But in these kind of positions, they're actually attacking on the same side. Yeah. Like Black is pushing F5 trying to attack, but White is also pushing G4 on the same.
Yeah.
And then, that makes for even more tense games, I think. Like it gets, I think, even more exciting than the usual King's Indian positions. It's always very, very complicated stuff, this.
It is, yeah. I mean, both players attacking each other, right? So it's great stuff. And it kind of depends. I mean, obviously, if Black takes on F5, then, which he's not going to do, we'll just have a look at that. If he takes here, White takes to the H pawn, and all of a sudden White's got this lovely H file to attack on. So you certainly don't want to do that. And the move played by Alireza, Knight F4, is one of those typical moves that Gary Kasparov used to crush lots of people playing. And the idea is if White gets greedy and takes on F4, which is not advised, Black, first of all, have this lovely bishop cutting across. You have ideas of the Queen coming out to H4, but also the Rook to E8. And it seems to be a lot of pressure here. I can understand totally why David Anton didn't want to do that, and he just castles. But is there some check on D3? What's happening here? For me, I like Black's position, but maybe I'm getting overexcited here.
Yeah, the thing is that, you have some nice jumps with the knights, yeah? Like you have this check and so on. But you might only have one check and you run out of IDs, whereas the king side will open at some point. It will open quite soon. And long term, White will deliver mate. So if you can just sort of tuck the king away on B1 or even A1 without being hit, then, it could be just a question of when Black is getting mated. But Firouzja is not, the type of guy who sits quietly awaiting his death. Yeah. No,
he's certainly not going to sit there and let David Anton just checkmate him. He's gonna try to create some chaos in the position. And okay, so he's keeping it closed now. So this move is trying to keep the open lines closed over here. But the positional downside is that you give away this massive E4 square as well. Okay, well, more exchanges. And this is getting a little bit more positional now, I'm imagining here in this structure.
The big question is for Black. Is Black actually intending to push E4 next move? Yeah. This would be a very typical idea, which I think is what Alireza is intending.
Yeah. So let's just put a move on the board. I'm just going to put a random move on. If you play H4, Black really would love to play E4, give the pawn up, and just bring life to that bishop. And this is like, I can remember. Have you ever read Gufeld's book? I think it's My Life and Times. It's really quite entertaining.
No, I haven't.
The guy was a bit of a lunatic, but he called this Gufeld's bishop because he basically loved this guy here, and this is the kind of thing he talks about a lot. But this is why I think, as in the game, Nils, we have b4, which must be critical because now if the Black Knight moves away, you can blockade. So does the Black Knight have to move away? I'm assuming the answer is yes, but.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But I like how you put the question, because it's clear that you don't want to move the knight. I mean, you want to do some counter-attacking move. That is what we are looking for. But yeah, I also can't see it. So
the problem is if Black moves back to d7, which he doesn't want to do, then the White Knight just sits here, and White must, I imagine, be better, because look at the bishop now. The bishop is trapped by these horrible pawn structures, this horrible pawn set. So you really don't want to move your knight back to that square. So this is maybe a little key moment. I mean, a6 is maybe better, but is that one way to try and keep this idea alive?
Maybe better, but also quite similar, I think. Yeah?
Just knight e4 again, yeah?
Yeah.
Same idea.
Okay, the one point is you can't play the other knight to c3 now, because then the pawn is hanging. So
right. Maybe
it takes a little bit longer for White to coordinate, but
he should.
But is Black really in time to create anything in the meantime?
Yeah.
That is a big question.
Yeah, I mean, Black would love to open up the lines on the queen side, but White's going to try very hard to stop that from happening. I mean,
exactly. So I mean, maybe something like c6 is what you are looking at, but it can quickly become a lot of pawns. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, this is the typical move, but after pawn takes c6, let's see what happens. You can just start. I mean, White can say, okay, I'm just going to grab those pawns. I mean, David Anton seems like a very brave player. Very brave player, and maybe
he'll definitely grab it, I think.
Yeah, why not? And after pawn takes, are we going to just come in like this?
I guess so, yeah.
I mean, this is.
But this already feels not so clear, right? I mean, here one can imagine Black being quite content.
Imagine something like Queen b6 here, trying to.
Yeah, exactly.
And Black is starting to get a little bit of counterplay here, a little bit.
Yeah,
I feel. It's just a really messy position, right? Very messy.
Very messy, but I mean, my last sort of proper tournament was in Prague in February, just before all the lockdown started.
Sorry, Nils, he's gone e4 anyway.
He's gone e4, yeah. I mean, he's okay. Sorry, yeah. I wanted to say, they both of them were playing in that tournament, and they had a completely crazy game in exactly this line.
Aha, right. Okay.
So they've been at each other before here.
so they're literally like two animals just trying to take each other apart by the looks of it, right? So,
exactly. No, e4 is.
I mean, this is the move I wanted to suggest, Nils, but I thought I might look a bit silly if I did. So
no, this is. I mean, I understood that you wanted to suggest it, and that's why I complimented you on your feeling. Yeah.
But I also thought I can't suggest that. Nils would just laugh at me.
No.
Well, let's have a look. So White.
We take the knight, yeah. Otherwise, Black is very happy.
And now Black plays e3, so that pawn is a bit of a thorn, and this is a whole piece sacrifice. But Black's idea, he's saying that this bishop is basically, combined with a pawn or two and some other ideas, worth a piece. So is this bishop worth a whole piece? I mean, it's a lovely idea, or is it? Is it a rubbish idea? I'm not sure. It looks kind of nice.
Let's say it's easier to give the piece when you see the alternative. Yeah, that it was quite depressing. So
yes.
I mean, he might be playing the odds sort of here, even though he does not trust it entirely.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's one of those situations, I guess, Nils, where if you have a choice between doing a speculative sacrifice or just being worse with no counterplay, you should always do the sacrifice, because you're basically giving yourself an opportunity to win the game rather than just defending, right? So I think it's a good practical decision.
Let's say I'm not sure that he would have done the same in a classical game.
Okay.
But in a rapid game, for sure, it's a very decent try. Actually, in chat, Tayyip is pointing out rook f6, rook b6 as a very nice maneuver as well.
Yes.
This is, I think, if you were allowed, then that's probably why he plays knight e4 immediately.
Can you go rook f6 anyway?
I mean, now you are even. I mean, this is too brilliant.
now I'm allowed to suggest silly moves because
exactly. No, it's actually it's a very good move, I think, here.
I mean, let's have a look. Okay, and if you take it, my idea is obviously to go queen takes, and I have some ideas, right?
You have some ideas, but you might also have just one check. Yeah, this is.
I know.
Let's say queen b3.
Queen b3, and can I just go calmly bishop d7 to a4?
Maybe. Okay. Yeah, because if I play g5, you just play queen e5. Yeah, calmly again.
Yeah,
You don't take it. Just.
You don't have so many moves. I mean, in this position, actually, bishop f5 is.
But yeah, g5 is criminal actually.
It's actually weird because white doesn't have many moves, and this bishop d7. The idea, just to show, I'm going to go h4, bishop a4 is the idea. And we want to try to distract the queen away from b2, so we can come in with queen b2. So I don't know. I mean, I'm getting quite excited about the sacrifice now.
I don't know. I mean, let's say I play king c2 instead.
Okay, so we go here, takes, queen takes, queen b3. At the moment, queen a1, checkmate is the big threat. So queen here, and I don't really want to.
Just a quick move. I mean, here also a5, yeah, to bring the other rook. Like same idea, but with the other rook could also be.
Very nice. Very nice. Yes, just bring this rook.
I mean, imagine you would be white against Alireza here, and you would be incredibly scared, no?
I definitely, yeah. This is. I really like the sacrifice because I'm just thinking. Look at white's pieces. I mean, white doesn't want to give the piece back with knight c3. I mean, that doesn't look like the right thing to do. But you can't really get these guys out of the beds, you know. And this looks incredibly dangerous. Will he play rook f6? He's having a long think here. What do you reckon? Okay, so we're gonna have a little bet in the chat. We hear Chess Patzer UK is saying rook f6. Yay! Come on, is he gonna play it, guys? Is he gonna play rook f6? What do you reckon, Nils? Is he gonna play it? Oh, he hasn't played it, so he's played something else. Boom.
He played c6. Wow. Also, a5 immediately was interesting, but yeah, okay, c6 makes sense, but it's less dramatic, let's say.
Yeah. Boo. We're being told that rook f6 was Stockfish's first choice. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I mean, it might not be true, but that's what
it might not be true. I mean, but
that's what's anyone.
I hope it's true.
I do.
I certainly hope it's true. Yeah.
Spielmanson says that, and I think anyone called Spielman is probably to be listened to. You know. So.
Exactly, and also likely to play a move like rook f6.
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely. Spielman with his rook f6. But
okay, so here.
I mean, we're sticking with this game, guys. I hope people don't mind. If we see a particularly interesting game, I think it's nice to spend a little bit more time on it. I'm keeping an eye on the other games, and none of them are exciting as this one. I say that MVL's game.
Actually, MVL's game is also very exciting. But
Magnus Carlsen against Duda, not overly exciting, but let's. No. I mean, okay, so c6. Black's idea here is to open up the position and to give his queen some chances to come into the queen side. But now knight c3, and white is getting a little bit of coordination, it feels, in the position. So
he wants to play maybe slowly, like yes, maybe even plug the bishop on d4 and then bishop d7 and then get out slowly. And this could, or even bishop d7 immediately might be fine.
Might be the way to go. I mean, it doesn't feel like it should be enough, does it?
It's I agree with you. Yeah, it can't be enough, but it's the sort of thing that could be quite tricky to play.
Okay.
Right.
Well, Yebjorn, hello Yebjorn, is telling us that rook f6 was Stockfish's first move, but completely losing.
Completely losing.
so all that excitement for nothing. Okay, he has gone bishop d7. Now this is very exciting game. We're keeping an eye on this, but there's also we've got to have a look at MVL. Seems to be a new person today. He won his first game very nicely, and we're just picking up around here. He's playing Liem Lequang, who beat Hikaru in the first round. This is a very interesting Sicilian position, which MVL loves playing with black. And he plays the classical Sicilian, it seems now. Opposite side castling, so we're going to get a lot of action. And here comes MVL's attack on the queen side. Queen b6, the clouds are growing. And now a typical way to break open the white queen side, b4. You need to get open lines against the white king. And the queen dives in. And now after g5, well, MVL's not the kind of guy to go backwards. He plays rook takes c3. And this is a very typical sacrifice, right, Nils, in the Sicilian?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of the main ideas. So like if white were to trade, take back on c3, let's say with the queen, you can even trade and pick up the pawn on e4, and generally speaking, this one pawn and this strong knight is enough, or even more than enough. So you can't really take the rook, I think, here.
But let's have a look. It's very exciting because now you have to get rid of this knight really to stop it coming in. And after pawn takes here, MVL is he's not retreating. He goes rook b8, and he's bringing another one in. You know what this reminds? Oh, this is beautiful stuff. You know what this reminds me of, Niels? What? This reminds me of Wesley So versus Nils Grandelius, Gibraltar. I can't remember the year because Niels had a crushing victory over Wesley So in with the black pieces. You beat him.
You are too kind, yeah.
But it was a very good game, yeah.
It was a very good game, and it does look a bit reminiscent of that. Yeah.
It does. Yeah,
I mean, I have to be honest.
You had a similar kind of thing, right? You were black.
Yeah, exactly. I played b4, opened up, brought all the pieces there, and he was more or less mated. So
yeah, so there you go.
I mean, and I'm expecting white to be mated quite soon here.
Okay, so there's only one way, I think, to really stop this, unless you give your queen up. You have to go knight b3, but now the tactics keep coming. This is brilliant stuff from MVL. I'm going to have to make a sort of just note of this for later on. MVL move. What move did he go? He played it on move 19. That was lovely. Okay, so yes, in this position, he just played rook takes b3, and I don't know if everyone saw this one. And now after pawn takes, well, you can swap to the other side with a check. And now after king a1, you don't need to grab that rook. You can just go bishop takes f6 and look at black's pieces. Black's pieces, to me, it's like one of those lovely Sicilian positions where your king is very safe and you've got like all the attacking plays. So I haven't even counted the material, but it's only an exchange. So this must be good for MVL, right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's very impressive if Le Quang doesn't collapse now. Also, 2 minutes against 11, which is kind of a huge factor here.
Yeah,
but he's a very. I mean, he's very good at defending unpleasant-looking positions. Actually, he's very tactically alert, Le Quang.
He's a very good player, but
he's not going to go down without a fight, even here, I think.
No. But some positions you just can't do anything about, unfortunately.
Exactly. So probably the position in itself might be too.
I mean, even if Magnus Carlsen was playing here, I'd be like, yeah, I'd still, you're going to struggle here, Magnus. So,
I think it might even have been the round after I played Wesley in Gibraltar that year. I played with Le Quang Liem, and I was white, and I put some pressure here after the opening. I was a bit better, and then in the middle game, I got a lot better, and he was very close to getting mated. But he managed to sneak out into an ending, which was still very, very unpleasant for him. And after like 7.5 hours, I made the final mistake, missing the final win, and he defended like very, very impressively. I know that for sure I would have lost that game many, many times over, but but he's a very tough defender, actually.
Tough guy. That's a long game, 7.5 hours. We don't ever see the likes of that nowadays, especially.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, feels like ages ago.
Yeah, it does. It feels a long time. I mean, let's while we watch this game occur, knight f3 is again the reason I like this game is just MVL's just coming forwards. He's like forwards, and he's trying to use as much energy as possible. Well, let's talk about Magnus Carlsen if we can, Nils, because you're obviously you're one of his seconds. Is it fair to say? So he has a group of seconds that help him out, and you're involved with his training as such.
I am, yeah. Well, generally speaking, I'm involved more when there is a world championship match coming up. So because then normally the team that he has gets a little bit bigger, and there is a lot more work being done, and the training camps are a bit longer and so on. And then usually I'm a part of that, or I was for the last 2 matches against Kayakin and Caruana.
Yeah.
But for regular tournaments, let's say I'm not working that much with him. Then he has his core team with Peter Heine Nielsen and so on. Okay. But yeah, I've been sort of successfully helping him defend his title twice, which is very, very nice.
Yeah, it must be a nice feeling, right? So to
it's nice, but it's nice to work for the world's best player because he's so likely to win.
Yeah.
I mean,
it makes it a bit easier than if you were my second or something, yeah.
Exactly.
But I mean, I get what's the whole process like of being a second? I mean, I imagine it's quite stressful at times. I mean, but is it do you feel a lot of pressure?
We feel a lot of pressure, but on the other hand, there is not that much we can do about. I mean, for instance, when the game starts, I'm usually going to bed because I need my sleep to be able to work during the daytime.
Right.
So that's one of the weirdest things with being a second. That I mean, I'm one of the guys who actually watches the World Championship matches the least live.
Okay.
So I'm generally just sleeping when they play.
So
but yeah, otherwise it's a lot of stress. It's very tough work, very long days, and also the match in itself is incredibly long.
Yeah, of course.
Like they are playing for more than 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So like last year we were in Thailand actually, which in itself was quite nice, but it's like non-stop work for a full month.
Really?
Which
Wow.
is it's very, very tough. But on that, I mean, it's also in chess. It's for sure the most interesting and fun thing I've done.
Okay.
Being a second, it was much more interesting than playing.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'll ask you more about that in a second. But we can just say here that White has resigned because we see in this position. That was a fantastic game from MVL. I mean, that probably one of my favorite games of today, at least maybe of the tournament. But there's no good way to stop a nasty disaster happening on over here on the queen side now. Queen b2 is too strong. A quick glance at the current positions of the other boards. So we're not going to talk long about them. We'll go back to the main games we're looking at. But Vidit here is a pawn down against Hikaru. Good drawing chances because the opposite kind of bishops. There's a little cheeky threat there on f8, but still, it's not a straightforward draw because the white king is so bad, tucked away here, and the h pawn is very dangerous. This is going to be quite hard to draw. I would
also
say.
Look at the times, yeah, 15 minutes against half a minute.
Ooh, Hikaru's he hasn't even like. He's just playing instantly, right? So
exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's almost as if they forgot to start his clock. Yeah.
Yeah, it's and okay. So I think Hikaru is really pushing there, and now we have Wesley So versus Sergei Kalyakin, and interesting Sicilian going on here. Maybe a bit more positional than the other ones we see because White's clearly trying to control D5, and maybe Wesley has some sort of edge.
It looks a bit better for White, yeah.
Yeah, look at the time here as well. It is, wow. You know, Sergei is really, really down the clock there. And then Peter Svidler versus the tournament leader, Anish Giri. Peter Svidler is the exchange down, but White has 2 pawns for it. But saying that, this is for me a bit of a hard one to assess. I guess if you get your knight to c5, you're actually doing quite well, right? With White.
Yeah, but can Black actually stop it? It doesn't look obvious how to stop it.
If everyone will see, if we just get the knight there on this square, it feels like White, okay, he's got a lovely knight and he can go b4 to secure that knight. So if Peter can do that, Peter's probably doing okay. But okay, so Queen b4 played. And now the obvious move is knight c5. So let's just see if he, you know, that move looks... I mean, you can take that one, but then you're going to be worse than the ending. You don't.
Then you're a bit worse. I mean, probably with quite decent drawing chances, but you are definitely worse. Yeah.
Definitely worse. And you don't want to give away any winning chances. So bishop f8. Okay.
Bishop f8 was his idea. Okay,
yes.
That's a good idea, of course.
That's a good idea. Yeah. And if knight d3, which kind of looks natural, you can get in some bit annoying pins here, or even queen b3.
Queen b3, just trying to enter on c2.
Yeah.
In general, I don't think White should be in any danger, but
yeah. This has actually occurred. Queen b3 on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably take Black here if I was going to pick a color. I mean, I don't know if you
yeah, for me, I might take the color with the most time. You know.
Okay.
No, because it's simply. I mean, it can go. It's basically fairly equal, I think. But the one who is playing better than the opponent will win the game. I mean, it can go both ways for sure.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to start to drift with both colors here.
It is, definitely. Now, Peter's trying to exchange queens, but Anish is having a very good tournament so far. I mean, it's not just that he's winning, he's playing very, very good chess. Yebjorn saying, have you guys noticed there's another person with ginger hair in the tournament? I haven't noticed that. Who is that? Is that David Anton? Or I thought I was the only ginger chess player in the whole world, except for Potkin. So... okay, we're going to move on to another game. I don't know who that is, but let's have a look at Magnus's game now. So Magnus, with the white pieces, exchange up. Black has 2 pawns for the exchange, but there's a very nasty idea of knight e5 and f7 is extremely hard to defend. The rook is looking very strong in this position. First thoughts?
Yeah, it looks like white is. I mean, Magnus is probably even winning, maybe, yeah? Or at least pushing very hard.
Yeah, yeah. This looks very good for Magnus. I definitely agree here. I mean, black struggling, and this rook is just too strong, and it's kind of a Magnus position. All positions are Magnus positions, but
all positions are Magnus positions. Yeah,
I mean, there's not one position he can't play well. I mean, we'll go through the games, and I'll ask you a little bit more about it, because I'm always intrigued by the seconds to the great players. I mean, obviously, you probably can't give away everything, but it just fascinates me how they train, what we can learn from it. I mean, what's special about them? Why are they so good when other players aren't? And what of those skills maybe people can use? But let's just catch up. Rajabov is now queen up, but what is happening here? This is at the moment, black has just a knight and a bishop for the queen, but white has not. Radjabov has not castled at the moment, and his rook is on pre. I mean, if I was white here, I'd be very tempted just to castle and try to
exactly.
simplify.
I mean, let's say even if you castle, then your material advantage is quite big.
Yes.
I mean, if you give back the rook, yeah, that looks like a very
yeah, and also there's ideas of going queen.
Yeah.
So after something like bishop c1, rook takes here. I've got a threat of queen to h5
it's
check.
Actually just mate, yeah. So
yeah, I mean, maybe you have to take here, but this is pretty grim.
Yeah.
So
I mean, knight f6, there is queen h4, which is quite important as well.
Yeah. Get that check
stepping out of the pin.
And
he did play rook d1 actually, which was a bit
greedy.
Surprising.
Greedy, yeah. So
greedy, yeah, let's say. Yeah.
I mean, white's just saying, well, I don't want to give away my rook. I actually just want to win without giving it away. So I think Lev's in trouble here, actually. Lev's probably going down. And the last game, we'll leave it on just because this was very exciting, was this one we were looking at. And we were looking at around about here. So let's get up to date with the moves. And of course, maybe black's compensation is a little bit iffy, but you never know. It is like quick time limit, and the bishop on g7 is quite scary still. So it's very unclear. I mean, white should be doing well, but it's one of those.
White should be even winning, to be honest. Yeah, but it's not easy at all. In practical terms, anything can happen.
Yeah, there's always tricks, isn't there? Like b5 is one thing you have to watch out for, but it's not easy. So working with Magnus Carlsen. So obviously you've worked with him, and so you say it's one of the best experiences you had. I guess you've learned a lot from the whole experience. I mean, you've picked up sort of things that are going to help your own game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also all this hard work pays off in any case. But also it's just great fun, no? I mean, to be involved. I always like to be. Like you're really involved in the sense that you are not as a spectator, yeah, when it's the World Championship match. This was actually I think my main my favorite part of it all. Like, you're part of doing history there.
Yeah.
And that is of course
exciting.
Exactly. No, for chess wise as well, of course. Yeah, you learn a lot, and he's incredibly strong. But when he's playing, he's not really. I mean, he's focused only on his games, right? So. He's not sitting there down working with us during the match, of course.
I mean, Magnus seems like a very nice guy. I expect when he, let's say, loses a game, he doesn't blame anyone for their bad preparation, does he?
No, definitely not. He's actually really, really nice in that sense.
Yeah.
I mean, when he loses, it's his own fault, and
yeah. I mean, I've heard stories of like, Korchnoi and other players. They've lost a game in an important game, and they go onto their seconds straight away, start blaming their seconds. I think even Kasparov had a reputation for this.
Yeah, I might even have been guilty of doing that myself.
Oh, really? Have you had a second?
I mean,
before?
It happens. Yeah, I mean, because you are upset and so on. Yeah, you don't think so carefully what you say.
Of course.
But Magnus not really. No. I mean, maybe Peter has more info on that.
Peter Heine Nielsen. Yeah.
Peter Heine Nielsen, because Peter Heine Nielsen is usually there on with him, right?
Yeah.
And we are working remotely together as a team.
Yeah. Yes.
So But for us, no, always positive feedback and so on. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah,
And,
no, it's actually a very good boss, I have to say.
Good. Well, I mean, back to the position here. It looks to me like Alireza has generated quite a lot of play here. No, I mean, if the queen has to come like somewhere like this or somewhere, you got Queen A5 coming.
Queen A5, yeah.
He has gone Queen C6, and look at the time. They're both under a minute, and with this time limit, it's often the side that has the initiative, which is going to be cruising, because one mistake from white, he's going to lose, get checkmated. One mistake from black, it doesn't really matter anyway, because you're going to lose on material. So it's like
exactly. No, only if he somehow has to trade queen suddenly for some reason or whatever. Yeah, then it's over. But here, Queen A5. What is even the idea?
Yeah, is he
what I would like to do, and I have liked for a long time, is to play Rook D7 just to give my rook for the bishop.
Trying to take this one off.
Exactly, but I don't think I'm in time, unfortunately.
Can I take on C3?
Yeah, probably you can. I mean, I was hoping I would have some counter threats against the black king, but maybe there isn't any.
Bishop on G8 is kind of quite useful.
Yeah, bishop on G8 is also very nice.
Yeah, both of these bishops, and Queen A5 has been played. I don't know how white defends this actually, because the problem here is these bishops are incredibly strong.
Wow, we played A4.
Oh, okay.
Not a move that I would think about at all.
And the king's trying to run now, but is it actually going to run? I mean, I think
maybe this is simply different level.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but here, King B1, Rook takes A4.
Rook takes A4.
Maybe but I'm not sure if it works or not.
Okay.
Well, he goes for the same idea. Bishop A2 first. Yeah.
Oh, this is lovely. This is a lovely little attack.
Yeah, this looks like things will. But how
I say a lovely attack. It might have been a load of rubbish, but it's now looking.
No, but okay. Just Bishop D5, if nothing else, and pick up the queen.
Bishop D5. Okay.
It looks simple enough. Yeah.
The king has to move. Oh, he's trying to mate him instead. And this is typical Alireza. So he didn't go Bishop D5. He has in this position. Yeah, that would have won the queen discovered check, but he's gone in with a check. Yeah. And now he's gone queen takes C3, and he's obviously calculated that it's the end, because this is just straightforward. If king takes A2, the only move, now you get rid of the bishop there. The king can only go to one of these two squares, and it's the same move either way. Rook takes A4 as checkmate. So that was a turnaround. That's that just shows you in my experience, like that reminds me like Macau Tao. Yeah, Macau Tao would have probably done a sack like that. The computers, would have said Macau Tao's move was absolute rubbish. And we were talking about ex-world champion Macau Tao, but practically speaking, it probably is rubbish, but it's very hard to defend, especially at this time limit. And it's much more fun attacking because you can just keep throwing things at your opponent's king. Very much in Tao's style there. Yeah.
Yeah, and very long term, because White did not have any play on his own. So I mean, you have to defend for such a long time. And I mean, as long as you are defending, the extra piece doesn't really make itself felt. Yeah. Not very impressive by Alireza, but
I think so.
Maybe but definitely not sound, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe Chess Dude guy summed it up well in the Twitch chat. He said, "Very effective rubbish." So yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Very effective rubbish. So very, very nice there. And it might not have been sound, but I really like that game. And there's still Magnus Carlsen is still playing.
Yeah, he's
win. Not. He's won. Duda has resigned because he has to take the knight. Magnus Carlsen will take here. Is the exchange and the pawn up, and the H pawn will be one way to win the game at some point. That was the game. Now Rajabov is still going on against Aronian. It looked like this was just very good for Rajabov, but now maybe still probably very good. I think the king
still probably very good, but could have been even better.
Could have been better.
I mean, frankly, it's surprising that the game is still going on.
Yeah, well, Rook H3
now. Yeah, Rook C3, Rook H3 is a nice way.
Idea. I mean, Black would love to play Knight D5 here. It's one of those cases. Oh yeah, this is a family fork. Yeah,
on the next move, you actually even threaten Queen takes F6, right?
Oh right. Oh, that's nice.
Because it would be checkmate on H3 after.
Let's have a look. So Black went check. I don't know where he's going to put his king, but let's say I don't know here. He did go here, and now he's defending. He's defending that one. But
He's defending with the rook, yeah.
this is really on the
yeah, but it's not enough, of course.
No. And now this is going to win the game because Queen H4 is picking up the rook on F2. So so that was a nice game. I'm just checking how Rajabov got on in round one. It seems like Rajabov, who was struggling yesterday, and let me just check round one today, round 6 of the whole tournament. Rajabov crushed Alireza. He won that one. So today Rajabov is coming back, and this makes it very interesting because a lot of people are struggling. MVL, I think, has won both his games, and the scores are changing a little bit, but we can update you now after 7 rounds. The next game is going to start in 15 minutes. Maybe there's still a game going on. Hikaru is still going on. I'll leave it on that. But we currently have Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri on 5 out of 7. Let's remember, it's not necessarily the top score, which is important. It is the top half of the field that go through. So there are, is it 16 players? I hope I got that right. 16 players playing.
Yeah.
and 8 of those players go through to the next round. So half the field goes through. So you just got to get in the top half. And at the moment, I'll tell you who the top half is. Magnus Carlsen, there's this game going on, of course, with Hikaru. Magnus Carlsen, Giri, Jan Nepo, MVL, Wesley So, Radjabov has now moved his way up, David Anton, and Alireza. But if Hikaru wins this game, then he will get into that qualification group. So it's still very open. It's still extremely open, this competition. Why is Magnus so strong, Nils? He is just really strong. Why is he so good? You've worked with him. Why is he like the best?
I think it's very difficult to say exactly why. Yeah. I mean, he spent really a lot of. I think he's really interested in chess. This is his way. I think they all are, but maybe he even more than the others. Nowadays, after he plays a game, let's say there is a rest day coming up or whatever, he can go online and play bullet chess for 5-6 hours straight, right? I mean, immediately after a classical game. This happened, for instance, now in Norway. Okay, earlier when he was young, it was not the same way, but he was maybe reading books instead, for instance. And then he could just, in school on the breaks, he would read a book. And then when he got home, he would just study chess. He would not even call it study. Yeah. He would call it enjoy chess. He would enjoy chess for the rest of the night until he went to bed.
Okay.
And this, I think he did more or less all the time.
So probably a bit like Bobby Fischer, yeah? I mean, Bobby Fischer was maybe famous for this as well. Bobby Fischer just chess. He dreamt chess. Everything was chess. And to be a real champion, you probably have to be 110% dedicated to what you're doing.
Yeah, probably. But I think one major difference actually is this. I mean, for instance, myself, if I work a lot on chess one day, it is just that. It is, I call it work on chess because it's, but for Magnus, it's not work on chess. It's more enjoy chess for the whole day or whatever. Yeah. I mean, I'm also enjoying it, but there is still some distinction. Yeah.
Yes. So I suppose he's one of the luckiest guys in the world, right?
Exactly. I mean, he certainly is allowed to do a lot of chess in his in his life, which he likes very much. So
I mean, he's world number one. He does the thing he loves doing, and he makes a lot of money, and it's pretty cool. Yeah. So it's but I mean, he's obviously, people talk about natural talent. I mean, you believe in the concept of natural talent, because if there is a natural talented player, you have to say Magnus Carlsen is that player, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I do believe that we are talented differently, let's say. Yeah. But what should not be forgotten is that I mean, they have all worked incredibly hard, including Magnus. Yeah. There is not a single top player that has not worked incredibly hard. This I'm 100% sure. Also, not historically.
Yeah. So I mean, you have to put the hours in. I mean,
you have to put the hours in. Yeah. I mean,
how many hours a day do you think these guys, all these guys in these tournaments on average, how many hours do you think they actually give to the game? Is it their life and that's it? I mean, is it like 8 hours a day every day, pretty much?
I mean, I think, for instance, with Magnus, he would not know if you asked him, because he's sort of thinking a bit about chess while he's walking, maybe is considering some things. He's not sitting down, let's say, from 8 to 5 at the board working. Definitely not. So it's sort of subconscious and
flexible.
Flexible, but if you would somehow be able to count the hours, it would be a lot for sure. For sure more than a normal full-time work, I think.
Right.
No question about that.
And what sort of tips would you have for obviously people in the chat here? And we got, I'm sure, lots of people who want to improve their game, who let's say they're like 1400 strength. I'm guessing. I don't know. Maybe I'm insulting some of you guys in the chat. Maybe you're like, maybe you're super grandmasters in hiding. But have you got one bit of advice for someone who wants to improve? Let's say 1500, 1600 strength. Maybe that's a bit more realistic.
I think it does. In my opinion, it doesn't matter that much what you do as long as you do it sort of seriously. I don't care if you play blitz, if you read a book, if you study with the engine, as long as you are active, trying to do your best, focused. I think anything is good. Then it's just a matter of hours.
Yes.
But you cannot sit at the board and have the TV going on in the background.
Okay.
That's a big no-go. You cannot watch a broadcast with the engine on, just looking at the engine's moves. That's also, then you're not activating your brain. I think you need to be active yourself. And
I think that's key. I
think it's really key. And then it's second. It's not that important what you are actually doing. It's more how you do it.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe we could also talk about the biggest mistakes that people make. And I think you've maybe mentioned one there, that people get so obsessed with the computer and the computer assessment of positions. It kind of takes over their viewing and how they actually try and improve at chess. A lot of people I know, I will suggest a move when I used to coach them, they'd be like, well, that's not what the computer recommends. And I'm like, well, I don't really care what the computer recommends. It's what you should be playing. And they go, no, the computer recommends this one is 0.2 better. And then you ask them, well, why is that better? And they can't answer the question. They're just relying on the computer's assessment. This is a major mistake. Everyone uses computers to get better, and you have to, but you've got to use them in the right way. And don't just blindly follow them without asking any questions. You've got to be able to answer questions about positions.
Exactly. With computers, as you say, they provide answers. They never provide questions.
Yes.
And the way to improve is to ask questions and be. So you definitely can use the computer as a tool, but it requires. Let's say it's not. It doesn't require less effort to have the engine. If anything, it requires more effort to work with the engine than without.
So maybe people need to know the question before they look for the answer. So
exactly.
If you're using the computer all the time, you got to know why you're using it. Why are you using it? What are you trying to do? You're not using it just to find the best move. What does that mean? It's getting a bit philosophical now.
To bring it to a more practical level, if you really want a lot of questions, you can always sign up for the bootcamp in 2 weeks. I can promise you there will be loads of questions for everyone.
Well, you know what? I think it's a time for another plug. So I think
completely shameless plugging. I'm sorry.
I think we might have to get another plug in. And well, we've seen how just how good Nils is at evaluating. Let's remember, there's a reason that Magnus Carlsen has him as his second, right? There is a reason. So if you want to get that expertise and you want to take your game to the next level, then this is really a very interesting opportunity. You're not going to get many of these to work with such a strong player. This is one of the joys. When I was young, if I could afford it and I had the chance to work with someone as good as Nils, I'd jump at the opportunity because you just didn't have these opportunities. But now with the internet, you do. So go to cochess.com and you're going to get 6 hours of very personal coaching with him, which is a bargain. Yeah, it really is a bargain. So yeah, it's worth doing.
No, I agree with you. Even me, I'm like quite a bit younger than you, but even for me, I did not have these possibilities at all when I grew up. Yeah. Twice a year, Ulf Andersson would come and visit, and we would work for a few days, and that would be like the highlight of chess education throughout the year.
Yeah.
And
So
now you can just sign up and do, I mean, not, obviously not only me, but everywhere online there is these possibilities, right?
yeah, many ways to learn online, and but I imagine Niels's thing is certainly worth people thinking about. Try to get yourselves on there, people. Now, the next round is we got about 8 minutes here, so there was a question in the chat, and it's a very decent question. Wesley So versus Sergei Karyakin. I've just got the position up here. Someone was saying, why did Wesley So offer a draw here? Why did he offer a draw in this position? Because on the look of it, it looks quite nice for White. White's got control of d5. White's got 3 pawns here, which are getting very close to the black king. The black king looks more exposed, and the white king seems very safe. There's no way that black can get through to the king because there's a pawn in the way there. There's pieces in the way there. So it does look on the surface extremely good for white. So why was this agreed a draw?
Well, they repeated moves. I mean, this probably should be mentioned, but
let's have a look. So it went knight d5, queen c6, knight b4, queen d7, and they decided to repeat. So
but yeah, I mean, your question is still very, very valid. Why not play, let's say, g6 or something like that, or h6 even?
Let's try to checkmate. You know, it doesn't seem like you're risking too much here as white, unless d5 is coming somehow. But
what is d5? I mean, yeah, I don't see it. I don't see why you can't play on.
Yeah.
Let's say you play g6.
One thing we want to be careful of here. I see Bumbling Patzer is saying f6, g6, and now h6, but you don't want to close down the area of the board you're attacking on. You want to keep that open. And my mouse doing something funny there. So, I mean, f6, all these moves are good, but g6 seems like a good start. This is just one idea in the position.
Yeah, because if black tries to keep it blocked with h6, you can play f6, yeah? Just keep pushing them.
Yeah. So you want to open up the black king. We certainly want to open up the g file here. And if h6 in the position here, then f6 is...
I thought so, yeah. I mean, it's
certainly dangerous. And if you take on f6 now, we just go g6 check and black resigns because we're going to win the bishop and the queen. Well, is this true? Or...
yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, it just wins a piece, yeah?
Just wins. So,
but also in general, what is he afraid of? Yeah, what is the big danger here?
I know, it's not like you're in much danger. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that black's going to play this, but even this is not... doesn't seem to be too scary, right?
It doesn't seem to be. I mean, just keep pushing, maybe. h6 or
I mean,
then you have the huge threat of f6. I think.
Oh, lovely. I mean,
I mean
let's have a look at this. I mean, black's got d5 in him, but he's about 20 tempo too slow. I mean, d4,
exactly. I mean, here you're way too slow.
Look at this. I mean, this is a lot of progress, yeah.
I mean, it looks to me completely lost.
Yes, it does. Okay.
I mean, let's say we did not know the result, we would not be sure whether he resigned or whether it was a draw.
I totally right. And we're even being told it's plus 4.5 after the move g6. And g6 is such an obvious move. I mean, if you're white here, you've put your pawns on the 5th rank for a reason, so you might as well just keep doing it. So I have no idea why Wesley So offered a draw. Very, very peculiar. Big mistake. Now, we are being told that Nils has to leave us soon. So thank you greatly for... popping in, Nils, and do remember, people, go and sign up to his boot camp. There's only, I think, about 12 people are allowed to sign up, so you're going to get a chance to ask him individual questions on Zoom, and it can only improve your game. So it's really worth doing. Nils, great guy, brilliant chess player. So Nils, anything you want to leave us with before you love us and leave us?
No. I would just thank you for the opportunity to go here, and I mean, enjoy the rest of the show. I think you're doing very well. It's always exciting to listen to, and also the tournament in itself. I don't know. Are you having more guests coming up, or?
Yeah, I think we're going to have different guests every day. I'm not always sure who's going to be here day to day. We're keeping it a surprise. Actually, we don't know, but there's going to be more guests. I mean, we're going to maybe have John Bartholomew today, but we've also got like Fiona's going to come on, I think. a friend of mine to make it a little bit more light-hearted. So it's going to be many more guests coming on. But Nils, we would love to have you back another day. If you
Sure.
can,
I'm sure it can be managed. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah. And make sure you come back another time. And I want to clarify it. I'm not actually kicking Nils off. I would never dare do such a thing. It's Nils has actually got a blitz tournament later.
Yeah, unfortunately I have a tournament coming up soon. So in just I think 15 minutes. So
okay, and we're actually being told that John Bartholomew is going to join us later, which is fantastic. So that's
very nice. Yeah.
So we got great stuff. Hello,
then
John.
He can tell you more about how these camps work, because he did one already, I think.
Sure. Yeah.
Or if he's about to do anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good stuff. Brilliant. All right, Nils, I'll let you go. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. You too. See you around.
See you. And we're gonna just run an advert now, everyone. I do need the occasional break. So I'll be back after an advert, and that will only run for, let's say 3-4 minutes. So you're not going to miss much, but just give me a chance to have a little break. I keep getting these YouTube pop-ups, which I don't know how to control. Someone spamming on YouTube, so I apologize to them. But I'll be back very soon. Thank you very much. And don't go anywhere. Go and get yourself a drink as well. See you in a second.
And queen takes f3. Oh, what is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Hello, everyone. So we're back from my break, and we're ready now for round 8. And I think the games have started, so I'm going to now just dive in. Do remind me, people, if there's a particular game that you want to look at between two players, then I'm very much obliged to go onto that game and have a look. For now, I'm just looking at the boards and seeing what might be of best interest to us. And I think we'll start with, in this one, let's have a look. Carlsen versus Giri. Let's go there. Let's have a look. We'll have a little look at this position to start with. Dingleren White versus Magnus Carlsen. And Dingleren has a pretty good score against Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, it was quite interesting, actually, guys. Where the board is, the actual live board, it's on my middle monitor, and occasionally the odd YouTube comment pops up, and I'm unable to. I'm unable to. I haven't been able to stop the pop-ups, and I'm getting a lot of spam today. And one spam I just got, which might pop up occasionally, is something like, "Hello, lovely, want to date?" It seems to be basically some quite raunchy spam might occasionally pop up. And I do promise you, it's just spam on my YouTube, if you're wondering what it is. So yeah, so there we go. But hopefully that doesn't interfere too much. So on with the game here. And Dingleren, he was pipped as being, well, next world champion, really, before the candidates. People were saying, "Oh, Dingleren, he's going to be the main contender," and you know, the bookies who give an indication of who's favourite, and rating-wise, Dingleren was. But the candidates didn't go particularly well. Online chess hasn't been particularly you know, kind to him, and he's on 50% at the moment. So this is quite an important game against Magnus Carlsen, and it looks like Dingleren is going for a reasonably solid approach. Magnus has played this kind of setup before. This is kind of main line in some respects, this kind of way of playing. White probably doesn't want to grab the pawn on c7, because if you're going, oh, you don't want to do that move, but if you do grab the pawn on c7, let's remember your king is still on e1, and you know, minimum black can go and grab on a2 and get the pawn back, but it's more important in the position for white to get castled. Okay, well, first of all, Ding's played a3, and bishop c4 looked like a very natural move, but maybe Magnus is going to go bishop a6 at some point anyway. Now, structure-wise, it's often better to have pawns in the center of the board, and you know, from the classical school of chess, they teach you pawns in the center of the board are worth more than pawns on the side of the board. So having this pawn on d4, it seems very pleasant, you know, because at some point white might be able to use the majority. So structurally wise, I do like white, but again, Magnus has played this type of position very often, and he's proven that it's not that bad at all for black. Black might play c5 later on if he gets a chance. There is a little bit of pressure at the moment on the c file, and this queen c2 is aiming for that c7 pawn. It seems like, again, Dingleren's a little bit better, I would say, but with Magnus Carlsen, you never know. c6, not really a move you want to play. Again, maybe it was forced to play this move, but the problem with this is, where do you put your bishop now? Because if you put your bishop on b7, it's blocked in by the pawn on c6. So the pieces on the queen side for Magnus they're not nice, because you can't move your knight. If you move your knight, I will take on c6. So you have to move your bishop, have to move your knight. And I think Magnus's plan here will be just that. Bishop b7, so the knight can move. Knight d7, and then he's got to play c5 at some moment. If he can ever play the move and break with c5, that will liberate his position, and he'll be absolutely fine. So that's what he's going to try to play. But can Dingleren stop this idea of c5? I mean, one way he could try is b4, but then you've got to worry about a5, and this is going to try to break open the a file and open up lines on that area of the board. So it's now Dingleren to move to work out if he can do something there to stop that. Maybe something like bishop d3 develop, and after bishop b7, let's say we castle, And now if you play knight to d7, getting ready for this move, we can even try bishop e4. And we're trying to tie the c6 pawn down to that square. And if we can get that pawn as a target and then continue with the likes of b4, then white certainly has a slight advantage. So, okay, well, very aggressive move from Ding Liren. And Ding Liren is, well, when he gets aggressive, he's one of the best players in the world. And he didn't go for this positional plan of just getting developed. He went for the most aggressive move, which is fantastic, which is Queen e4. And okay, I missed this move. This is very exciting stuff because he's got the same principle. He wants to stop the one break, which is going to make Magnus's Carlsen's position okay, which is c5, because now he's always got pressure here. But as well as that, he's also improving his position with ideas of bishop d3 and checkmate. And that's a scary idea. I don't like Magnus's position. I really don't like it, actually. This is one time where I'm going to stick my neck on the line and say, I think Magnus is worse and he's a little bit on the back foot. Maybe for the first time in the competition in the middle game, he's under a little bit of positional pressure with this pawn, very bad pawn. And also he could come under a direct attack. Let's say you do go bishop b7, an obvious move. I play bishop d3, and now you have to move one of your pawns because otherwise you will get checkmated. And the problem is if you move your g6 pawn, every pawn move creates a weakness. Moving pawns in front of your king can be extremely risky. And now, okay, what move am I going to suggest here, people? Come on. What move am I going to suggest here? It's probably not the best move, but I'm going to suggest it. It's actually a better move. But what move is my first? Oh, pass pawn. You know it. You know it. Can I hear you shout, Harry, Harry? And Mina Steph has even got the emote. That's what you get for subscribing to the channel. Thank you. You can even try h4, h5, get rid of that pawn and come into h7. The one time I played Magnus Carlsen over the board, I actually tried this and I used Harry and I pushed it up the board against him. It was when he was like, very young. But this is an interesting idea. Maybe it's not the right idea here because I think black can defend. I mean, another way you could play is just go knight e5 and try to sacrifice. So knight d7, knight takes g6 and it's game over. Or is it knight f6 here? And it looks like it should still be game over with queen e5. I've won a safe pawn there. You can see the problems here. So, okay, so let's go back to the game. So therefore, Magnus's next move is very understandable. He sees the issue and he plays queen d5 himself. And this is just trying to get rid of any threats towards his king. But bishop d3 continues, and the queen's now come off, bishop b7, and again, it's the c6 pawn. So Magnus has got rid of one issue, and that is the issue towards his king side, which was a very scary issue. But he's left now with a c6 pawn, with knight e5 coming in. I don't know. Can you go knight d7 here? No, it's white's move. So I go knight e5. And now I'm really improving my position. I can double rooks on the c file. If I win the pawn on c6, I should win the game. So I don't maybe need to go b4, b5, which is another decent idea. But if I can use my pieces to directly attack over here. This was, again, if we look at the opening, I just want to show the opening moves. It's a queen's gambit, and Magnus played h6, which I don't believe in. I don't believe in this move. I'm gonna say it. And I think Ding Liren now just played the most logical move, bishop f4. You can't put your bishop on g5, put it on this square, and he plays very sensible chess. And this is a good way to play against some of these rather peculiar moves. And he has now gone knight e5. So I'm thinking this is going Ding Liren's way. Does anyone? Okay, who thinks? Let's have a chat about this position. So, I think Ding Liren's going to win this game. Anyone want to disagree? Anyone want to disagree? By the way, f6 has been played. Maybe he has to try this move. Does it work? Okay, this is actually quite clever. Because, okay, String Dog, the producer of the show, and we must thank String Dog for all the help he's doing here. You can follow String Dog on Twitter. He's producing the show, and go and check him out. great editor. This is quite crafty because if now Dingleren takes on c6, well, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, rook c8. And white is one tempo away from being absolutely fine. And in this position, it's good winning for black. I can't see any way white saves the piece there. So f6, actually a very clever defensive move, which you're going to expect. I mean, you can go knight g6, or you can keep your knight somewhere like d3. D3 would be a sensible square, because again, I just want to tell you how important this is. If black plays c5, black is okay. If we stop black from playing c5, so we want to control that square, black is not okay. So I think knight d3 is the way to go. Yeah, I mean, that last line, someone's saying, can you take on c6 at the end of that combination, play d5? Well, you can't, because if we play d5 here, we just take on d5. It doesn't help. I was wondering about that as well. If you take here with check, I just take the bishop back, and that certainly doesn't help. So maybe he's just about hanging on, Magnus, and but it's a worse position, Darren, hello, Darren, is saying, I hope you're doing all right, Darren, is saying that Magnus is going to win this one. Whoa, I take a bet on that. I mean, I don't think Magnus will win this position with black unless Ding does something wrong. Unless he does something wrong. The only way black's going to win this position is for white to make a big mistake. I mean, another square you could go to is c4. There's so many options trying to come into this square. I don't know which is best, hence why he's having to think of the right way to continue. Now, we haven't looked a lot at Hikaru, and we got the all-American clash here, and this is Hikaru Nakamura versus Wesley So. We will come back to Magnus's game, but now Hikaru has gone rook d6, and we're just going up to date with the positions at the moment. If you take the bishop there was, in that last line, there was rook takes there, David. And now after rook d6, I'm going to again compare this to the Magnus Carlsen game, that black's real issue here is the c6 pawn, right? Hikaru has the better of this position, a very strong rook on the open file. He has a good bishop pointing towards black's king. The pawn on e5 supports that rook, and the pawn on c6 of Wesley's is not easy to defend. And of course, if Hikaru is able just to win that pawn, then he should have great winning chances. Now, very interesting goings on in Anish Giri's game. Oh, now whoever said Anish Giri is a draw master, we're not doing that joke anymore. That was an old joke. Let's move on. You know, Anish Giri is proving he's not a draw master. He is leading this tournament along with Magnus, and as Magnus is kind of struggling, Anish is trying to push ahead. And remember, it's 3 days, the first qualification. This is day 2. The top half of the field carry on to the knockout stage. But in this position, he's got what we call an isolated pawn structure. What I mean by that is this pawn here can be weak, because this pawn here cannot be defended by another white pawn. You can't get a pawn to defend that pawn. So in an ending, this pawn could be very weak. And there were certain players historically who liked playing with the isolated pawn, and then there were certain players who liked playing against the isolated pawn. And I think this is very important to realize, especially for a lot of you guys. If you want to get better at chess, don't always play the best moves or go into the best positions. Go into positions that you like playing. So what I mean by that, if you like certain isolated pawn positions, try to play openings that get you these kind of middle game positions. You always want to play positions you enjoy playing and pick your openings to get you into those positions. Don't end up playing positions you don't like. And here, after a couple of moves, generally with the isolated pawn, white has to attack. And Anish Giri now plays a very common idea. Thank you, Hamil Body. If you go to the GingerGM website, and I've done a course, Master Method 2, which looks at these positions for 15 hours. It's a really in-depth idea. And I talk about what openings you can play to get this. So I'm trying to give you a whole package with that course. But this next move, very normal move, d5. Why do you play that? Because it's basically a discombobulating move. I love that word. I always have to get it into a stream. And what I mean by that is it discombobulates black's position. If he takes with a pawn, he's going to have some other issues, but knight takes looks sensible. But now the knight has moved away from the king. So Anish goes bishop takes h6. Boom! In we go. And the bishop is trying to rip open the black king on g8. And if Nepo takes this one back, well, after queen takes, it's clear to see that Nepo is in a world of pain. After knight, let's say knight takes c3, this is a checkmate pattern you have to know. Well, queen h7, h8 is quickest, but one that they always teach you is this one, and then putting your bishop on g6, and then moving your queen into f7. So you clearly cannot take this one. If you try to defend by covering that square, well, minimum, we've got this check winning the queen, but that way black gets a lot of pieces. A much better idea is to actually, after knight to f6, play knight to g5. And this brings another piece into the attack with the same pattern that we just saw. So let's say queen to c7 is played. I'm going to give you the test now. What is the checkmate pattern here? What should you do here? White's playing checkmate. And I'm hoping everyone watching the show will be able to tell the next two moves. Don't just tell me one move. One move is pretty easy to see. What is the first move? What is the second move? So I want to see two moves in this position to keep the pressure up. What is the first and second move in this position? And let's just give you all a little bit of time to try and work that one out. Okay. Well, actually, Plocrux has found the even quicker way. I didn't even see that one, Plocrux. Well done. That is correct. And the idea is bishop h7 again. And now if the knight takes it, it's going to be checkmate because we simply checkmate now on f7 or f8. And if the king goes here, well, knight f7 is the easiest checkmate. But I was actually thinking just patterns. If you know your patterns in chess, you'll be able to put them into lots of your games. I was thinking bishop g6 again. And this is another common way to checkmate. It's nice when you've got more than one way to checkmate, right? You don't often get that. So if we go back again to the actual moves, clearly black has to counterattack. He's taken on c3, pawn takes, and now gone queen d5. He cannot take that bishop. And Nepo's idea is probably to bring his queen over to the king side to defend. So he wants to bring his queen over to h5. So now the bishop gets out of trouble. It goes to g5. And this is really, well, it's Anish just going all in for the attack. So don't call him drawing Anish. You can't. It's not right. And with ideas of maybe the queen now coming to h4, this is what I'd be thinking of. I want to get my queen to h7. I want to bring all my pieces towards the area of the board I'm attacking. So I want to bring all my pieces towards the king. The key square in these positions is often h7. How do I get my queen to that square? Well, I trace my queen and that square back. So I've just got to work it out. And by doing 1, 2, 3, that's how I can improve my attacking chances. Very dangerous position for Nepo, this. Very, very dangerous. Not exactly sure how he's going to defend this one. So he needs to think. If he takes that one off, maybe he should do this to get rid of some defensive pieces. The knight comes in anyway. And this could be defensible. Well, actually, this I just realized there's a big idea against g2. So can black now move the knight on f6? Can he just move this knight here? Maybe he can go something like knight e5. Let's have a look. Do we have, okay, he has gone this position's occurred. So it's weird. Knight e5 has been played. Can't believe I actually predicted a bit of moves. A couple of moves there. And now bishop h7, check happened, king here. And maybe the queens are going to come off. If the queens come off, black is going to be better. Why is black better? Pawn structure. These pawns on A3 and C3 are weak. They can be attacked. And after queen takes, pawn takes, I think black is certainly doing okay here, because now the black king is not in any danger, and Nepo might be able to come down and crash in on C3. So this is actually now turned around. I think the mini attack is over. Nepo defended exceptionally well. The key defensive move here, queen D5. And that was a very good defensive move. Not many players would have found that move. Back to Magnus Carlsen. Let's have a look. Magnus Carlsen is he out of trouble? Okay. Well, the last position was after F6, and the knight did come to G6, rook D8, knight to F4. So there's another target. Rook D6, and now just castles, knight D7, rook C3. White intending to double rooks against this pawn here. Someone asking, is Magnus Carlsen out of trouble? Well, he's maybe improved his position, has he? But I think he's still worse, right? He's got a lot of time on the clock. He's got loads of time on the clock. So that's something. Is his idea okay? I see his idea. He wants to defend actively. So if I play rook c1, I think he's going to... What move's he going to play here? Let's see if you can think like Magnus Carlsen. I'm pretty sure his idea is what I'm thinking of. Anyone else see Magnus Carlsen's idea in the chat? Hello to everyone who's come along and joined in the chat today. It's good to see some new names, some old names. Hello, Jens Chess. Hello, everyone else. And you're all suggesting the right move. So Frenchie, well done. Neil Flot, probably said that horribly. Well done. Spielmanson, well done. Sastra Sam, well done. And that is the move I'm thinking of. And the move I'm thinking of that's best is to now break. He wants to break out of his bind and play this move. And the problem with this now for Ding Liren is the back rank. And Ding Liren is getting a very short time. So if I take that pawn, then black all of a sudden goes knight takes, and there's a threat of checkmate on D1. So this is a little bit scary for Ding Liren, allowing this one. So how do we deal with it after rook C1? We'll have a think about this one. Okay, this has actually happened. So he's gone E5. Maybe you have to just move your knight back to D2. This is possible. Knight C5 was interesting, but I want to just actually go back to this move here, knight C5. And this is the kind of move which I call an artificial move. It's a one mover. When you're creating threats, and the threat here is to take the bishop and hope your opponent falls into this, which Magnus won't, it's the kind of move. You can play moves like this if it improves your position. There's no point just playing artificial threats. And this is a typical mistake that lower rated players play. They want to just play something that, oh yeah, that's a nice little trick. They're kind of hoping for an opponent to fall into it. But actually, you've got to ask yourself the question, does it help my position? Does this move help my position? And after the bishop simply goes to F3, the answer is no, because now I'm defending D1, and okay, your knight can come over here, but you've put your knight from a central square to the edge of the board, which is not a good plan. So artificial moves, not good. And I think that is just an artificial trick, which should be avoided. So, it's good to watch out for them. We all like a little trick in chess. And there's loads of tricks there, but they're not always going to work so well. Now, how's everyone doing today? Are you all excited about this tournament? Everyone having a good time? I'm actually on this month. I would normally crack open a beer around this time, 7:30 in the evening, chill out with a little bit of chess. Hello, Jess Fox. Hope you're doing well. But I'm actually off alcohol until the end of the month. So Jess Fox has got some nice mushrooms there by the looks of it. I like the mushroom emote. They look quite evil with their faces, quite cool. So I'm actually just on this stuff. It's really boring. A bit of water. I'm keeping the mind clear and keeping it clear. But it's back to the position. By the way, I think Magnus has uncoiled. He's done his normal thing. He's getting out of this. His knight has got out. His rooks now look very decent, and it's certainly not so bad. It's not so bad for black here. So nicely done there. Who's drinking a beer though? Make me jealous by saying you're having a beer. Is anyone sitting back listening to the commentary with a nice cold beer? Oh, I'm going to do the Homer Simpson drawl now. I don't know. I might be. My producers. Oh, that's not fair. String Dog, the producer, is even saying he might be having a beer. Oh no, that's just cruel. Oh, Leffe Blue from Kuro Nitti. I used to love Leffe. Good old Belgian beer. Orange juice, very sensible. Is whiskey a beer? Yeah, of course it is. You go and have a pint of whiskey. Oh, did I actually say that? I could actually get in trouble for encouraging you to drink, especially if you're like 8 years old. I'm in Q8. I'd kill for a beer. Maybe you'd also get killed in. Okay, but no, I'm getting in trouble now. I'm a week sober. And I found my chess is good. Well, sometimes we have to have a little break, don't we? Podge Kelly, some Irish mist. That sounds like a whiskey to me, an Irish whiskey. Good on you, son. Good on you. Had a nice cold pack of Guinness, says Charisma Save. I do. I only drink Guinness when I'm over in Ireland, and when I'm playing a chess tournament in Ireland. I don't mind a Guinness. Oh, Fritz Vet B, you have got my favourite beer. Duvel. Duvel is actually my favourite beer. I love a Duvel, a good old Duvel Belgian beer, the strong stuff. It's the only way. A Chimay. Oh, what Chimay are you drinking, Mariano Mans? Chimay Blue? That's my little tipple. I love a Chimay Blue. Disc of Acceleration, is that? Teetotaler. Nothing wrong with that. We got a red wine there. LC Dirt, alcohol increases the cancer-promoting proteins in the blood by 40%. Well, let's just say drinking is obviously not good for you. I mean, but it's a hell of a lot of fun sometimes. Darren is having a beer. What are you having, Darren? What are you having? A Guinness there. And what else is going on? Do I like to drink? I mean, I enjoy a drink. Not at the moment. I've been clean this month, but it's a bit early for a beer here. Look. If you think it's early, it's always 2 o'clock somewhere, or 5 o'clock, or 7 o'clock. In England, it's quite traditional for people to start drinking early because everything closes so early. Like 8 a.m. Most people hit the pub in England. No, they don't. They don't really. A white Chimay. Okay, I'm not even sure what a white Chimay is. Decaf coffee with oat milk. Neil Barker. That is. I tell you what, that is healthy. I'm with you there, Neil. It's not fun, but it sometimes has to be done. I'm on the black coffee at the moment. I've never had a Canadian beer, really. Maybe. So there we go. Anyway, enough talk about beer. It's just making me really thirsty there. I think we better get back to the chess. I will celebrate with a nice beer when the end of the month comes. Oh, a Corona. You've got Corona, Darren. Well, I hope you survive. Oh, you're drinking Corona. Oh, yes. I think it's quite weird because obviously when coronavirus came through, the study was out that lots of people stopped drinking Corona. I don't know why, thinking they might get Corona. But now a lot of people actually drink Corona because it's kind of a weird thing, isn't it? Corona virus, let's have a Corona beer. So maybe the advertising's kind of worked. Who knows? I'm not sure. Okay, well, Rook D1 played, King H2, and another problem that Ding Liren has here is his time. His time is really bad. So maybe Magnus is going to pull this one around. I mean, if anything, Magnus must be doing okay. I'm only saying okay because of the C6 pawn. Most likely a draw. A bit of action in Anish Giri's game. And I said that it should be absolutely fine for black, but maybe I'm wrong. Bishop F5 played. And now this move, this is a really nice trick. I assumed that black could take on C3, but why can't black take on C3 now? There's a nice trick. Anish, all these guys, so good at tactics. Why is rook takes C3 actually a losing move here? Can you see why? I say losing, it loses the exchange. I'm just trying to see which one of you in the chat is still awake and not too drunk from all the beer you're knocking back there. This is my exciting drink. Nice, pure water. Lovely. What can white play? If black grabs this pawn, who's going to get this first? Why is this bad? Well done, Koki, and anyone else. F4, and now this knight has to move. Let's say to C4, and the king is the only piece defending the rook. So we've got to distract the king away from the rook. And actually, it's checkmate. It's check here, checkmate. So very nice play from Giri. He's having a great tournament. And now look at this next move. This is a fantastic move. I'm gonna have to write this one down. I like writing down the moves. And this is a lovely move from Giri. Brilliant move here. I mean, he now plays bishop e6. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. And this is distracting the thing there. So if you take this one, after rook takes e5, I have a great pressure. So f6 played, and now f4 anyway. Pawn takes g5, rook takes e5, and actually the king is still in trouble. Pawn takes f4 and rook d4. And even though Anish has swapped queens off, he's still attacking. g5, rook takes g5, giving up the bishop. What is happening here? What is happening? I think he's going to pick up the bishop on g7. Anish playing very aggressively. Let's have a look. Check, king e7, check, and now he picks up the bishop. And we can breathe a little bit here and look at the position. I think we can say now that white is doing very well. White has won a pawn, and he has these two connected passed pawns on the king's side. The other problem is that Anish's rook is very active. It's maybe picking up these pawns. Now, Rajabov, okay, people are mentioning Rajabov, and he's having a great day today. Let's go to his position and pick it up from move 26. He's won both of his games so far. Can he make it 3 out of 3 today? Magnus Carlsen's game, by the way, is going to be a draw, well held, unless something goes wrong. So Radjabov now attacking Duda's king. Crazy position, but clearly Rajabov's doing well. That bishop is pinning that rook. And look at this attack. E3, G4. This is the Rajabov we want. Pawn takes G4. If he does take the bishop on D4 here, we can go pawn takes pawn, check. The king has to go here. And there must be a checkmate here. I've got at least a draw by going check, king here, check. But where is the win? And I really believe there must be a win here. Is it check, king here, rook g8? And I've got quite a fantastic idea. If you go bishop takes f5, bishop f1, check on the white king. And wherever you move your king next, I go queen g1. So king takes bishop, queen g1, checkmate. King h1, queen takes g1, checkmate. Brilliant game by Rajabov. I'm going to have to make a note of this as well. So Rajabov is playing fantastically here. And this is just a brilliant game from him. So let's have a look. So Duda took this pawn, bishop takes g4, attacking the queen, queen to e1, and now bishop f3, check. The king tries to run away, knight h4, opening up the rook. Pawn takes bishop. The only thing that Duda can do is trying to take some pieces. Bishop g2 check. The king tries to run away. Queen g4 check. Oh, look at that king. This is fantastic. And I think, as people are pointing out, Plocrux, lots of hacking today. It's great to see. This is a brilliant day of chess. Bishop takes e4, get rid of a defender. And now bishop c3. The king is trying to escape. Knight g2, king d2, knight takes e1. There's one check, king g8. And for a second, I thought knight e7 was checkmate, but it's not. I think Duda is just the queen down here. Is that right? Have I got that right? Is it down? You want to see my notes? They're not that excited, GMC. I mean, that's my notes. If you can see them, I'm probably going to mess up the camera angle now. They're really not that exciting at all. It's just like moves in the rounds that are maybe sort of going on. There you go. It's nothing to get excited about. I'm not taking notes on you guys saying, "Oh, that Jim C, I better put him on the naughty list," for his bad behaviour. This is a fantastic game, and I think Duda will just resign. So Rajabov has won all 3 games today. Well done, Rajabov. And you know what? I'm really happy to see that. I mean, we can talk about some of the controversy in chess that Rajabov did not get a place. Well, he got a place in the candidates. He turned it down because he was worried about COVID. He proved to be right. And he's missed out on this opportunity of a lifetime. Now, he's won that game. Brilliant game. We'll go back to, let's have a look. Magnus Carlsen. Okay, draw MVL versus Alireza. Just go through the games. Magnus Carlsen was indeed a draw there. Rajabov, game of the round there. Anish Giri only drew. He only drew because somehow Blacks managed to get active enough with his rook. And I'm going to leave it on Nakamura now versus Wesley So. Yeah, I mean, it's what was I even talking about? I don't even know. Yeah, I was talking about the candidates. By the way, Banana Chess, what do I think about David Howe's commentary? Well, it's quite hard to watch his commentary when I'm commentating full time, but I know for a fact that David Howe is a brilliant commentator, brilliant chess player, and a very likable chap. So there can't be anyone better for the job than him, and that, maybe me, but, apart from me. No, I'm only joking. He's fantastic. Absolutely. I'm sure he's doing a brilliant job. Him and Jovanka Huska, I'd like to add, are doing really, really well. So, I mean, what's basically, what's going to happen with the candidates? Radjabov, he was right, but MVL got in. I think MVL should have been invited already. It's just, I mean, unfortunately, there's no answer to this. And I think it's ended up very bad for Rajabov, but he's showing today that he can play great chess. He is, he's got 3 out of 3. Oh, I seen David Howe commentate for, and it was good. It's okay. So now everyone's going to run away to that commentary, which is okay. I like, you can, don't leave me. The thing is, there are lots of different commentators, and there's people for different styles for everyone. And that's one of the great things about chess nowadays. We're so spoiled for good commentators, right? I mean, I'm not going to say 10 to the dozen, but there's so many different styles. So, if you don't like my commentary, that's absolutely fine. But I would ask you, what on earth are you doing here? There's loads of other people you can go to who are absolutely brilliant, and that's what I like. There's the different styles for different people, and that's nice. Well, thank you for the kind comments. Of course, it's nice to hear. But there's other people obviously just as good as me in a different style. Okay, well, I'm just looking at the games now. Alireza, like you said, draw. This one, okay, back to this game. Now, Hikaru, I thought, was doing well earlier on, but now this move h4 is causing Hikaru some issues on the king side. I mean, g3 is a bit of a problem here. Okay, well, now that Hikaru's played g3, I'm not so sure about Hikaru's position. He's got this really big d pawn. This d pawn is massive, massive pawn. This d pawn is like coming down the board, and it's a real issue here. But he's also opened up his king a little bit. So with this move g3, if Wesley So simply takes here, you can see the white king. It doesn't really want to be in that situation. Before, the white king had an extra pawn guarding it on g2. But in this position, the white king is going to be open to some attack, maybe even queen f5, right? Trying to start an attack against h3 already. And this gets a little bit risky for Hikaru. So I'm not entirely sure if this has gone the way Hikaru wants. I mean, if I was black here, I'd certainly, why can't he do this? Why can't he take on g3 and go queen f5? Just trying to get in to h3. I mean, if Hikaru now has to move his queen over here to defend, it looks a bit funny because you don't want to start going passive in these positions at all. Going passive is a big mistake. And maybe he has to go bishop f1. Maybe this is the best idea, keeping his queen active. But I can see this going wrong for Hikaru somehow. I mean, you've got to watch out for the right move g5, opening up the king more. Doesn't work here. Maybe it's still all right, but I think it's turned a little bit into Wesley So's favor. So it's getting quite exciting there. Now, other games going on. Liem Lequan, quick look at that game against Vidit. Time trouble on lots of boards. And it looks like Liem Lequan is a pawn up, quite a safe pawn up. This pawn here. Black has some activity, but at the moment it's all guarded. That rook defends the key square. It's interesting. I think it's. I mean, it's like I mean, I know Vidit. He's having a bad tournament so far, but he's a really good player, and he's not going to be happy with his tournament. Vidit is in last place on 2 out of 7, and he's much stronger than that. Everyone has a bad Everyone has a bad tournament. But do you think streaming chess, and Vidit started streaming quite a lot, it probably helps some people, but other people, it probably, it probably doesn't help. It makes their chess worse. I'm just wondering, if too much streaming can make your, make things really bad. And I'm sort of worried for Vidit that, he's been streaming too much and maybe he needs to have a little break from it. Hikaru, it doesn't seem to harm too much. Giri is helping him. So I don't know, maybe. And Jabava, who has a great stream, also says that his stream helps him as well. So it's an interesting question. Banana Chess is asking, is Chess Explained joining me? I think Chess Explained is due to join, but I don't know when. The next person I think we're going to have on today, and I'm not always in control who we have all the time, but it's going to be great, whoever is John Bartholomew. So I think John's going to come and help me out for a little bit, give my voice a little bit of a rest. So very much looking forward to John coming and helping out. Just catching up some of your comments there. So not a great fan, I suppose. Thank you for talking like that, but I'll do that. It's saying, yeah, I think too much streaming is not great for tournament play. I would say that. Leko's Mike is unfortunately the worst player in the tournament. Pat's the level. Well, Sweet Chess, I haven't heard his mic, but he really should get another mic if that's the case. Okay, so Christoph Selecki is on tomorrow, so that'd be really good. It'd be nice to have Christoph Selecki on tomorrow. I mean, I think the job of David Howe and Jovanka is a very tough one because the Eurosport crowd, if we talk about some of the other broadcasts, and I don't know them all, I'm just concentrating on this one, really, is completely different to a lot of you guys who understand chess, right? They're trying to popularize chess for the general public, which is a great idea, yeah? We want more people to play chess. And there's no better time than now with the Queen's Gambit, with everyone stuck in at home. Chess sales have gone through the roof. So it's a great time to try and get people doing it. So their commentary, I think, is a brilliant idea. It's pitching to a different level. And, the bits I have watched have been fantastic. So, and they're doing a really good job. So certainly a positive step in the right direction for developing our game. Okay, so back to this one. Well, it does look to me like Liem Lequan is just in control. This B pawn is coming up the board. The black king a little bit weak. I suppose black's piece is somewhat scary, but there's no absolute threats at the moment. Now, Hikaru versus Wesley So, and we saw it around here. Now, I'm thinking here, what did Hikaru do wrong? And his next move, if we go to this position where I think Hikaru must be in control because this pawn is so dangerous, maybe even h3 and f4 was a bad idea. I mean, I'm guessing, because the problem is it's not the pawn structure that you want because you're weakening your king with f4. You want to keep your king as safe as you can. And the reason I say that, if we go a little bit further after some sort of moves, average moves here, with h5 coming, you can't, this pawn is a bit weak. You want to play g3, but then you're going to get hit by, well, maybe even bishop takes pawn, but h4. And this is not ideal. So I think, you have to be very careful moving pawns in front of your king. And what happened here is after some pawns were moved, the king's just become too weak. And it did occur. Well, he did actually go G5. So I was wondering about this move, trying to open up the king more. And okay, after Queen E3, they agreed to draw. So I think that's a lesson, and be careful of moving pawns in front of your king. You move pawns in front of your king, you weaken your king. You want to give your king an escape square, but just be very cautious. A lot of people will start throwing pawns in front of your king. H3 is okay. Not sure if F4 is the right way to go about this. Maybe in hindsight's lovely. We could go F3 here first, and we can try to, get our king to the center and try to swap off queens. That's what we want to do. An ideal situation, you've always got to think what exchanges will improve your position. And let's just say we were able to do this, which is going to be hard to arrange because you don't want to bring your king out. But I just want to show the exchange of queens, which is obviously not working here. But if you can ever exchange queens, this is your ideal situation. And white will be winning here because all these pawns are on light squares and could be attacked. So I'm not saying you do it like that, but that's what you should be aiming to do in the position. Maybe for that reason, you could even try, you can't go queen c3. So, all right, maybe nothing too much in it for white. So let's now have a look at anything else. Sergei Karyakin, Peter Svidler, draw. Anish, we've already mentioned, was a draw. Very interesting game. Rajabov, 3 out of 3 today. Congratulations to Rajabov. Aronian draw. They have a little halftime break. MVL draw. The only game I can see going on is Liem Kwong versus Vidit, unless I'm missing one. So this is the last game of the round. So we just leave it on this game for now, and we just sort of try to keep an eye on what's happening in this one. And more pieces getting exchanged, and this is still an extra pawn, but keep an eye on the clock now. The clock is really important. Maybe Vidit can draw this one. I don't know. This rook f3 is a nice positional idea because you want to, in some positions, get your rook behind the passed pawn so you can push the passed pawn up the board. But with this move, black can get rid of that pawn. So I'm wondering what will happen. Is rook takes f6 coming? Maybe this rook takes f6, but this is very close to being a draw, because even if you have one extra pawn, it's not a passed pawn anymore. So I would actually bet now on a draw as the most likely result. Has he taken on f6? Queen takes b4 has been played. This looks like a good move, but is there a problem with that one? I don't know if there's a problem with rook takes f6 here. It's potential that there is a problem with that move. Something could be going wrong with that move. Maybe someone can tell me what's going wrong with that move. Well, I can't see it. He didn't play it. So why was this a mistake? Why didn't he play this move? Rook takes f6. What am I missing here? What am I actually missing in this position? I don't see why this is a mistake. There's probably a reason. Yeah? There's always a reason. There's always a reason. But why is that a mistake? Okay, we'll keep up with the game and the action. So now, well, this must be getting near a draw, right? Rook g5, queen b3, and of course, this is a draw. Okay, there we go. Oof, intense game, but a lot of draws that round. That is round 8. So we're actually now over the halfway mark for the qualifying stage. And that was the 3rd round of 5 for today. We've got 2 more going on. And it's just a reminder, everyone, 16 players, 8 players go through to the knockout stage. And at the moment, after that round, I will tell you the standings and who are the top 8 players. 2 people leading on 5.5, Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. In 3rd place on his own is Jan Nepo. Can't pronounce his name fully, so I'm just going to go for Nepo. Hope that's okay. In 4th place, and this is really the amazing turnaround today, Timur Rajabov has won all of his games today, and he's now got into equal 4th place. Well done, Timur. He's been joined by MVL, who's having a much better day today as well. Has MVL got 2.5 out of 3 maybe today? And Wesley So on 4.5. On 4 points, and this is still, I believe, in the qualification places. Remember, the top 8 go through. Is Alireza, David Anton, who's having a worse day, and Aronian, Hikaru, and Ding Liren. Players such as Liem in 12th place, along with Peter Svidler, Sergei Karyakin in 14th place, have got a real challenge. And I have to say, Vidit and Duda are probably not going to qualify now. They must be really upset with how they've been playing today. It's been very, very tough. Okay, so I can see we've got a couple of raids. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chess Web or Chess Weeb. Is it Chess Weeb or Chess Web? Thank you very much for your raid. That's a very kind raid, and I'm glad you've come over. And Alan Handsome. Hello, Alan, Mr. Handsome chap. Thank you for joining. Interesting question. Is that Tau and Bovanik behind me? That is, if I look over there, it's Tau. He's like, on my shoulder. So we've got like the good devil and the bad devil. But I'm actually trying to work out who that other guy is. I don't think that's Bovanik. Who is that up there? Is that up there? Who is that? I don't know who that is. It must be a chess player. I got this design. It's a lovely design that someone sent me. I can show you the back of it if you can see that. But who is that? It might be It might be Kasparov, but I'm not sure. It looks a little bit like Kasparov. I'm not sure it is though. I do know what Kasparov looks like. I've met the chap a couple of times. It might be Gary. Actually, I'll tell you a funny story. The first time I met Kasparov, my friend Nicholas Pertz is a grandmaster from England, and he was world under-18 chess champion. I was very good friends with him, and he got invited to the Houses of Parliament when they were trying to publicise and make chess a sport in England. And he got a spare pass that was meant to be for his brother, his twin brother, who looks nothing like me at all. But his twin brother couldn't make it, so I had to try and be Nicholas Pertz's twin brother. Let's just say he's very dark complexion, dark hair, and he just doesn't look like me. But I managed to get in. Obviously, the terrorist threats at that time weren't so strong. I mean, with this beard, I might struggle a bit more to get in the Houses of Parliament nowadays. But I managed to get in, and they had free champagne. And for an 18, 19-year-old who probably hasn't really tasted much champagne before, it was time to get cracking with those bottles. So we're in the Houses of Parliament, and I was like, yes, please. It's free and it's champagne. Why not? What else have you got to do? So I was necking the champagne, and I had a bit of a weird reaction. My face went quite red, and I was quite drunk. And it was my first chance to meet Gary. So I went up to him. Oh, Gary. Hello, Gary. Yeah. Fancy a game? Oh, God. And I think at that point, I wasn't that bad. I was exaggerating. But at that point, I realized, oh, my words, what am I doing? I'm in the Houses of Parliament. I'm chatting to the world champion or somewhere like there. I'm drunk on champagne. I've just got to go back to where I belong, in some dirty pub somewhere. This is just not me. So it was it was quite funny. That was the first time I met Gary, and he looked a little bit disgusted. I was trying to behave myself. I mean, I wasn't that drunk. I'm exaggerating. I was okay. I was fine. I wanted to say hello to him. I did say hello, and it was interesting. So that's when I first met Gary. But he's a bit of a character. One thing you realize about Gary is he's got this presence about him. He's like the king of the room. He has this aura, which is just immense. You can feel it. He's just like the king. And you could see this when he played chess, right? When he played chess, he was just like this Hulk at the board, like, ugh. And that really came across quite a lot, I think, in the way he played, and his energy was just fantastic. Now, I'm being told that John Bartholomew is going to be joining us in a few minutes, and when John does join, I'll probably just go and take a short break myself, but I'm sure you can cope with John Bartholomew. It'd be great to have John Bartholomew on. He's, like I say, what nicest guy in chess, John. Really, really lovely guy. Kingfisher, don't bother going back to work. Just tell him you've got COVID or something. You'd be fine. Just say you've got a bad cough, and then just hang around here. Okay, let's see. So John should be coming in. And thing about John, I mean, hopefully he will be joining us very shortly. We're just getting that site set up now. He actually did a little bit of this Endgame course for Chessable with Magnus Carlsen, so we can talk about that. And at the moment, there's a sale on Chessable. Go and check out Chessable. There's lots of good stuff on Chessable. You can get a half price. GingerGM, the company I run, GingerGM.com. We're going to be running a massive sale soon. Everything on 50% off. So do prepare yourself for that. Rems Cat, thank you for the cheer there. I'm glad you learned the London system. Both me and John have got lots of stuff on our YouTube channels. So if you don't want to spend any money, you're a bit of a cheapster. You don't want to help my champagne fund. Then you can go on our YouTube channels and get some great free advice, which I'm sure most of you know about as well. Harry into space asking, why don't you do a rivals? Well, maybe we will do a rivals. Not a bad idea. We can do that. I think last time I did a rivals against John was years ago, and I was absolutely wasted, and it was very embarrassing. So we won't be repeating that again. So yeah, maybe we'll do a rivals. So we're just going to wait for John now. The next game may have started, so I'm hoping he can come on quite shortly, and we can get that set up. And in the meantime, okay, well, one thing I'm a little bit disappointed about, I don't understand this. And I've been keeping an eye. Has this already happened? I've been keeping an eye on Nepo with the white pieces. I don't know what Google you're looking at, Dr. Addy. You're certainly on a different Google to me. No doubt about that. But one thing Nepo's doing as white, which is really peculiar, I think he's just trying to get to the qualification mark. Every time Nepo has white, and okay, he's playing another Russian player. This is teamwork together. They're playing this opening, and this is the third time he's done this. The third time he's banged out these moves before other games have even started. And he's done this. He's done this 3 times with the white pieces. Is that the right way to go? Is that the right way to go? Just to repeat the positions. Repeat positions like this. I think you're probably thinking of another Simon Williams. You're certainly not thinking of this one. There is an actor called Simon Williams. Certainly not me. So he's done this. He's basically gone for the draw on 3 occasions, which is pretty peculiar. Pretty peculiar. I don't know why he's done this. He's giving away the white pieces. Why is he doing that? Why is he giving away the advantage? When you're white, maybe you should play for a win. So it's really, really a little bit peculiar there. Let's have a look at some of the other games. Now, this is much more interesting. Okay, this is now a guy who's not going for a draw today is Timur Rajabov. Rajabov is playing like an absolute lunatic, and this is the kind of game I want to see. Can he win his 4th game out of 4? And I want to also concentrate on Giri's game. Is Giri playing against Magnus Carlsen? Is that right? He is. Okay, so I'm sorry, Timur Rajabov's going to have to wait. We've got to look at this rivals between the 2 players in first place. This is, of course, the key game. So we've got to concentrate on this game. And this is both players in first place, equal first, and they are on 5.5 out of 8. And Magnus has the white pieces. And you probably know the banter between these guys. And it starts with a queen takes d4 Sicilian. So white does not take with the knight here. He takes with the queen. Knight to f6, h3. And this is stopping any bishop h g4. So Magnus trying to play a positional game. Queen e3. And now going for a dragon setup. And we're just going to get to the current position. Bishop g7. And both sides castle. Magnus goes rook d1. And he's gone knight c3. So this seems to be a very comfortable dragon for black. We're getting John Bartholomew onto the stream now, which is great. So I would say that Giri's okay, but this is certainly a position that Magnus has aimed to get. I don't know. He can't play b3. He'd kind of like to play b3, but then there's a tactic with knight takes e4. So I'm just thinking rook c8, which is a good move. b3, bishop b2 might be an idea, but this is a nice tactic. If you take the knight, I take your rook here. If you take with the queen, I take your knight. So Magnus obviously trying to keep things quite controlled in this game. He doesn't want many tactics. And Anish has now gone Queen C8. Is Anish getting ready to sacrifice? What's happening with Anish? Anish has gone turbocharged. Anish sacrificed against Nepo in the last round here. Is he really going to take that one? Is he an absolute looney tune? Surely not. Surely he can't be taking that one. That's just too much. So he's put his queen here, and he might be trying to play him. But it looks like we got John in the house. Hello, John. Can you hear me?
A typical Zoom thing. I had to unmute myself.
That odd trick. How you doing, John?
Pretty good. I'm doing well, buddy. How are you doing? Hey, guys, this is John.
I'm doing really well. It's great to have you on the show, John. Real pleasure. I'm sure nearly everyone must know you. It's the famous John Bartholomew, and John, one of the most likable and educational guys out there. And so have you been enjoying the action so far, John?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Simon. I know we haven't done like a dual commentary or anything like that in a while. Everyone's busy, but yeah, it's a pleasure to be on here with you. I'm glad that we're doing this broadcast and you agreed to do this and kind of make it chessable themed. And there's so much like online chess going on right now in 2020. It's been one of the bright spots of the year, and an otherwise, pretty miserable year. But yeah, I've been following the action a little bit. I confess I haven't seen many of the games in their entirety. Of course, I saw Magnus's mouse slip yesterday against Jan in the very first game. I did catch some of your broadcast with Nils earlier. So yeah, it was interesting to hear him talk about some of the positions. But yeah, I'm looking forward to digging into some of these games.
Yeah, definitely. I think, John, you've probably come at a good time, because we have got Magnus Carlsen versus Anish Giri. And I think anyone who's been awake for the last year probably realizes the kind of fun rivalry, I would say, between these two guys. They're always kind of joking with each other. And I think this is quite a big game, right?
Yeah, and I believe they have the top scores right now. Is that correct?
That's totally correct. They're both on the top scores. They both have 5.5 out of 8. So if one of them wins this one, they're very likely to go a point clear of the field, which should sort of guarantee them qualification in the tournament. So, talking about Magnus Carlsen, we'll maybe come back to the game soon. But you've done a chessball course with him, right?
Yeah, I had the pleasure of filming with him a couple times now. One was at the Tata Steel tournament back in January. It's hard to believe it was still this year, but yeah, it was back in January.
Yeah.
And also in late February / early March, like right before the pandemic madness hit, I was in Norway filming a couple video courses with him for Chessable. Yeah. So those were on strategy and endgames. So I literally got to sit next to Magnus as he was essentially giving like me and all the other Chessable users a lesson, and got to pick his brain and just hear his thought process about these games that he's played in the past. It was amazing. Incredible experience.
That does sound pretty awesome. And how was that? I mean, that sort of whole process of sitting next to him and learning from maybe the best endgame player ever, in a lot of people would claim.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I was a little nervous the first time, especially.
Sure.
As I think a lot of people would be, right?
Yeah.
And
definitely.
If you're interested in how that turned out, you guys can check out my YouTube channel. It's actually one of my most viewed videos now. Okay. Thanks to Louis, for one thing, because I believe Louis had a huge hand in he's one of our Chessable team members who's also helping on this broadcast.
Yeah.
He had a hand in editing that. So yeah, Magnus took the 100 endgames you must know test. And it's just a pleasure. I mean, I'm sure I could go on and on about what it was like to sit next to the world champion and have him talk chess to you for hours. But yeah, I was impressed by the clarity of his thought process, even though I've seen so many interviews and, we all know Magnus. We followed him for years and years. The clarity of his thought process up close, it almost tricks you like you could play like him, right? When you hear such a strong player, arguably one of the best players of all time, if not the best player of all time, describing his thought process, like me as an IM, I'm like, I could see myself doing that. But then I remember there's a reason he's, 400 plus FIDE points higher than me.
I think one thing that the real top players do, which is something I've noticed as a real skill, they make everything look so easy, and they kind of trick you into the way of thinking, like, oh yeah, that's easy, right? I mean, like he's explaining it and making it so simple. I could do that, but actually to be able to do that is to make hard things look easy is an incredible skill to do. Incredible skill. So it must have been interesting to have that process, and people can buy that course, right? I mean, it's on sale, I believe, at the moment, this Endgame course with you and Magnus. I mean, you can't really ask for two better people to learn the Endgame with. So that's on sale at the moment, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe it is. And I think we have something like 233 titles in total on sale on Chessable. Brilliant. So if you guys have had your eye on a course, like do take advantage of this Black Friday sale.
Yeah, good opportunity to get a course. And John's course is out there. There's lots of great stuff. Go and have a little shop. It is a good time to do that at the moment in time. And John, I might, if you're okay, I don't know if you can move the pieces. That's one thing I'll just check with Lewis. By the way, Lewis, who John mentioned, is String Dog in the chat, so who's helping out massively here. Do you mind if I just have a quick 5-minute break and you take over? Oh, no. Is that cool with you?
Go for it. I don't think I can move the pieces, but I'm sure he'll tell me how.
Okay, cool. And maybe, we can leave it on the Magnus Carlsen game anyway, right? So, yeah.
Yep, sounds good. I can just chill with the chat too.
Brilliant. Nice one. Well, I'll be back very soon. I'm just checking. I've got a message from Lewis now. And give John remote control. Okay, that is, I've got to work out to do that now. I will try to give John remote control. Okay, John, if you request remote control at the top of your screen, I will try to, remote control. Okay.
Okay.
I can probably do that. Can you do that? Or let's see. So we're just gonna change things a little bit so John can move the pieces, because I'm sure you'd like to see the broadcast. And now I think you have got control. Is that correct?
Let's see. Looks like it.
Brilliant.
I've never done this before, so this is quite the experiment.
It's quite new. Can you actually move the pieces, though? I don't know. You've taken over my computer. It's scary.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
So if I play a random move, okay. Does not look like I can move the pieces. Oh, maybe I can. Okay. There's a little bit of lag, but I can. I just played A6 to try.
Okay, brilliant. So
when I go ahead, take your break.
Okay, I will do. So when I come back, you're gonna download all my bank details. And no. So, I trust you, John. If I'm going to trust anyone, it'll be you, John. So
thanks, Simon.
All right, I'll be back soon, guys, and John can obviously take you through what's going on.
Okay, so I missed this opening, so I'm curious how this shaped up. We're focusing on this pivotal clash here, guys, between Magnus and Anish, the two guys who go back and forth on Twitter the most, surely. So this was a Sicilian with queen takes d4 on move 4. Yeah, offbeat line by Magnus. But you see this line every once in a while, putting the queen on e3. Actually, some Scandi type vibes for those who are Scandinavian practitioners. Hashtag Team Scandi. So yeah, Magnus parking his queen on e3. I know this looks awkward, but there's often a method to this madness. And Anish is playing just a dragon-like setup. Doesn't look like he did anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, Simon was illustrating here what Black may have in mind. Some pressure against h3, the knight coming to e5 perhaps. And this maneuver that Anish did is typical for these positions, landing the knight on c4. So I don't see anything major going on in this position yet. I mean, it looks a little awkward for White to me, but again, I know White does pursue this setup sometimes. I say awkward because the bishop on c1 has to stay there guarding the b2 pawn. Black may otherwise pick that off. But what does Black do at this point? I was showing a6, like maybe this pawn move to try to expand with b5. It doesn't seem like Anish is too worried about knight takes e6, because Magnus, he couldn't have played it last move because his queen was under attack, but maybe he'll have his eye on that move on the next move. Yeah, I think this position, it looks roughly equal in my eyes. I know that's not an exciting evaluation, but so was bishop d7 played? Yes, bishop d7 was played. I believe this is the live game. So Anish did retreat this bishop in anticipation of knight takes e6. And what now? Trying to find a plan for Magnus. He could try b3 here to kick this knight and maybe even fianchetto the dark square bishop. That kind of screams out as me as a possibility here. Perhaps knight d5 as well. Looking to attack e7. Trying to get some sort of trade. Knight takes d5, e takes d5. I'd definitely be looking at one of those two moves. Okay, we'll see how this shapes up. Do you guys have any requests in the chat? Since I have control of Simon's computer, do you have any requests as to which game we should take a look at? No, we're not going to check Simon's browser history. He's entrusting me with his computer, guys. Svidler, MVL, Alireza, Rajabov. Okay, you guys listed about a quarter of the field right there. Nice. Rajabov. Okay, we'll check Rajabov's game. Several requests for that. They are pretty deep in this game already. Wow, move 29. A lot of stuff has come off the board. Rajabov versus Ding Liren. This was a Najdorf, it looks like. Yeah, bishop g5 Najdorf. Ooh, that's how they got so many moves fired off here, guys. There is a huge amount of theory. This is the poison pawn variation of the Najdorf, black grabbing that pawn on b2. Yeah, there are lines in this that go 20, 25, 30 moves deep. So I guess I shouldn't be completely shocked that it got this far. So yeah, I believe this is all theory, actually. I don't know the specifics of this variation, but I remember white capturing this rook on f8, winning an exchange, but you can see the sheer amount of pawns that black has. So these guys are booked to the gills here. All right, so we're firmly in the end game. Rajabov has the extra exchange, but again, you got to count the pawns too, right? So only one pawn for Timur and 4 pawns for black. So black effectively has a knight and 3 pawns for the exchange. But is the b5 pawn going to drop off? That's a big question. And black could support it, rook c5 or rook b8. I wouldn't think that Ding has any problems here. I would probably bet pretty heavily on a draw in this game. But he'll have to figure out what to do about that b pawn. And maybe he could play a counter-attacking move, perhaps rook c3, going after the bishop on f3. Yeah. I personally don't think this is such an exciting position, just because I would bet that we're, if not in theory, at least close to the end of a theoretical line that the computers say is about equal. And again, I would bet pretty heavily on a draw here. Hello to Dutch Disaster in the chat, by the way. What other games can we check out? This was a quick draw. Before I joined, I think I saw Simon going over this. Yeah, this is a well-known drawing line in the Berlin. What about Svidler versus Naka? Okay, was this an Italian game? Yeah, Italian game. All right. So they're currently in this position. Peter Svidler has the bishop pair, but black is developing fluidly. Slight edge to Peter here. I think you got to give some deference to the bishop pair in this position. But nothing crazy. I don't think you want to take on e5, although he actually just did, just as I showed that. Wait, what is going on here? There was a trade, bishop c4. Ah, okay. So is Hikaru trying to win the pawn back on e4 at the end of the line? So there's a discovery on the queen. Maybe Peter can try something like queen f4, bishop takes c4, and then king takes f1. But look at this. There's queen d3 check if black wants to try to win that pawn back. So let's say queen d3 check, king g1, rook takes e4, and this may end up fizzling to rough equality. Yeah, that's my take on that sequence and what Naka is up to here. That's interesting. He could also have played bishop takes h3 here, but he decided not to go for that. He preferred bishop c4 instead. I don't see too many ways that Peter can keep this interesting. He might have bishop versus knight when all is said and done, but looks pretty level. We'll go back to Magnus's game in a second. I did see that he went for b3 and knight d5. He actually combined the ideas I was mentioning. Let's just take a quick look at a couple of the other games. David Anton versus Jan-Christoph Duda. This was a Grunfeld. Okay, double-edged position here. White has this pass d pawn, but black is trying to attack it a few times. White has to be careful that they don't drop that pawn, maybe a6 in the future for black, although knight c7. Actually, knight c7 could be played right here, right? Forking the two rooks. But I suppose the idea is rook f6, counterattacking. Okay. The Grunfeld is an opening I've always wished I had the time to study. Maybe I will someday. Hello, Simon.
Hi, you're right. I'll be with you in a minute. You
okay.
got control of the thing. Okay, sorry. Because I've just got to join the other broadcast at some point, but I think I can be here for a little bit longer. But I'll just take the mouse back if that's all right.
Oh yeah, go for it. The chat was encouraging me to look at your browser history, but I didn't want to breach our trust like that.
Yeah, probably best never to do that to a man. Okay, let me just do this, and I'll let you talk away, John, and I'll be back with the thing in a minute. But
okay, cool.
Good.
Let's take a look at Firouzja versus Levon. What in the world is going on here? When you click on Alireza's games, there's a good bet that there's some sort of chaos going on. He thrives in these sharp positions.
Sorry,
He's
John,
so adept at playing them.
I might have to borrow the mouse for a second.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So I'll let you talk about the position, and I'll just borrow the mouse there if that's cool.
Okay, so without moving anything here, Yes. So it's Alireza's move. He's down a bit on the clock. Taking on a4 looks logical, but then there's bishop takes f2 check, followed by capturing on d1. This is messy. What is his idea here? So I believe Levon just captured Alireza's knight on d4. Okay, so b takes a4 doesn't seem like the plan in this position. Looks more like he's going to play something such as bishop e3 or bishop b2. Or maybe pawn e3 even. Confusing. These are the positions for those of you improving players out there where you got to be using your time or have worked this out in advance, right? Because there's so much chaos going on. There's these asymmetric captures. Ideally, you've worked all this out in advance if you're entering a position like this for either side. I want to stress that. So you don't want to be making captures blindly and then trying to deal with the consequences later, especially if it's not like a forced recapture or something. There's also even bishop takes h6 here.
Sorry, John. Okay, I'm back.
Cool.
Just to let everyone know, obviously, me and John are here, and probably at the end of this round or near the end of this round, I'm just going to jump off the call again, and I'll let John take over, because I'm just going to pop over to the studio with David Howe and Ivanka, which is always a bit nerve-wracking. It's always a bit scary.
They're calling you in.
They do. I sort of do like a 5-10 minute call yesterday and today as well. So just to give my take on the game. So that's the idea anyway. So we'll see.
That's awesome.
Happens. It's cool. Yeah, it's cool. When it works well, it's good. So anyway, back to the game, Sean. I mean, I don't know if you want to use the mouse or if you want me to do it. Whatever way works for you.
Oh, you're good. You got control. I was trying to decipher this crazy position, and I was telling the chat how, in a position like this, you just have to know like the material score and the consequences of all these captures going on, because Levon took Alireza's knight on d4, obviously there's this hanging bishop on a4 as well. Black's currently up a piece, but there's so many things under attack. The rook on f8, the bishop on a4, white's rook on a1. This is a headache-inducing position, if you ask me.
Yeah, loads of pieces on pre, right? Loads of pieces on pre. Lots of chaos. And how is should we have a little look at Magnus Carlsen as well?
Yeah, why don't we go back to that game?
How is it looking over there, John?
Well, I think Magnus went for b3 followed by knight d5. I was mentioning that Anish had this knight on c4. Yeah, he has a dragon setup, and Magnus is trying to get his dark square bishop involved.
Right, this one
here. They kind of morphed the position into like a Maraxi style setup, it looks like. With
c4, and this c4 move is what people call the Maraxi bind. And I've noticed that Magnus really enjoys these kind of setups because he likes having control. And with the pawns here, I guess you get that extra grip on the center of the board, right? And it's named after the player Maraxi, who used to play this kind of manner. And the current position, if we just go a little bit further on, is now an interesting move by Giri. Giri's not just going to sit here and not do anything. He goes b5, trying to break out with a typical break. Rook c1, though, the queen is a target, and now queen b7, John, is the current position.
Okay.
Which is very interesting. I mean, I would have thought that Giri's got a good Maraxi bind here for Black. It seems to be pretty okay for Black.
I agree. Yeah, because capturing on b5 and Black recapturing a takes b5 with that pinned bishop on b2. I don't think White can justify, any sort of tactic here. Bishop takes b5 is not going to work. Certainly knight takes b5 doesn't work.
You lose the bishop, right?
And as you said, b5 is thematic in those positions. I would bet Magnus plays c5 in response and advances past. That seems like a move he might play.
Right, if we go back. So after queen b7, trying to keep things closed down. I mean, Magnus likes to keep control of the position if he can. I mean, especially when he's got the white piece, especially when you've got some Maraxi bind. And I really like John's idea of not opening up these lines over on the queen side, which Giri might be able to use his rook and queen down, but playing the move c5. And he has played it. You obviously, your work with him, John, obviously paid off. Paid wonders. You know what he's thinking now. So
well, yeah, it was very telling in the Endgame course that we shot. Yeah. He went over a number of brilliant endgames that he played, and one ending that stands out is a game he played against the Czech Grandmaster Zbyněk Hráček in the Bundesliga when I think Magnus was maybe like 16 years old. And it was a rook ending where he was up a pawn. And he kept talking about in this game how he loves taking the control, like fully establishing control and taking away all the opponent's counterplay whenever possible. And I won't spoil that game completely, but basically he advanced a pawn to the 7th rank and he had his rook directly in front of it. And many of the grandmasters who were watching this game apparently had criticized that decision. Like, oh, you're not going to be able to win if you do that. Your rook is stuck. But in fact, it was Hráček who was completely stuck. And Magnus ended up demonstrating some fantastic technique to win. He had it all worked out. And yeah, he loves playing positions where he's got this nagging, annoying, stable advantage. And, the phrase drawing water from a stone always comes to mind with him, right? In these endgames, you probably remember an endgame that he won against Hikaru Nakamura at the London Classic several years ago. I think it was 2 bishops versus 2 knights. And marathon game, didn't look like a game that he would be able to win. But, I mean, he has so many of these games throughout his career. Not saying that Anish is necessarily worse here or should even lose this game, but yeah, this looks like a Magnus type solution, right?
Totally agree. I mean, it's a nice way of playing because, I mean, like you mentioned, you want to stop Magnus, especially stop your opponent's counterplay. And by keeping these files closed, he's actually now maximized the potential of his rooks, which are on the open lines, giving him some annoying, maybe small edge. It's possible that Anish could play rook c8 and just go for mass exchanges, but it's never easy to do mass exchanges against Carlsen. And there's a structural problem here with these pawns on the queen side. So if you ever get to some ending, if you could just imagine all the rooks and queens coming off the board, So just picture all those guys coming off, and you're just left with the bishops. And I'm sure this is the kind of thing Magnus thinks of. If he plays simply b4, his bishop can always target these pawns over here. On the other hand, Giri will have a bad bishop, and he won't be able to target Magnus's pawns from dart squares. So there's kind of like this strategic problem in the endings with these pawns being on the same kind of square that Magnus can attack. So it's not as simple, maybe, this position as it could look. He has gone rook c8, by the way, here, but it's a Magnus position. I totally agree with you. Something he will really like playing.
Yeah, and I like your comment, Simon, about Black's light square bishop, because it's the type of position where, you know, just visually that bishop is blocked in, and White's is not so encumbered by his own structure. And I get the sense that Magnus can expand here, maybe in the future. Okay, they've traded on c5. But I was even thinking in the endgame, f4, g4, moves like that. If the queens come off the board, it looks a little easier for White to expand in many positions than Black. But now this situation has morphed a bit. It looks a little sharper here.
It does, yeah. It's an interesting decision to make, because he gets this pass c pawn, which in some cases could be incredibly dangerous. He's got the first pass pawn. It's well blockaded at the moment. I mean, Giri's got a solid setup, making sure that pawn can't come forwards. But this is a very interesting decision, played e5, and he's
just as you said, that pawn can't come forward.
Yeah, and he's leaving the g2 pawn. That's always the way with me. I say something and then they go and play it. But
actually, while you were on break, something exactly like that happened with me. I said, "Oh, like this move probably won't happen," and it happened.
And of course they play it. Yeah. But this is interesting, because let's have a look. Well, if Anish does grab the pawn on g2, there's a couple of things that spring to mind. But I mean, obviously you got to work out the most forcing move first. Number one is f3, trying to trap the bishop, but maybe it can come back this way. And the other thing I'm thinking is that maybe some little e6 flick at the right moment, and rook d7. So this could be very exciting if we play e6 here. And we're now swapping our attention to Black's king. And if Black says, okay, well, I want to keep things closed, then we now have access into the 7th rank. So this could be his idea, John, or is he intending?
Yeah, or simply else? Rook h4 or queen h6 and just try to go after h7 ASAP. Oof. Maybe like rook h4. Oof. Yeah.
I can't believe I missed that idea, John.
That's your file, the H file. Simon.
I know. Just get the queen into h6, rook h4, and just checkmate. I mean, that's much more like it, right? So
yeah,
yes, yeah.
Maybe Black has bishop e4 here. It might be better to start with rook h4. I'm not sure.
Got you. Let's do that. So rather than swinging the queen in, we cover the idea of bishop e4, and we go rook here, keeping control of that square. And Magnus's idea, he's suddenly transferring over here. I mean, this is something, I remember all the great world champions did, going back to Alireza, I think was the first. He would sort of attack on one side. It looks like Magnus is doing it on the queen side, and he draws like Black's pieces over there, like the queen over to that area of the board. And then all of a sudden, he suddenly swaps to a vicious king side attack.
Yep. Capablanca as well, principle of two weaknesses.
Indeed, yeah. Well, let's see what happened. Anish has just gone e6. Does this actually stop the idea? I mean, can we go for checkmate? Wow. Checkmate's always fun. So
yeah, e6 doesn't look like the type of move you want to play here, but
no, definitely not. I mean,
maybe he was worried about what you were showing, Magnus pushing e6, but what happens if Magnus just goes for it here, rook h4 or
The other thing, you can play positionally with the rook there, but I think checkmate is the end of the game, so there's no point messing around. Let's do your move, John, rook h4. Just a simple idea of coming in here. I mean, if Black ever plays the f pawn, we take on, pass on. How do you defend? If you go h5, well, I'm not even thinking here. I'm just taking that one.
Right.
That's a move we don't need to think about.
Even in a classical game, you would play that immediately.
I think so. Yeah. And after this, probably just check. You have to go to f8, and something like rook takes, and this is clearly the end of the game. So e6 is strange. I mean, will he go rook h4? Rook h4 seems very strong to me.
Very direct. I mean, if you have to play something like rook h4, rook f8, queen h6, and then f5 or f6, looks like something has gone majorly wrong for Black.
Yeah, I think moving the f pawn is the only way Black will be able to defend this square on h7. I mean, rook f8 is a clever move. It's not a move I saw, but it looks so weird, doesn't it? Putting the rook there.
Yeah, it almost looks like the only move to me, unless we're missing some other defense.
Yeah. But this is very passive defense. Maybe you can do.
You gotta like.
Yeah.
You gotta like this abrupt change of direction when the time is dwindling for both players too. This kind of plays to White's advantage, I would think.
Yes, having the initiative and trying to find only defensive moves is going to be very tricky. They're both now under the 3-minute mark. We haven't seen Magnus's move yet. I mean, Rook H4 is the direct try. You could start with Queen H6 with the same idea, but he does have choices. He doesn't have to go for checkmate. He could even play with Rook D6. I want to play this move before Black goes Bishop D5, so my Rook is on the other side of the Bishop, and I could try to just come in on the dark squares, something like Queen G5 here, and I can now use my H pawn to slowly come up. And it seems like this kind of position, I've got like very good control. Maybe after Rook D6 though, it's time for Anish to grab the pawn on G2. That might be a move that could work now for Anish, just because we don't have the Rook H4 ideas, and we don't have, I think, any other options here. So I think the direct attack looks right. Let's just see if he plays it. Will he play the direct attack? And one of the major problems Black has, he's given up his dark square bishop. If you think earlier on, the dark square bishop is often a key defensive piece. And in this kind of dragon formation, even the King's Indian, other formations where you fianchetto your bishop, if White can swap off that bishop, which really wants to be there, the Black King becomes very weak because all the dark squares, as we're going to see, are targets for White to jump into. So I think Magnus is going to be enjoying this one.
Yeah, he's really having to think though. He's going to be under a minute here.
Yeah. Wow. That's a lot of his time, right? A lot of his time.
And I believe it's a 10-second increment.
It's 15 minutes plus 10-second increment. I mean, just very quickly, while we're waiting for move, I just saw a nice finish, John, and this was Rajabov's first loss of the game, of the day. He's won 3 out of 3. And a lovely finish here, Ding Liren with Black. Look at those knights. He goes knight to h3 check. And wherever this king goes to, well, he's going to be losing everything. I mean, something like king here. We can go knight to f2 minimum, and you have to give up your rook for that. So a nice win for Ding Liren. Oh, wow, this is very surprising. So Magnus
Bishop f3, wow.
Bishop f3. He didn't go for it. He did not go for it. Very surprised with that one. And he's only got 30 seconds left.
Yeah, you got to imagine he's not happy with his position or his decision-making if he went for that.
Yeah, very strange. I mean, the idea, I'm assuming, is to get rid of the blockade of the c-pawn. And now he's just relying on his c-pawn, maybe with a transition over to the king side at some point to do it. But it's quite risky. You're doubling your pawns. I mean, probably not too risky, but it's still surprising he didn't go for the direct attack.
I do wonder what we were missing, Simon, with Queen H6. Maybe it was Rook F8. You just didn't see anything with that line, but...
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, let's have a look. So Queen H6, we go back then to the bishop here. Well, Rook H4, let's say. Queen H6 are major threats. And Rook F8 seemed to be the only defense, meeting Queen H6 with the F pawn. Maybe this is... He just couldn't, like you say, just couldn't find a way through here. And that was it. Okay, well, back to the game. After this A5 is played, and Giri's saying, okay, well, I'm going to try to get a past B pawn as well. Magnus takes this lovely square for his rook, and this is preparing for the C pawn to come. Actually, it still looks very risky for Black. Rook C8, Rook B6, Queen D7, and now King G2. The White King fairly safe here, and it's quite hard for Black to move. Maybe this is one of those positions you're talking about. If you try to activate your queen, then B5 pawn drops. What does Black actually do here? This is not so easy, I feel.
Right. Yeah, and he's still probably struggling to draw this.
I think so, yeah. Still struggling.
Shout out to Longodi in the Twitch chat, by the way. He mentioned Queen C7, Queen takes E5 as a possible defense in that line we were looking at. Covering the H8 square. That's quite creative.
Yes. Yeah, good. Yeah, nice point there. Yeah. And hello to everyone in the Twitch chat. We will, keep an eye on the old chat there. Question from Alati: how is Chessable doing? I think pretty well, right?
Yep. Yeah, the site's growing. Compared to even a year ago, the number of high quality authors we have on the site is just phenomenal. I think Chessable has really developed an excellent reputation by now. We've been working to grow the site for several years. And yeah, I only have positive things to say about our trajectory at the moment, thanks to our extremely hardworking team. I give them all the credit because I've mentioned this before, Simon, but I'm actually not a full-time Chessable employee. I am the co-founder of the site, but full credit to the team, especially the Chessable CEO, David Cramley, for guiding the ship and creating a community that so many people love, and that has also enabled a lot of chess professionals to make a living and create high quality courses.
Yeah, I mean, I concur to that. By the way, this is looking to me like a draw. It looking like,
wow. Yeah.
I think Magnus Giri defended very well. This is definitely coming to draw. I mean, I definitely concur with what John said then. I mean, I've done now a couple of courses, 4 or 5 courses of chessboard. I'm continuing to do more, and it's really been a pleasure that, compared to any other company I work for, Chessboard have paid the authors very fairly and very nice, which is always nice to be rewarded for your hard work. And the team you've got there is such hard working. They're such perfectionists, which is a bit of a pain when you've done a course and they're like, can you redo that, do that? It's like, but it makes sure that the actual quality of the course is always going to be fantastic. So go and check out their sale now. There's lots of stuff over at Chessable that is on sale.
Check out Simon's courses. Always a pleasure to have you on the site, Simon. And I don't know, you probably haven't been asked about your courses, but you're coming out with a Gambit course or two, I think.
Yeah, I got one club player's guide to E4, E5, which is going to be an easy one, and a Gambit guide, which I'm really looking forward to as well. And it's a Gambit aggressive guide for white with 1 E4, the kind of stuff I was playing Blitz, and I've enjoyed playing most of my life. A bit of fun, really, but that's up with nice work. So
great, yeah, cool. Looking forward to that.
I think this has been agreed a draw, and it's quite peculiar, that one.
Yeah, a little anticlimactic, huh?
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look how it ended. We had Rook D6, and we thought that Magnus was still pushing, but Giri, to his credit, does defend very well. I like this move. This B4 move is a really high class move because he's diverting Magnus away from that strong square. And after Queen D5, well, the B5 pawn is now, it can be defended, but if you play Rook B5, you're going very passive. And I just don't think Magnus wanted to play this position where he probably can't do anything. I mean, he could have tried this. Instead of playing this move, he went Rook H4. And I think this is like the kind of move you're saying, okay, well, now we're just going to liquidate into an ending. And of course, it's a draw here because it's free versus free. And this must be getting near draw. But I think I'm with you, John, that the critical moment there, if we go back, Giri was seen to be shaking a little bit. I think he'd be very happy with a draw. Magnus went for Bishop F3 and the more positional approach. Should he have gone in? And we can look at that one more time with the only defense we feel. Maybe Rook H4 is a little bit more flexible, being Rook F8. Not an easy move to find, but I expect he would find it. And is there any way you increase or can increase the pressure? The one point being, someone else mentioned Queen C7. So let's just have a look at that as well. Was the other idea Queen C7? And that was...
Yeah, that's quite clever.
Yeah.
Kind of like the defense he used in the game, ultimately.
Yeah. Actually, that might be a much better defense. And the point now being, if we go Queen H6, you can take the central pawn. And in actual fact, the black king is very safe when you're covering the dark squares. And the endings here are going to be better for black because black, I think, has this idea of getting a dangerous pass pawn. White's pass pawn is blocked. So that was probably the move. So yeah, maybe Giri's holding it together here all along. It wasn't as bad.
Yeah, Queen C7, if White plays F4, then Queen H6 is blocked. So the Rook on H4 isn't looking great.
Yeah, definitely. That looks like the way to go. Okay, well, a solid draw. So both of those guys stay in the lead. And I'm going to be leaving probably in about 3 minutes or so, John. So I'll let you take over there if that's okay.
Absolutely. I do have to mention before you go, Simon,
sure.
Did you see this post on the chess Reddit the other day about the piece and pawn life expectancy in chess?
I did see it. There was a post on Reddit, and
I thought of you when I saw this post. Do you know why?
I think so. But yeah, go on. Go on.
Well, yeah. For those who don't know, it was just a little graph of the pieces and pawns and how deep into the game, on average, they tend to survive. And Simon's beloved Harry the H pawn actually is, kind of the Methuselah of the chessboard. It seems on average, maybe not in Simon's games, certainly not in Simon's games. But that H pawn was surviving longer than everything else, pretty much.
Yeah, so they obviously didn't look at many of my games.
Right.
So in that, I mean, the H pawn's supposed to last the longest, but in any game I play, it's the quickest pawn to be eliminated generally. And I guess with you, John, your D pawn's not very safe, is it?
Right. Yeah, exactly. The D pawn, the white D pawn in particular, but also the black D pawn, those tend to get traded
or Scandinavian,
lost the quickest.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I think what's going to happen now, we're going to get another guest coming on to just take over my place while I just go swap over to another broadcast. I will be back again for the last round, so I'll come and finish it up. But we're going to get Erwin on, John, to join you, who was on yesterday,
right.
And Erwin Anisha's second, and that's going to be great. So we're going to try to get him on now, and then I better leave the show. So
awesome,
good stuff. It's been a good day of chess. Okay, so I'm going to now let Erwin in. So let's do that, and hopefully Erwin will be here. Okay, and I better go now actually. So
all right.
Okay.
Always a pleasure, Simon. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Cheers. Bye.
Yep. See you later.
See you later. Okay. I'm hoping. Hello.
Hello everyone, I'm Erwin Lamy and I'm taking over while our good friend Simon is doing his thing for television. Fame is awaiting him. We had a pretty exciting round, and with me still John Bartholomew, one of the founders, of course, of Chessable, my favorite website for chess training. John, what did you think of the previous round?
Yeah, we spent most of our time looking at Magnus versus Anish, of course, and we were surprised that Magnus wasn't able to make anything of the situation with the queen, rook, and bishop on board, especially after Anish played e6. But then we were exploring some defenses, and it does seem like Anish had it worked out. But I'm sure Magnus was unhappy that he wasn't able to cook something up right around here in the position.
Yeah, it was very interesting. This decision, bishop f3, it caught me by surprise. But actually, the longer I looked at it, when I rook d6, c6 coming, it actually looked pretty smart what he was doing. And I mean, I was of course not entirely objective when it came to this game. So I was quite happy to see that Anish he got this b4 move in, and it looked at around here. I guess he's already out of danger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a look? Well, I just came in obviously. So did you have a look at the game of Aronian actually with Firouzja?
Only very briefly. I took a look at the position after Levon had played bishop takes d4 in the middle game. It was extremely messy.
I mean, I thought that was brilliant. What was happening there? I mean, I have no idea about objective elevation. Let me just jump in somewhere. I mean, right around here.
Yeah. This is where we left off.
Yeah, some kind of. I mean, the bishop on h6. I mean, it's like Alpha Zero style. Yeah, the bishop on h6 and. I mean, I have no idea what's going on here, but ancients will probably know much better. But I really, yeah, I was
that is amazing.
Impressed.
Rook AC1 on move 22. He's just playing down a piece, and he's saying, "Well, your pieces are so awkward, it doesn't matter."
Yeah. No, very impressive, extremely impressive. And then, yeah, it looked like he just with the queen on h8. I guess Black has just sort of overloaded here, and it's just not working out. And yeah, here probably if I take on d4, rook c1, bishop 1, I did your mating patterns.
Oh, nice.
But probably white is faster here. Yeah?
White's going to get there first.
But this is no, I thought it was very nice. And another highlight, I just want to point it out before the next round starts. I mean, just the final position here, I like.
Yeah,
like it's a piece up, but probably there's just nothing that Black can do with that extra piece. I mean, the rook and bishop very nicely hold down the things. Do we already have moves in the next round, or are we just waiting still for?
I think we're waiting. Well, that's an interesting final position. I'm glad that you did a little recap here because we were focusing on Magnus's game so much we didn't get a chance to see this. So
yeah, I can imagine. I mean, that was of course the game of the round, so I can imagine that all attention goes to that game. But yeah, this was fun. This was a very sharp Grunfeld between Vidit and Maxime, and well, it somehow panned out into. They actually repeated moves here in a very funny
Bishop
way.
E8 was okay. I was wondering if Black gets in Rook F7. Looks great for Black, but yeah,
some kind of yeah, exactly. Bishop E8 is probably a very important piece of the puzzle, actually.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you're right.
There's just no way to. I mean, if you would somehow be able to get that rook, like you say, to E7 or to G7, but I just don't see a good way of doing so. Maybe rook G8 or something. Looks odd. I don't know. To try and get king H6, rook G7 in.
You can imagine if White goes king E4, F5 or something. Maybe Black has some problems even.
Yeah, it could actually get double-edged. Yeah. No, I think Maxime was probably right for just repeating and getting it over with. It's very interesting. And
do you know in the Rajabov Dingler endgame, how much of this is theory? Because this is a pretty deep line as far as I know.
Let me see that. Well, what I like first of all is that Ding he moved away from these marshals. He was playing the marshal, I think, throughout his career, more or less for the past years. He actually didn't even have that great results, but it's also, I mean, this is more fun, obviously, what we're seeing here. I think this is all theory here. I recognize it.
Yep,
think even G4 is still there. We're on move 25 already, but I think it's still, I could be wrong, but I think this has been seen in the game of Anish against Rajabov. But I could be wrong about this. My memory is, I mean, it's this could easily. But in general, as far as I know, it's considered that this endgame is just sort of okay for black. And well, here it's already 3 pawns.
Right.
Just it actually looked like a very smooth victory for Ding, as far as I can see. I really like the finish, by the way. With those knights, I mean, it's very, very pretty.
That was beautiful. Once he got those knights to the 4th rank, it was dominating.
It's again your mating patterns coming in. I think here,
Right.
I mean, King H1, Rook C2, and it's mate, right? It's just very, very pretty finish there.
Really nice.
David Anton, our Spanish hero, he's been doing well, right?
Yeah. He was he not leading the tournament at one point yesterday?
Yeah,
I know it was very early, but.
And the thing was, we yesterday I was on the stream as well with Simon, and we were just chatting a bit about the participants and if there were any clear favorites, clear underdogs. And I wasn't sure if there were any clear underdogs, but I thought that, well, if there is one, then David Anton is probably one of them. He's at least one of the lower rated players. They are still very strong grandmaster, obviously, but not the established names that we are used to, like Giri, Carlsen, Digniren, etc. But he just started winning, and I like the way he's playing as well. He's playing very aggressively, very dynamic chess, and here he beats Duda again. I mean, he's just one of the guys. It looks like this tournament, at least.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing him in the Banter Blitz Cup. He eliminated me in the first round, and I think I forgot exactly how many games we were playing out of in that tournament, but I started out with something like 4 victories in a row, but then he came back and pretty handily beat me the rest of the time.
You beat him 4 times in a row.
Yeah, it was 3+0 blitz though, so the clock has a lot to do with it. But I was impressed by his perseverance. Like once he kind of figured me out, he beat me quite handily.
Did you play the Scandinavian or?
That's a good question. I can't remember. I think he was avoiding E4.
You see, yeah, that's nice. That's a compliment in a way, yeah. And I'm just checking, because normally speaking, we are going really fast from round to round.
Right.
So I was already expecting some moves, but unless I'm doing something wrong here, I don't see moves yet. No, I don't think we have moves yet. So let me just see if I can. What do you think about this? I just want to talk about this briefly. I mean, I respect Jan. Of course, I'm definitely not here. I don't want to talk badly at all, but 3 times the same draw with white like this. That's
wow! Already three times.
3 times he drew. 3 times with the Berlin, the same repetition. I mean, he won a couple of games, so I understand he wants to qualify, but it's a little bit cynical, right? I mean,
yeah,
not really.
Yeah, you don't like to see that. I don't think anyone prefers, maybe once or twice per tournament, something like this, but you would prefer to see some fighting spirit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, I understand, of course, that once you are in that top 8 and you're comfortably in the top 8, you want to sort of keep your spot and you want to play it maybe a bit solidly, but this is next level solidity. I mean, it's
right.
And Wesley, so he beat Le Quang. I didn't see much of that game. Let me just that was an Italian. Let me just briefly go through the moves to see if anything really remarkable. This is actually very theoretical. Strangely enough, I mean, this looks like a very standard Italian position, but it's actually become very theoretical, this one.
Right.
Extremely many high-level encounters. It's a bit strange, but now
I would love to have a top-level player sit down and explain the nuances of these Gioco Pianissimo positions to me, because it's developed, as you said, it's developed so much theory in recent years. Yeah,
the thing is, I have a very weird relationship with the Gioco Piano, because I work with Anish, you know that probably, and he very often sent me on a specific task, like look at that position, look at that position. So I've looked at a lot of separate Italian lines, but I sort of completely lost the overview of I lost the big picture of things. I can tell you about some specific positions, like this is fine, that is not fine. But if you would ask me to give you like a full overview of what's going on, I mean, all those move orders, all those different, I just completely lose track.
It's a line where it's easy for that to blend together, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's just, already from the very start in this position, you can go H3, C3, I can just make all the moves, Rook Q1, H3, C3, A4, Knight D2, any move you can, and it counts for every move. Here again, you can go A4, you can go H3, Rook Q1.
Yeah.
So easy to mix it all up, and sometimes H3 is very bad because you get hit by some H6, G5 things. Sometimes h3 is very precise because you want to keep the rook on f1. There are so many subtleties, and yeah, it's very easy to lose track. I just want to briefly. Sorry.
And to expand on that for a moment, because a lot of people would probably look at that, initial sequence of moves and say, okay, how does Black have any problems here? White's pushing all these pawns, Black's pieces are on normal squares. But would you say it comes down to the flexibility of White's center and queen side and the fact that White can play c3, whereas Black's knight is on c6?
I think that's it. I think that's exactly it. I mean, the knight on c6 is badly placed here. Of course, cannot jump anywhere. So usually you see some 97 g6 maneuvers coming, and White very often gets this d3, d4 push, at least to play with. And that's it. But of course, it's a very small nuance in a way. But I mean, what made the whole line come back to life is this a4 push.
Mm-hmm.
I always attribute it to Wesley So. I saw him play it in Wijk aan Zee back in, maybe it's already 5-6 years ago. He beat someone with it. I even forgot who it was. Perhaps the viewers can help me. But he introduced that move a4 before everybody would play just knight d2, rook e1, h3. But he introduced the move a4, and that created a whole new wave of the Italian.
Everyone started expanding on the queen side after that.
Yes, a4, b4, it really became a thing. It's quite simply just another way of preventing the loss of the bishops. It's quite. I mean, you can go a4 in order to f knight e5 so that you can drop back and not lose the bishop. And the other way to go is to go bishop b3 so that after knight e5 you can drop back to c2. And that was the old way of doing it. And the new way is a4, and well, thousands of games have been played over the last few months. So it's a few years, I should say. Very interesting.
Maybe I can ask you, Aaron, before the games start going, or maybe they have gone already. Okay.
We have actually some moves, so we can. Which game are you most interested in?
Let's see. I haven't even seen the pairings for this round.
I mean, I can offer you Karjakin against Carlsen.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, a former World Championship match. I think that's always. And I think Carlsen, let me just start from the very beginning. I think he's out for something. I mean, 2d6.
Yeah, playing the fiddle.
d4, e takes d4. I mean, this is we've seen Dubov doing this recently, and I think Carlsen has mentioned once or twice that Dubov has been a source of inspiration for him. So Black takes this kind of dodgy setup, but it's solid. It's not so easy to break.
Shout out to Mr. Dodgy if he's out there.
Yes, definitely. And I think he wants to drag the game out and get his chances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and speaking of the pawns, as we were in that Italian game, this is the type of position where Karjakin is going to try to expand on the king side with his f, g, maybe h pawn at some point. And Magnus, a lot of times you'll expand with the queen side pawns if you're able, although there's not much to hit here for Black on the queen side.
Yeah, I guess also what he will be looking for if White really starts expanding on the king side, like you say, like g5, f4. Oftentimes Black will try to get d5 in, just to get some counterplay in the center. But for now, that's of course all very far off. Knight c5 just happened, and rook e1. I would expect something like c6, and perhaps to prepare d5, at least to for now take some squares away from the knights and just prepare a future d5. This could get very sharp. I mean, for now, they're still building their ambitions, but this could
maybe even g6 to meet g5 with knight h5 in some positions.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, and also to get the bishop in the game. You mean, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is interesting.
A lot of King's Indian qualities.
Yeah, it's a bit of that e takes d4 King's Indian type of positions.
Right.
Yeah, where of course the pawn is on c4 generally instead of on c2. That's a minor difference. We have Anish Giri against Rajabov. I just want to briefly check in with my.
Oh yeah, gotta do it.
My good friend, obviously. It's a Nimzo, an e3 Nimzo. Okay, that's a little bit of a surprise opening maybe from Anish. He rarely plays e3. Yes, rather standard position. White will try to go knight e5, f4. Maybe e1, bishop h4. Black will try. He has played a6, and he will try to go c5 later on, I think, and get some counterplay on the queen side. These positions, they look very harmless, but oftentimes, knight e5 has already happened. Oftentimes, they actually get quite sharp once you get a 4 in and bishop e1, bishop 4, like like I said earlier, this can get pretty sharp actually.
I would be curious, Erwin, and I think the viewers would be curious too. What's your ongoing work relationship with Anish? You've been a longtime second of his. I assume you're in touch quite regularly. What sort of stuff are you doing day to day or week to week with him?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we work based on a constant basis, but actually for these internet events, he usually does it by himself. He's at home. He's comfortable with that. So it's mostly for the, I would say I'm his over the board second. when there's a real tournament or real tournament, this is obviously a very real tournament, but a over the board tournament takes place, then I'm generally there. I've accompanying him on all the events. And yeah, so I went to the candidates tournaments for example, and we have training sessions together. Yeah, that's basically an ongoing thing, but just that throughout this pandemic, it has been much less because, well, there haven't been any events. So of course we're good friends, so we're anyway in touch always. But let's say the work hasn't been as intense as it was before. We had a session before the candidates, and we worked during the candidates. And we actually had a session just now to prepare for the candidates, but that candidates didn't happen. So,
right.
Yeah, now we're good friends. We stay in touch, but yeah, a little bit less work now than we did before.
Got it. Okay.
And I'm of course hoping that when the candidates resume, he will manage to. He's 1 point behind now, behind Nepomniachtchi and MVL. And actually in the next round, whenever that round will take place, in the next round, he's playing against Nepo, while the other leader, MVL, plays against Fabiano Caruana. So that round will actually immediately set the pace, I think, for the entire candidates. I mean, let's say if two upsets happen, which is not at all a given, but let's say both Fabiano and Anish manage to win, then the tournament is wide open. If the opposite happens, then those two, they will really run away with it, and then you'll get a race between those two probably. It's what what I would think at least. Let me see if anything else. If we're not missing anything. Just briefly want to see what this is. Actually, this position. I think this is a theoretical line, some old theoretical line in the Scheveningen variation. A beautiful
Thank
Dutch
you for
city.
pronouncing that and not me.
Yes. That is a Dutch city of Scheveningen, where this line was first played. And this is very sharp. It is one of those moments again that I'm sure I would be able to remember normally. Okay, sorry, I just got a little message in. I would love to remember this one, but I don't. I've seen these things before, but I think there's even some line here where you give the queen, like, but I guess not. Like GF, rook D1, this makes no sense, right? This doesn't go anywhere, does it?
Yeah, I would not think so.
I mean, FE, you can even take on a one in between. No, this is here. I'm not doing good things. If rook D1, you can take on F6. I mean, 95. I think I'm overdoing this. No, I think this is probably not. Yeah, it's also not what happened at all. Of course, he just plays
more normal position, Queen E2.
Queen E2. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. 98, Bishop E3 back. Yeah, that's of course also a way to approach this thing. Bishop E6, and that's yeah, a very normal position, very standard type of position.
Right.
Let's just.
Well, it looks like Simon's going to be joining you in a second, but
yes.
I just wanted to say, Erwin, congrats on the publication of your Caro-Kann course on Chessable. I've been following some of the feedback on that, and it looks phenomenal. So I hope that was a great experience for you.
Fortunate with how people have reacted to it. It's really great. But that's also, I mean, the community around Chessable, that's a really positive, nice vibe. I really enjoy it. I mean, I think that's really a big part of the success, that everybody is really, you know, cheering each other on. Everybody is positive, and everybody wants to move forward, and that's a really great thing. I really like that about, you know, everything related to Chessable. I really feel
for
that.
Sure. Shout out to our users out there, because you guys are awesome. You make Chessable what it is, and I think you're working on Dvoretsky's Endgame manual videos. Is that correct?
Yes, that's. I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little bit. I mean, that's. I find it a great honor, because that book is just. yeah, to me it's an iconic book. So
For sure.
to be allowed to make the videos for that, I find it a great honor. I'm really looking forward. I mean, the new edition has just come out. The 5th edition of the Red Game Manual will be available on Chessable soon, and I'll make the videos for it. And yeah, that's a great thing.
Did you say how many hours of video?
A giant project. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but it's probably.
No, I was going to ask. You know how many hours of video you're targeting, or is it too early to say?
I have no idea. I mean, how many did you do for the? You also I mean, how it's 30 hours?
So I did 100
right?
Endgames. You must know, and I think it was about 19 hours.
20, okay, yeah. No, and the book of the Redsky is, I mean, it's much bigger.
You can easily 4 or 5
I tend to talk too much as well, so I don't know. I hope I can keep it within 50 hours. But
it might be the first 100+ hour Chessable course. You never know.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm afraid so. Yeah, I hope the users will bear with me on that one. But I like it. It's going to be great. I think. I'm very excited about that project.
I'm sure you'll be up to the task. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Thanks. And actually, are you bringing out anything?
So I'm working on a Scandinavian course at the moment.
Oh, wow.
So I've been analyzing quite a bit of Scandi stuff.
Great.
My main recommendation will be 3 Queen A5 in the Scandinavian, which
Excellent.
is the theoretically strongest, I believe.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, all this Queen D6, Queen D8, I mean, that's not the real thing, right?
Yeah, I think Queen A5 is kind of the true Scandinavian defense.
Exactly.
So I'm very happy to dive into that.
Exactly. No, I completely agree. Okay, I'm looking forward to that one.
Great.
And meantime, let me just update my board on the Karjakin Carlsen game, because that's, basically what we've been saying, right? White's been going G4, F4, G5.
Mm-hmm.
And Magnus is awaiting developments, it looks like.
I found these positions from the white side to be quite tricky, because you have to know the implications of your pawn pushes and the squares that they're weakening in their wake.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very easy to lose your way here with either side, I think.
Right.
And you can easily be overrun on the king side with black, and you can also very easily be countered somehow on the. I don't see it yet, but some knight b6, d5. The moment you're over pushing your pawns here can easily. And he went knight a6. Interesting decision. I think he wants to stick his knight on b4 and to have another the other knight guarding c5. I think that's a very harmonious setup. It's I like that one a lot.
Knight rearrangement, yeah.
Hello guys, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Hey Simon.
Yes.
Hey.
Good to have you back.
Yeah, good guys. Great to have you on again, Win. You're becoming a regular now. Perfect. I love it. So, and I must say, thank you so much, John, for jumping on and just holding the fort there. And I hope to have many more times in the future we can commentate together, John. It's been a pleasure, a short pleasure.
Yes,
as a lot of things in life, short pleasures.
Always a pleasure, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on. I'll bid you adieu. I'll leave you guys, the Twitch viewers, in the capable hands of the grandmasters here. Thanks again for having me. Enjoy the tournament.
See you later, John.
See you later, John.
See you.
Goodbye. So good stuff. That's the first time I've actually commentated with John. I've played some rivals matches against John, and I've played him over the board even at the world famous Battersea Chess Club in London, the best chess club in London, apart from Drunken Nights. But that was great, and it's good to have you back, Owen. I'll just tell you a little story. It was quite funny. I was like, I sometimes get this Skype message around the time, and they're saying, right, you've got to come to the studio. So it's like the sort of professional broadcast, and I'm like, oh my god, what do I do now? And I was like, oh my god, where's Skype? Oh no, I opened Skype, my video wasn't working, it was on somewhere else, and then they said you got 10 seconds, and I'm like, and I had this background behind me, and they said get rid of the background, and I'm like, what? So I'm like, I didn't have a video, the background was behind me, so I'm trying to work out the video, do the background, and I just did it, and I was like, hi. Like, I was like, what's going on here then? So that was interesting, Owen.
Sounds like a good TV appearance.
It's a little bit different, let's put it that way, but they're doing a fantastic job there, aren't they? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I just because yesterday I of course didn't see anything they did, because we were on more or less the entire entire day.
Yeah.
But today I saw a piece of what they're doing, and it's actually quite brilliant. I mean, it's not aimed for us. I think it's also not aimed at the viewers of this channel. But it's aimed at at the complete beginner level, and I never saw a show like that actually.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
it's really, I mean, they're doing a good job. And I actually even kind of enjoyed watching. I sent it to my brother,
Right.
who doesn't know the rules. I mean, he knows the rules, but that's more or less it.
Yeah.
And he sent it. He wrote me some messages back that actually he can kind of enjoy. He can also follow it. They don't mention squares. They only mention movements of pieces. They created a completely new vocabulary around their show. It's kind of it's impressive. I like it. I like what they're trying to do.
Definitely, I think it's brilliant. I mean, to be honest, there's loads of shows like we're doing here. There is. It's just part. It is like part of the parcel. There's you look on Twitch. There's lots of it, but not really any shows for beginners. And we want to get as many people playing our beautiful game as we can. And that's certainly a great start. And I think David Howe, Jovanka, and Karja are doing just a fantastic job. I mean, it's really scary being in the studio with lights and stuff like that. People can only appreciate how tough it is with live TV for like 5 hours. It's really scary. I mean, I'm doing 5 minutes and I'm terrified. So it's like, so they're doing a really good job. And I think everyone should be, very appreciative for how cool chess is at the moment and how much cool chess we've got going.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
it's brilliant.
Completely agree. So how do we do things? Do I give you control of the mouse, or do you want me to move the pieces around? What's our setup currently?
I'll tell you what. If you move the pieces for now, we get the producer to maybe change it over like we had it at the start of yesterday.
Sure.
But for now, please, Erwin, just show us some of the interesting games that are going on.
Yeah, the thing is, I would ask our viewers if they see anything game that stands out, of course, but otherwise I'd like to stay with the Karjak and Carlsen game. Just briefly to mention that there was a draw in the MVL Aronian game. I will not even go to it. I think it's just final position, obstacle of bishops, nothing much happening. It looked like, it was a Berlin, and that was it. I think this is a very interesting one. I mean, this is going to get sharp, clearly.
Yeah, this is really exciting. It looks like Magnus is. What was the opening here? Sorry, Owen, I missed the start.
It was a Filior. I will just quickly show you. So I mean, to me, it also okay. it's a signal from Carlsen that he
definitely
he's out for something.
I mean, the Philidor, like this opening is. People have said it's a bad Sicilian because you got the pawn on C7 rather than E7. And if you could just sort of look at that pawn, it's like positionally a bit. And it's a very risky opening to play with black. It's got a bad reputation, really, at top level. And like you say, Magnus playing this, he's basically saying, right, come on, I want to win this game. So I think he's really going for it, which is great. It's the kind of guy he is, right?
Yeah, I think he's really. I think he's a bit annoyed with that game he had with Anish in the previous round.
Sure.
Yeah, I think he really wanted. It felt also like he had the pressure on, but somehow he didn't manage to break through. I mean, I don't know what objective evaluation was, but it felt like he was pressing at least.
Yes.
And it felt like he was getting something out of that game, and then it all petered. And I like what he did here. I just pointed that out to John. A knight a6, which looks a bit odd at first, but he's just rearranging his knights very nicely.
Very nice.
Well, for now it's still on a6, but I'm expecting it to go maybe to b4 at some point. And also the d7 bishop now has a nice square. Rook can come to d8. Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if rook d8 comes and then the bishop actually drops back to c8. It's just to bring the rook into the game. I like this reshuffling.
Yeah, I mean, also, White has a lot of potential just looking over on the king side. I mean, these are the kind of positions where probably White gets the first punch. So, he's going to throw the first punch. If it connects, it might hurt black quite nicely. But if it misses, then the White king is going to be a standing target because you pushed all your bodyguards forwards. You pushed all those pawns in front of your king right up the board. And if it backfires badly. But I like this knight g3. In some ways, Sergei is playing the same thing on the king side, right? He's putting his knight in a nice square. He's going to push Harry probably up the board, maybe try to go g6 after h4, h5. I mean, you've got bishop g4 you have to worry about, which is an annoying little move, actually, in some respects. But this is going to be very exciting in like 5 to 10 moves, right? Lots of stuff's going to happen there.
Yeah, it looks to me like Sergei is very carefully trying to build up his initiative. I mean, he's not rushing things. He shouldn't be rushing things.
Yeah.
I'm expecting him to just go. Yeah, he went king h2. That's what I was expecting. No h4 yet. Doesn't yet want to determine anything. He may even go rook g1, and then maybe knight h5, bishop f3, and slowly he will start. But I don't think he will do much with his pawns right now. I could be wrong, of course, and I think it also largely depends on what Carlsen will do in the next few moves. Oh, yeah. Perhaps all I've just said is he just went d5.
Okay. Well,
so just forget what I said. It's now going to heat up immensely.
I mean, forget what I said. I mean, I thought it was white who was going to punch first.
Yes.
But, Carlsen's just played this move to try to completely open up the center of the board. And he's given a pawn, but I think he's basically saying, I mean, I don't know if you need to take that pawn. You could go e5, but taking it's critical. And he's basically saying, okay, well, I'm going to give a pawn, but your king's a little bit more loose. My rooks are well placed. And maybe there's some tactical chances. A4 is going to drop at least, isn't it? So you get the pawn back like this. So
yeah, I guess he wants to just take on a4 here.
Yeah.
I guess that's his point. But you can take on a5, or I'm just like I'm just taking whatever comes my way. But I guess he can take on c2 here, and the line sort of continues like this. I would be a bit afraid here, but maybe there's nothing. Actually, wherever you move the rook, I realize now knight b3 is coming. So actually, it is white who has an issue here. Yeah. Okay. This. It looks like, tactically speaking, at least, this works. e5, of course, is a very committal move. Like I'd be very afraid to get somehow blockaded on e6 and f5. Like some scenario where you get the knight over, and then this one comes over, bishop. I mean, that we are completely blocked with. Yeah. With well, I mean, I'm not even sure that's a scenario that is really likely, but I'd be afraid of it.
Yeah, e5 is committal. I mean, e5 is the kind of move you want to play if you can get a knight to f6 or something, but you can't really do that here. So
yeah, let's say we do something like black just waits.
Yeah, and
I mean, this kind of e5 we don't really mind, I think, but
yeah, this is more to the program, but
yeah,
I mean, maybe not e5. So I mean, I think d5 is clever, right? I mean, Magnus is going for the win here, and I mean, can you go queen f2? That's the third option. I'm thinking, get the queen off that line, and try and at least ponder a knight f6 at some moment, because if there's a mass exchange on e4 here, you've got a knight traveling to f6, a queen to g3, which is, I'd still want to go straight for the black king in this position.
I actually like that a lot. I like this suggestion. Do you take with the knight, right? Not with the bishop.
I'd take with the knight, maybe give myself opportunities, a knight f6, but you've got bishop f5, but then I've got bishop b6 at some point, maybe not here because of the rook takes rook. So that's a bit annoying.
But maybe just drop back.
Knight g3. Yeah, knight g3.
Maybe just, I mean, I think this looks more want to go f5, and the knight on a6 now is, of course.
Well, there's some news. Owen, he's actually gone for this e5.
I see it. Yeah.
So he's played it, and he's trying to keep it more closed. I suppose if you think about styles, sometime a player is always going to go for a style, and I do see Sergei he's a fantastic player, but he maybe likes it more a bit under control, than a lot of players. He doesn't want to lose control. And we had Nils on earlier who was talking about, and John Bartholomew, of course, who were talking about Magnus Carlsen's play. And they mentioned, both of them, how Magnus likes controlling the game. But then you look at a game like this and you realize, well, he likes controlling the game, but Magnus can play in every style. This is not really controlling. This is like d5, sack a pawn, open up lines. And that is maybe the difference between Magnus and these other guys. He can play how he wants to play. He really can. And he's got, I think, the kind of position he'd enjoy playing here with black. Nice knights, active play, and an interesting position. Now, I don't know about the other results and games going on. If there's anything else, I mean, looks like there's loads of action at the moment. How's your guy Anish getting on, for example? Is he gonna?
He's been doing well. I was just searching for his game for a second. Here he is. We left it off somewhere around this spot, and I was just explaining that this looks always a bit dull, but actually once you get f4, bishop e1, usually it actually gets quite interesting. can actually get quite sharp because white will start building up this kind of attack on the. Yeah, well, that's actually what happened. G4, rook d8, rook cd1. I like his position. What do you think?
Definitely. I mean, I played this position. I thought one of the kind of key points with this position, it's a bit like a London system, is the e4 square.
Yes.
If black gets the e4 square, so you can put a knight on this square, then black is normally absolutely fine, because that knight there blocks the bishop on d3. And this bishop on d3, if people play the London system, is such a dangerous piece. But if white can control that e4 square, as it seems Anish is doing, white generally has fantastic attacking chances because you just come on the king side. The knight on e5, lovely piece. The bishop on d3, and you can just go for it. And it seems to me that he's going for it. You know, he's really going for it here. So it looks to me. I mean, is f6 something that's coming? But then your knight's always good. So I definitely prefer Anish's position. The other problem, Erwin, I find here, I'd never play this system as black because I hate that bishop on b7. It only has a use if you go knight e4, but that bishop on b7, I don't like it having stuck behind the pawn. It just feels wrong to me. So that would be. So I think your guy's doing well. I say your guy.
Yeah, I have simply nothing to add. I have nothing to add to this. I'm completely in agreement. I think the moment the knight has to jump to h5 and not to e4, that's a sign that things have gone quite badly wrong.
Yeah.
Probably somewhere around these parts when Anish got the trade on f6 and when g4. I mean, white controls it 3 times now, and there's just no way to get the knight to e4. g5 is coming, so already strategically speaking, you're kind of busted here, I think. But it's of course still a long game. I mean, I wouldn't say the game is over by a long way, but I think Anish is happy here. Let's put it that way. I would wonder about some concrete play like cd, ed, and maybe f6. I would wonder what this is about.
I think f6 is the only way. I mean, Rajabov's a very active player as well, so he's going to try to go for the active move if he can. And f6.
He did it actually immediately. F6.
Right. Yeah. And
okay. He played f6 immediately.
Trying to get that knight back to a square where it's going to do some damage. But I mean, the thing here, this might just about be okay for black, but the knight on e5 at the moment is the piece. You know, that knight. Black might have to give up his bishop to exchange it, but then you probably take the c pawn and you exchange one problem, the knight on e5, for another problem, a pawn on e5, and that pawn on e5 is another serious problem. So it seems.
I just want to make one small. I mean, I was not really sure about this move bishop e2, like especially if we see what's coming now. F6 is clearly the move that's coming. I like more move like king h1. So that after f6, which is not forced obviously, but here, I mean, here I think we're clearly going to crash through somehow.
I like it.
On the g file. While after bishop e2, I mean, it looks like a bit of a loss of time to me. But okay, maybe it was very subtle, and maybe the bishop will land on f3, and I will have to take all my words back. But
yeah, well, I'm agreeing.
It's a bit slow.
The bishop on d3 was such a nice piece. It's a pity to move it away, right? So
exactly, exactly.
But I'd still take Anish's position. And someone in the chat is asking again, just keep an eye on the chat, Mr. Sommen. Hello, Mr. Sommen. And hello, everyone else in the Twitch chat. I think a lot of you have been with us all day, which is fantastic. It's great to see so many of you in the chat. And we're going to be here every day. So let's just remind you that different guests are going to be coming on, and we'll be following the chess, having a bit of a laugh as well. Probably be a bit more chilled out. You can see I've changed my background already. It's gone less professional. I've pulled in a bit of Tao, a bit of Gary. You know, we're making it a bit more like chilled out now as well. Bit of an alternative commentary. But yeah, there is. Okay, yeah, we can move on to another game. Yeah, you see that Hikaru's won. He wasn't having a great tournament.
Sorry. While you were talking, I saw that Jan suddenly lost his game, and that's also very fast. So I wanted to it was a Najdorf. This is actually one of this bishop d3 move is one of Hikaru's pet lines. He's been playing it regularly. I'm just going very quickly through the moves because it's just too much. We have too much to go through. But well, it looks to me like he's just. I mean, okay, sorry. I have to somewhere around this part. He suddenly lost a piece. That's it. Just 95 queen f3. That's a full piece.
Oh wow! Oh dear. Well, okay. Well, that's rather tragic.
Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. That's the end of it. Yeah.
I would have loved to see Nepo's camera there. I mean, I don't want to bask in other people's pain too much. Obviously I don't. But when it comes to chess, one thing I think that is really cool nowadays is the webcams. I mean, I know we're not using them today. We might get them back on another day, but just seeing the reactions of the players, it adds that other dimension. So yeah.
No, and I think that now, of course, because Nepo, I was discussing that with John just now. He this tournament made this draw 3 times already with white. This Berlin draw.
Yes.
And this might come down to hunt him if he starts losing games, then of course giving up on 3 white games.
Good. You know what I think, Owen? I just think, look, if you're gonna bail out on the TV event, which lots of people are putting money into, and people want blood. It's like you can imagine in the old days of the Roman gladiators, the 2 Romans came in and decided to have a cup of tea instead. They're like, "Oh, hello, mate, let's have a cup of tea," and they just sat there having a cup of tea, and the crowd's calling for blood. I mean, they get executed, and
you're much less diplomatic than I am. But we do share the same opinion. Let's
okay, good. So good to be a little bit controversial. I just think if you've got the white pieces, you're getting paid a lot of money, and you've got to put on a show. I mean, I know you want to qualify. And
no, I said to John that I think it makes sense to try and, for example, be solid if you're in the first 8. I can understand that. Let me put it that way.
Sure. Yeah.
That you want to qualify, you want to go through the first 8, but there are some limits to that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should play. Having the same draw three times in a row is a bit disappointing. I can understand it. I mean, you got a game plan in mind, and there's a lot of money at stake, and you want to save energy. So it's not crazy, but it's not what I'm. You can my approach and opinion of that now. So there you go.
Should we jump to Magnus, because a lot of things happened?
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look at Magnus Carlsen.
I don't know where we left it off. Somewhere around these parts. Yeah. I think here we left it off. Bishop d4, bishop f5. Okay, a bit surprising to me, but that he gives up on the bishop. Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay, this suddenly. Okay, it's actually just very concrete. I mean, if white would be on a move here, bishop h3 wins on the spot, obviously. Yeah. So Magnus gets 96 in, which attacks everything. Bishop rook f1. Bishop e3. I guess d4 is strong. Intermediate move and f4 will fall, so this works. So he played rook f1, and I think c5 has just been played. Yeah, and I have the feeling that Magnus is doing well here.
Yeah, I mean, white's only chance, I think, as you mentioned, is to try to get bishop h3 on the board, but I feel that this can be met by, has to be met by queen takes f4, right?
Yes, and I think that endgame is just horrendous, right?
Yeah.
White's this one, I guess you go bishop g7 in the end, and just everything starts
dropping.
Starts dropping off here. I think this is just horrendous. Yeah, so he didn't go that way. He played bishop e3, and Magnus instantly played d4.
I mean, I think again, this is a sign. It reminds me of Aliekin again. This game was switching sides, and Magnus' play often does that. And I think one thing Aliekin did. By the way, I finally was told how to pronounce Aliekin. That someone told me that only a couple of weeks ago. I've been calling him Aliekin all my life, but Aliekin's apparently how you say it. I could be lied to there. It could be something else. It could be like
in the Dutch language, it's even worse. We say Aljechin, which is probably has nothing to do with a real. We make a real strong G out of it. It makes no sense at all.
Yeah, well, the Dutch language is just weird, isn't it? So,
what can I say? Yeah.
No, I'm only joking, of course. But
I mean, we have huge developments. We have huge developments.
Let's go.
D4, bishop h3.
Right.
Did we blunder this one? We may have. Because
has Magnus blundered his queen?
Well, I don't know if it's a blunder, because he has a lot of actually. Oh, we didn't see this option, but it may not actually be problematic. I'm not sure how to evaluate it.
No, we know one thing. World champions never blunder; they only sacrifice. So this is not a blunder; it's a sacrifice.
Yes. Yeah, or they forget. There's also this famous story of Karpov, I think. Yeah. I mean, he played Kasimdzhanov, and Kasimdzhanov played some kind of brilliant novelty and won a great game. Yeah. And then Karpov said, "Yeah, I forgot about that move. I forgot." So forgetting is also possible.
Right, forgetting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally understand the forgetting part. There's something, especially when I play in Batavia and Amsterdam. Somehow, I often there's this amazing tournament for people who don't know in Amsterdam, and it's one of my favorite tournaments. It's in a cafe right near Central Station, and it's very, very fun. They got some great beers and stuff there, but. I mean,
it's a great place. It's a great place. Yeah,
Fantastic,
it's one of my. I mean, if I meet up with people in Amsterdam, it's usually there. It's a great place.
Yeah, definitely. So what is happening? This is crazy, right? I mean, it's there's pieces everywhere at the moment in time.
To be honest, I would think Ayakin is doing well here. I mean, something like Queen f3, Queen h5, Bishop h7 ideas. I'd be quite afraid with black, but okay, it's sharp, so I'm afraid we have to calculate, and that always gets once we have to start calculating, I start to doubt,
Yes. It's really sharp. I mean, this could go a number of ways, and they're both down to 3 minutes. It's not like the World Championship matches, is it, which ended in all these draws. I mean, Bishop takes f5, h7 as a target, f7 as a target. But then Black's got this tremendous e-pawn coming through the middle, and some quite nice. No, I don't know what's happening here.
Let's make e2 just to.
Yes,
I think that you go knight e2 here, right? And after rook e2, you have Queen f3, attacking the rook and preparing Queen h5. And this is why I'm worried for Magnus, because oh well, you have knight d4.
Yeah. But then queen, maybe Queen h5 anyway, because you can't take the bishop, I think. Because I take you got knight g3.
Knight g3. That's the thing. Knight g3.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a really big. That's a really big fork, by the way.
It's that time of the day where I basically fall for the biggest fork I can. Where you don't just attack two pieces, you attack everything. So great.
But I think he wants to play bishop h7 actually, and then he has at least a draw.
Yeah.
And I would think he probably has more than a draw. I mean, here you give. You probably give a check.
Yeah, he's got a tempo, hasn't he, to waste in some positions.
I mean, you take here, King h8, and okay, now you start thinking. I don't know. You can pick up a rook, which is probably completely winning. And maybe you can actually give mate somehow. I don't see it, but maybe this is good.
And rook e7 is.
Rook e7. No, because I was hoping for this one.
Very nice. You might.
But rook e7 probably saves it, right?
Maybe. I mean,
okay. Maybe I'm being too. I mean, I guess this.
You had g7 in that position after rook e7, maybe.
Oh wow, G7? Of course.
G7.
Yeah. Well, but then we may as well take the rook immediately because now we'll take it anyway.
Yeah. All right.
We have moves. So e2 happened and rook. Yeah. So this thing happened.
It's crazy game. Crazy game.
Oh, he plays it very simple, Kayakin, and it's very strong probably. He just takes and goes Queen f3.
This could be a loss for Magnus, yeah. I think this wasn't a sacrifice because he was doing okay, and maybe I think you said this immediately. His idea of giving up his light square bishop.
We have a guest, Simon. Sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
We have a guest coming in.
Okay, great.
So I'll give you the floor. I think we have Liem joining us. Let me just pick up his game. He just defeated Peter Svidler, so I think that's a
brilliant
good moment to have someone join us.
Yeah, good. And okay, so we got one of the participants coming in, which is fantastic, and we can catch up with his progress today on this event. And also, it looks like he came in with a very, very good win at the end there. So brilliant stuff. And we're trying to get him on any second now, and maybe you can show us how his game ended. So hello, can you hear us? Aha.
Mute your. Yeah, that's it.
Sorry. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, brilliant. Okay. So you finished with a strong win today. Well done.
Thank you.
And how are you finding the tournament so far? I mean, it's quite a special event. Yeah, there's lots of strong players, and it's been enjoyable or just stressful.
Yes, it's very enjoyable to me. Of course, I don't enjoy too much when I lose, but overall, I think it's a great tournament. Yes, should be organized, everything so professionally and so nice. So really, my pleasure to be here. And as far as the tournament, I think today was not too bad for me. I got a lucky win against Hikaru in the first game. I was much worse, probably losing in that game, but then he missed this tactics with text E3. So
Let
I
me
was
just try to bring that game up. You mean
Sure.
in round
Round
6?
I have to also say that you've got one of the best camera angles. You look very professional there.
Oh.
so good work with that. And we're just bringing the game up now.
Oh, this was, of course, this was the beautiful
yeah.
shot. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
This was one of the highlights. One of the highlights of today, I think. Yeah.
Rook takes
Yeah, but
E3,
if
wasn't
you-
it? Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
if
lovely.
you go back just a few moves, like
Yeah.
on move 28 after Queen F6.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was desperate here. I thought I was much some move like Rook AD1, just defending the bishop,
Yeah.
and threaten either knight C6, knight B3, or E4. So there's so many threats there, and I don't even have a good move. So I think if Hikaru just play something simple, then Rook AD1, even Rook E2 maybe, then I would have been much worse. But he played too fast here, and he allowed me to take on B5. After that, it wasn't so easy. Yeah, he missed this knight Rook takes E3, and after that, it was just lost for white.
Can I ask you, when did you see this rook e3 trick? Was it always there on your radar, or when did you spot? Because otherwise, it's lost, right? So when what moment did you spot it?
When I took on B5.
Okay, great. Yeah,
That's good. And
yeah,
it's a very nice hit, that rook E3. Really nice move. Like, you know,
yeah, but
changes,
every move is like so direct, right? White cannot take the rook, and that's it.
Yes, and maybe we just show that if rook takes, queen takes C1, and this is horrible, and obviously G2 is a serious square in a lot of lines as well. Yeah, so I mean, also talking about your tournament standings, it now seems, I'll just bring them up. You're in a position where if you have a good day tomorrow, there's a chance of qualification. Yeah.
Yeah, I think theoretically I still have some chances. Yeah.
Definitely. It's the final day of the qualification tomorrow, and 8 players, half the field, go through to the knockout stage. So it's a big day. So you just got to do more rook takes E3s tomorrow, and you'll be fine. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Also, the last game I was more proud of my last game than my first game today. So this game was nice. I think I played pretty well in this game. So my goal is to play at least one good game per day. And yesterday, my last game against kayaking in round 5 was also nice. So this one, I think I like this better than my game with Hikaru.
Okay.
But he kind of surprised me in the opening when he played very quickly, everything until 96, I think, move 21. So
sorry, move 21, you said?
Yeah. Yeah, I knew this a little bit. I think I had it in my preparation, but I didn't review. But I think I found accurate move. Did you guys see something better for black instead of what he played?
I wouldn't dare to spend. I mean, we haven't seen it, at least with any engines or something. We just it's actually now, because we were focusing so much on the Kayakin Carlsen game. It's only now that I see how your game finished. Can you maybe quickly get us through the final moves? How did you perceive it?
Yeah, so here Rook D1, I think this is the critical position. Queen A2, I'm not so sure about that move. I was mainly concerned about something like Queen E2, Knight C4, and then I thought I have Bishop C1, keeping the bishop there, and slightly better. But maybe he could have done maybe Rook E8 instead of Queen E2. I don't know. It still looks very complicated to me. If B3, maybe he can go Queen, Bishop B6, Queen C3. It's still, yeah, I still have to solve this problem because I have too many weaknesses. G5, C2. So I may have to sack something. Maybe instead of Bishop B6, I can try C4. but then queen a5, if c5 is rook takes, and I think that should be fine then.
Yeah, yeah, this looks pretty for black. Yeah.
Yeah, but the way he played queen a2, I guess he was too ambitious. He wanted to harass. He had to play rook b8 or rook a8 because this whole idea, maybe he missed something. Rook c4. Yeah, rook c4, b3, that was the whole idea. Rook c3, bishop b4. Maybe at first he thought he could take on h3 and he missed rook a1, trapping the queen.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is winning for white. So he had to take on a5.
Yeah.
Still, this is very complicated. So I have queen e1. I think it's a good move. Forcing knight b5. And then I took on e4. Queen c7 here has to be played. But it looks very dangerous for black. Looks like I can suck something.
Yeah, some rook
f7
f7 or something.
Yeah, there should be some tactic here.
Rook f7 looks so tempting. I mean, without any calculation, but that's
yeah, that's the move we all want to play, right?
Yeah, so. probably should calculate it a little bit first. I should, but
yeah, we should. We're here now. Yeah, we can just do it. Yeah.
When you're commentating, you can give up other people's pieces so much easier. Yeah.
a7 or
yeah, probably winning.
Yeah.
So bishop f8, I think is still not a good move. So after bishop f8, move 30, yeah. Then I found this move bishop e6 very strong.
Very nice.
And I think the idea is if fe, I just take queen e6 and bishop b6 wins the rook. Okay. So that should be.
Sorry, queen e6.
Yeah, king h8. I was trying to make rook df1.
He just protects. Yeah.
Okay.
Some d6. No, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe that's still may work, but I mean bishop b6 must seem the.
Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So bishop e6, and I saw some funny lines like instead of fe. No, this is lost.
Instead of fe, yeah.
So I saw knight. No, I saw. What did I see here? Then I saw bishop f7, king h8, and then rook takes d4, and there's no defense against queen h7.
Oh, very nice.
Well, he played d6, but
maybe we can show that on the board that finish as well, so people can see the idea of this rook takes d4.
Yeah, let's say if you make a move like queen c7, there is this very nice.
Very nice way to finish the game.
Yeah.
By sacrificing the queen there and yeah, finishing. Good stuff.
Yeah. Also, there's a similar like rooks. Knight d4, rook c7, and then I have rook f7, rook takes, bishop takes, and then again king h7, rook d3 with the same idea.
Okay.
And this is really no defense. Yeah.
You can't even go. You can't even go g6 here. That's not legal.
Yeah.
Very nice. No, very impressive stuff.
Yeah. Very good. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and obviously best of luck tomorrow. Can you remind us what year you were Blitz champion of the world, which is really impressive title?
Yeah, it was 2013, long time ago.
It's still something you're always going to have, right? You're always going to be world champion, which is not a lot of us can say that. So it's really good. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and I think we go back and see if Magnus Carlsen. I think he's in trouble here. So and like I say, best of luck.
Bye.
Bye. And Magnus Carlsen, did he lose then? Owen?
He actually did lose that game. I mean, we already predicted it, of course. We left it around these parts.
Wow. Okay.
Sergei just took the most straightforward route. Queen f3, attacks e2, attacks f7. Okay, Magnus gave up a full rook. Tried to build a fortress, but it's not really serious. I mean, they still made a few moves.
Yeah.
But it's not really. Knight has to move, and then queen f7 is finished.
Yeah. He's going to be. I mean, knowing Magnus, he must have had definitely an okay position there. and before Liam came on, I think you got it totally right, Owen. You said that was a strange decision by Magnus, giving up the light square bishop. I mean, he was relying on the tactics, and they kind of backfired against him. And that light square bishop of whites was the key sort of piece winning that one. He's still in a good position. I mean, I'll tell everyone the scores very quickly now, because we are coming to the end of day one, and tomorrow is going to be really exciting, because half the field are going to go through to the knockout stages. Half the field are going to go home. It means the commentary gets a bit easier because we've got half as less people. Yes. So, it means I can just chill out like this, have my cup of coffee or tea and be like, yeah, we can slowly move on. It's not, but he's leading. And I think unless a complete disaster occurs, he's on 6.5 out of 10. So he's doing extremely well.
Yeah.
And Dingliren, Magnus, and Wesley So now. Wesley's had a good day, all on 6 out of 10. Hikaru and MVL and Nepo on 5.5. And the last person who is at the moment qualifying, maybe on tiebreak, is Rajabov. David Anton, Alireza, and then we just very honored to have Liam Lequang come on, and Liam Lequang is on 4.5 with Aronian and Sergei Karyakin. Sergei probably needed that win to try.
Yeah,
and
it was huge for him. It was huge for him. Yeah, absolutely.
Massive win. He really, to give himself a chance. And I have to say, I mean, I love Peter Svidler. Who doesn't love Peter Svidler? He's one of the nicest guys in chess. He's also, he's a bit self-depreciating. He's so modest, and he's like 7-8-time Russian champion, and he's so strong. Yeah. He's incredibly strong, and he's just having a bit of a bad tournament, which is really sad to see. Same with Vidit and same with Duda, and I think those guys are going to struggle now, but it's going to be fantastic tomorrow, right, Owen? Really big.
Yeah, and I mean, theoretically speaking, I think everybody is still in it. Obviously, it's going to be, like you say, it's going to be hard for Vidit, it's going to be hard for Duda and Svidler, but theoretically, they are still in it. So I do expect that they are going to go good games for tomorrow.
Yes, totally agree. And do we have all the games finished now? I think we are.
Everything is finished. Shall I just briefly take us through it?
Yeah.
So MVL made that draw with Aronian. Duda looks like he won some kind of model game. I mean, I saw it in the back of my how do I say, on the corner of my eye. I saw that he was all the time pressing against Firouzja in some endgame, and well, I mean, black resigns because knight f6 is coming, rook h7 is just a complete collapse. So it looks like he had a model game. Well, the final position in Dingliren against Anton, I think, says enough. I mean, this is just
wow. That's a bit of domination there, isn't it?
Yeah, this is really ugly. I mean, this is really.
Look at those pawns.
It's just gonna, yeah. I think Anton chose a good moment to end it here. I mean, yeah, I think Anish. I think he was better. But maybe when he went bishop e2, he missed the momentum a little bit, and around these parts they started repeating. I don't know what the evaluation is objectively, but I would be a little bit reluctant with white after CD ED. The f pawn is now a weakness. 94, but it might come. I can understand, to be honest, Anish, for not pushing this too much. I think he lost his advantage at this point. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah. I mean, you hit the nail on the head again. That the only kind of way Black got activity was by playing f6. So if you just stop your opponent's one break by playing a little bit, this cautious idea of king h1, but a very good idea because you're trying to stop f6 because you're going to pile up on g6. And this is the key thing in chess. If you can stop your opponent's ideas, you're half the way to winning. And I think that king h1 was the way to proceed. You have to give him a little bit of a telling off.
He's still in the lead though, so I think I'm fine with how he's doing. But this was, I mean, it's just wise. It's a very interesting moment. I think a very subtle moment here. Maybe King H1 was an improvement. Okay, of course we saw Karyakin beating the world champion. Hikaru had that very weird win against Jan, who seemed to just lost a piece, and I was a bit out of it. Liem just took us, and Wesley So had a draw. I haven't seen much of that, but looks like that was okay. This Queen's Gambit Endgame, which players have been trying to push a bit with white, but by the looks of it, it never really, it never got off. This was just a. I don't think we really mind not having spent too much time on this game.
No, this is making
it's
me
all
feel,
good.
That's not so much fun. To really the end of the day, and again, I'm going to just do the thank yous to everyone. Erwin, again, thank you so much for popping on. It's always a pleasure, and I want to remind everyone that Erwin has some fantastic courses on sale at the moment. I know Erwin again is a modest guy and he doesn't like selling them, but we're gonna give him a little push now. He's a niche second. Go to Chessable, look at his Caro-Kann course if you want an opening against E4. And have you got any other courses? Sorry, Erwin, I should know this, but is it just the Caro at the moment?
No, I made one on the Tarrasch, but then on specifically on this variation that Dubov has been playing with C takes D4 followed by Bishop C5. It's a little sideline in the Tarrasch, and it's a very interesting variation, which I think is also very sharp and playable. So I'm quite. This was actually my first course for Chessable. Came out about a year ago, I think, and I have a new one coming up about the Cosio. So try to stay. Of course, the Dvoretsky Endgame Manual. That's my. I just spoke about it with John. That I'm really honored to be doing that project, to be taking that iconic book and turning it into videos.
Brilliant. Well, look, thank you so much. And I'm going to do a raid now. It's going to be quite an appropriate raid. And before I do raid, just to everyone, we're going to be here every day until the last day. So if you want the same kind of thing, come along. It'll be quite. Who's joined us today in the stream. I'm talking about chessball courses. One of my first courses was the Jabava London system. And we were talking about Jabava, and we're going to get a chance to raid Jabava. So, so Jabava,
excellent.
You can go and check out my course on chessball, but Jabava is just a legend. He is an amazing chess player and a unique character. So let's give him a raid, say hello. I'm going to go and get some food. And again, thank you everyone for joining us. Also, I'd like to thank our producer, Lewis, who's going to be doing this every day, String Dog in the chat. So he's doing a great job. And yes, thank you again. And we'll just do that raid now. Any last words, Erwin?
I'm just looking forward to tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be a great day. And those are good last words, I think.
Yeah. Cheers, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Okay.